then bring it back, and it should restart the stream.
How do I do that?
Don't you have an icon on the desktop that's like OBS?
Yeah, I have the icon. I mean, I'm on the OBS, so I've stopped streaming. What do I do to sign off or whatever?
So just click the X in the box, and it should quit the program, like on the top corner.
X in the box in the top corner. You mean?
Yeah, like
you mean
the window.
The red X, the close.
The red X.
Okay. It says,
and then just open it
active.
Again.
All streams, recordings will be shut down. Are you sure you wish to exit? And I say yes,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, because it's basically
streaming. Now let's go back to the rehabilitate this, and then I'll count on you two to do all the talking. We only got 2 people left now. They might start coming back once they see us active.
Yeah, I'm just checking for the stream. I don't see it yet, but it should be here any moment. Okay. I think we're back on.
Okay, so
no, we're on.
Okay, there we are. So Derek Talley is saying we're on, I believe. So let's go check that out, and then I'll have to probably give a new link to everybody. Change the link in all the go check that out. There we are. All right, and so then we are streaming again. And Marcus Crick says, you are back, yay. Oh, yeah, Marcus, but you don't want me like this. I'm like, I look like hell, I'm all disheveled, and I'm just angry as hell. So I need these 2 individuals to cheer me up and speak as well as they can, to take over while I handle all of the providing everybody a new link after our modem was burned out, and they are sending a technician in with a new modem to replace the old modem, because the spare modem I'm using is really technically not compatible. And well, our lovely young anonymous lady to replace the old modem because the spare always. And Mark Scrick says it emailed out of the live stream notification in email, whatever that means.
It was interesting because even me and Derek had to reset our phones to even get back on the Skype, so it was pretty much.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was obviously
something happened.
Yeah, it was technically. It was like we were whacked in every conceivable fashion. So, all right. So let me refresh this and go back to the other pages and start setting up. So you guys, why don't you guys start talking? So Derek, all right. Talking. So let me refresh this. Now, how did I go back to the other page? This and. So, matter of fact, let me get out of live stream and go back to the live dashboard. So somehow I am...
Okay, I found the live stream, but it's in a weird spot. It's like below the other video, so it's weird.
What is... Oh, God. So is that going to confuse people? I think they'll be able to find it, right? They'll be able to find what...
No, it should be okay. I think if you go to the main screen, it should be there.
Okay, well, let's go now to the... Make certain that it's fine with.
No, it should be okay.
Okay, good. So let me get out of there. Go back here. Now everybody's gonna hear me just mumbling out loud. So give them dialogue. Both of you can start talking.
Yes, indeed.
Introduce yourself, both of you. I'm sorry. What were you gonna say?
Oh no, that was good. Yeah, basically, I already told you about the phone having to restart, but yeah. It's me and Derek Talley. Yes, we were speaking. Okay, waiting for you to come back.
What was I saying when we got knocked off?
I'm hearing double.
The last thing.
Wait. Derek says he's hearing double. Tell him what to do.
Try to possibly cancel out of the YouTube if you opened it, like the stream. Like if you opened a live stream. I am getting some disturbances as well, as far as like audio. It might be the Skype.
Okay.
But I think if you cancel out of the YouTube, it should be. That should fix it. And the last thing you said was you were saying JMO was you were like giving him a shout out basically.
So we ended with JMO. Okay. So we'll try and get back to some semblance of order when but right now introduce yourselves. Derek Talley will introduce himself and then I'll tell people why having him on is what caused this. No fault of his own. But only the fault of his own in the sense that they consider him that much of a threat for a reason I will explain. So at any rate, Derek Talley, introduce yourself. And first off, we need to make certain that he's comfortably able to speak because he's hearing double, as he said. So let's make certain that.
Oh yeah, I had to shut down the YouTube, so now I'm only on Skype, so I'm not hearing double anymore. Yeah, that was a mess. But
okay.
Now. Okay. Yeah.
So introduce yourself.
Hello everyone.
Yeah.
My name is Derek Talley. I'm a a United States Marine Corps veteran, and I grew up as an Air Force brat. My father spent 27 years in the Air Force. I was born in Wiesbaden, Germany, on the Air Force base, and my father's a Mustang officer. So he joined the Air Force right out of the high school, and he was enlisted for 10 years and became an officer. And we lived in such places as Tampa, Florida, Grand Forks, North Dakota. When I was a child, in Omaha, Nebraska. I did most of my high school in Lompoc, California, Vandenberg Air Force Base. And in the middle of my 11th grade year, we moved to Colorado Springs, Colorado, where my dad was the chief of computer command up at NORAD. And that last move was not a good move for me because I was plucked out of school in the middle of my 11th grade year, which prompted me at the end of my 11th grade to go to the Marines and tell them, you guys can take me right now with the clothes I got on. You don't even need to take me back home. Just take me to the airport and send me to boot camp. And they said, well, it don't work that way. You didn't graduate from high school yet. So they said it'd be easier for you to graduate from high school because in order to drop out of school and join the Marines, you need 15 hours of college credits, which would take you longer than just doing your senior year in high school. So I signed up for delayed entry and went right to the Marines right out of high school. And I was stationed at Camp Pendleton in San Onofre over there for School of Infantry. Then I went into the security force field, and there was a little small Army Reserve base called Camp Pendleton on Virginia Beach that I went to for security force school, but we were attached to Dam Neck Naval Base where we went to for chow. So after going to the security force school, I was stationed at Roosevelt Roads Naval Base in Ceiba, Puerto Rico, down there. It's a big naval base that houses Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines at the time, at least, because now that base is for the most part shut down. But then right before the first Gulf War, I got stationed to Sabana Seca, Puerto Rico, which was a little small naval base. And so I never did go over to the desert, during the war. But, after getting out of the Marines, I became a truck driver. And I started truck driving for Coca-Cola and moved from Colorado Springs because I went back home to Colorado Springs for a little bit because, that's where I joined from. But then I met my wife out there and we moved to Chicago. And my great uncle was in Chicago. My wife started going to school out there, so I moved out there with my great uncle, and we just ended up starting a family out there in Chicago. So just recently, after my son graduated from high school, we decided to move back down south because my father retired in northern Alabama, and that's where originally I wanted to get. But I got a job offer here in Middle Tennessee, which isn't too far from northern Alabama. So I decided to take the job. I love the job. Tennessee's still growing on me, though, obviously. But that's pretty much my life up to this point. I'm a hazmat cryogenic hauler. I haul liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen, liquid argon, and CO2 and hydrogen. But I've got hooked on to Douglas Dietrich by my team driver because when I hauled hydrogen, I did it as a team. My team driver, Anthony Vincent, one of the best drivers who I ever met in my life. He's the one who taught me all the ropes when it comes to team driving. Now that I left there and came down here to Tennessee, then he ended up leaving and going to another company. We still send each other messages, and whenever I come across something interesting or like a blog or a video or something, I'll send it to him, and he'll do the same to me. And 2 years ago or so, he sent me Douglas Dietrich, and Douglas Dietrich was talking about the Presidio base, and I have never heard any of that. I've heard, it took me a long time to even know about what was happening in Omaha, Nebraska, with the Franklin cover-up, because I was actually living there at the time. And when I was in, what was that, junior high, I was living there, and I never knew about what was going on there at the time until I got into my 30s. I'm all, wow, I had all this evil going around me, and I never knew about any of it, and I still hadn't heard about the Presidio, because that was going on at the same time I was living in California, even though I was in a different part. I was down there in Lompoc. But, that was hooked. At that point, I said, who is this Douglas Dietrich? I want to hear everything he's got to say. And I just kept listening, and everything I found, and every time I heard something he has to say, it always appealed to me. And I said, you know what? This Douglas Dietrich is a brother out of my own heart. He's a man of my own heart. So, shout out to Douglas Dietrich. Kudos, my brother.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Go on.
Yeah, I love your ministry.
Oh, bless you. And I've often thought of it as such, and I've usually been a bit leery of using that term, but I'm free with it from this point forward. And I certainly think that it's as good a term as any, and it's certainly valid. I think it's vital, and it's certainly the time to start using that term in many respects, and people are free to use that or other terminology that they feel comfortable with. But definitely tell us a bit about how you were doing your personal research into Revelations in particular when what I was saying resonated with yourself. And it brings you back, of course, to what was going on with the Franklin cover-up.
Okay. In my study in the book of Revelation, which I constantly go through over and over and over again, because I'm what you would call a Bible prophecy buff, and for one, the Roswell and the Rising Sun, that makes perfect sense, because I used to at one time I was a podcaster for Revelation Radio Network, and we all I did was at the time just a Proverbs commentary, but it started off as a good wholesome Christian channel, and we started getting more and more people, and as time went on, I seen more and more people get obsessed with aliens and alien grays and the different species of aliens and all this stuff, and and all of a sudden they started getting into attacking the churches. Well, how come the churches aren't talking about these aliens? And and it started to grieve me, and I just kind of didn't touch it and leave it alone. But if I had that Roswell and the Rising Sun work of Douglas Dietrich, I could have used that as a tool to say, hey, this is all just satanic propaganda. You know what I'm saying? It's satanic propaganda to cover up the war that's going on in Revelation chapter 12. Now, see that according to that, there's a war going on in the heavens right now as we speak. Okay, and that war that's going on in the heavens is affecting what we see on here on this planet, and a lot of times we'll just blame it on politicians, blame it on the left, blame it on the right, blame it on man-made this, that, but there's a real war going on in the heavens, and there's an aspect of this that is soon to come, and when it comes, it's going to be devastating, and that is Satan's fall from heaven. Because when Satan falls from heaven, he's going to be indwelling the beast, the person that we have, the Antichrist. Now, there's only two people in the history of the Bible that Satan himself, because we all know what demon possession is, but there's only two people in the history of the Bible that Satan himself has indwelled. The first was Judas, and when Judas was indwelled by Satan, no one knew it except for Jesus, because when they were at the Last Supper, Jesus said, one of you will betray me. And all the disciples worried. They're all, is it I? Is it I? Even Peter, beloved Peter said, is it I? And it wasn't any of them. But then Judas had asked, is it I? And Jesus said, thou hast said. Like he let him know, yeah, it's you.
Yes.
But we see all the demon possession when the demons get inside. Sometimes the demons go wild and they throw themselves in the fire, throw themselves in the water, and they try to free themselves of these bodies that they're in when they're through with them. But when Satan indwelled Judas, nobody knew, because when 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 Judas dipped in the sop with Jesus, and Jesus turned to Judas and said, "What thou doest, do it quickly." He was not talking to Judas. He was talking directly to Satan, because at that point, Satan had entered Judas and no one knew about it. None of the other disciples knew at the time that Satan had indwelled Judas. Well, when you read Revelation chapter 12, you'll see that we'll first introduce to the beast in Revelation chapter 11, where he kills the two witnesses. Those two witnesses are dead for 3 days. Their dead bodies lie in the street. And on the 3.5 days, a voice from God says, "Come up here." And those two witnesses stand on their feet, and all of a sudden they're caught up to the Lord. And and there's after that there's a big earthquake, and then a whole bunch of people are believing the Lord at that point. Well, we all
One
know
would
how
hope.
Satan.
Yes. One would hope
Yeah,
at that point. Yes, go on.
yeah, right. Well, we all know how Satan tries to imitate the Lord, because we see that from Exodus, and even when we get this prophecy that there's going to be a time to where there's going to be such a great deception that even that if it were possible, which is the key words, if it were possible, even the very elect would be fooled. Well, there's going to be an imitation of that very miracle with the beast, because the same beast that kills the two witnesses in Revelation chapter 11 himself is going to suffer a fatal blow. He's going to die. And at that time that he dies, Satan is going to be thrown from heaven, and at one final time, because as of right now, as we speak, he still has access to approach the throne. We read that in the book of Job, where God and Satan are having this conversation. So during his final battle with the Archangel Michael, Archangel Michael is going to defeat Satan, his angels. Satan is going to fall to the earth at the same time the beast is killed, and that's when Satan is going to indwell that body of the beast. Okay, and then that Satan is going to be that king. He's going to be in there for 3.5 years. He's going to be inside the body, indwelling of the body of that beast, and that's where they say, the heavens rejoice, but woe to the inhabitants of the earth, for the Satan has come down to you, and he knows that his time is short, and that during that 3.5 years, he's going to be gathering everybody up for Armageddon.
Mhm.
So when Douglas was telling me about the Michael Aquino
Mhm.
and his entering of a dead baby that had died, and then he entered the life of that baby and reanimated that baby.
Or another
And
way to describe it would be that an infant was born dead, and an entity entered the infant's corporeal form that identifies itself as Michael Aquino. That would be
right,
another way to describe it.
right,
So go on. Yes, and this is
right.
similar. This is prophecy. So do go on with that. Take it from there. Yes.
And that's exactly how the Bible explains that's what's going to happen in the future with this future beast, because this future beast is himself, a person who works his way up to being that king of years. And when you read Revelation chapter 17, I'm actually going to have to open it up in Revelation 17 and read it verbatim. But it says that there's there's only 7 heads, and one of those heads, it has a fatal wound, but that fatal wound was healed. But then it tells you that there's only 7 kings, and each one of these 7 kings are they they don't serve at the same time. They serve one at a time. There's going to be 10 kings that serve with the beast, but that's at the end. So these first, there's the first king, then he dies. Then the second king comes, he dies. The third dies. The fourth comes and dies. The fifth comes and dies. Now the sixth is murdered, and the seven must serve for a short time. But then it says the beast that was and is not, even he is the eighth, and is of the seven, and then goeth into perdition. So how is he the eighth and of the seven, and there's only 7 kings? There's not 8 kings. Well, the reason he is the eighth, but he's of the seven, is because he is the magic number 6. Let he who had wisdom know is number 6. He's king number 6. He's murdered. The king number 7 comes along, and he must serve for a short time. And I would say that short time would be 3 days tops, 3.5 days, 4 days, because there's going to be a resurrection of the 6th king, and he's going to come back as the 8th. And when he does, that's going to be Satan indwelling the body of the beast.
Mm-hmm. So thank you. I mean, it's obvious that you yourself were working with the communication of the faith, and the fact that you were faced with these challenges at that time, and of course you had your own need to make a living that you were working with. But I believe that this is combined with other elements of your resume that make yourself such a threat that they did what they did tonight, which was just to explain to people what happened who are coming in now. We're building up back towards the numbers that we had, which is about 20 or more people. And I'm going to, of course, check to see who else may have stepped in since this time. I'm going to go over to my channel. And I'm hoping Brendan Zogid is still with us, of course. And we've got 21 watching now, according to one measure. And I'll go into the YouTube studio and probably see a slightly different number there. But always remember that these numbers are very different from the reality after we stop transmitting. Literally immediately. As still as it uploads, you'll see that there's hundreds watching. So what they are probably talking about is the people who are watching without checking out. There's the people who tune in and check out throughout the show. And, of course, Brendan is still with us, so that's wonderful. And he was able to speak through his phone, and that's wonderful. I just so miss the fact that we had so many other people that were in the chat room that hopefully will be coming back. But definitely, whenever they do something like this, it does knock out a good deal of the audience. We're going to try and pick them up, of course, as the narrative continues. And also, many of them will come back later to find out what happened. So many of them will be catching up and reviewing the show in audio record. They'll be viewing it when it's published on YouTube. And so we have that to look forward to. So to explain to everyone exactly what happened that took us offline, we had a horrible situation where basically I was now this is a question I have. When I'm on a different say channel like computer, I'm on a different computer and I want to go in to see my what's live streaming now, exactly what do I do to get there on the different computer? How do I get in? Because I've never done this
go
live
to
before.
like
Yeah, go to the red dot and click that red dot to get to that, as opposed to going to the
wait, which red dot?
the red dot that has the little sonic like symbols around it to make it look like there's something emitted from it.
That'll take you to the live dashboard, I believe.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to do, and hopefully that doesn't trigger like a second live stream because it asks you to stream now.
No, it shouldn't.
Oh, okay, so
because of the stream key, it won't do that.
Okay, and so I'll press the skip button, go over there, and hopefully this doesn't interrupt or cause a second live stream to start and confuse issues. Okay, so it looks like I'm able to see a much larger version of where we were at, and hopefully now I could have sworn more people had joined in the chat room the last time that I looked. So let me renew this, see if this comes up. And right now it's Derek Talley did his thing. And Marcus Grix did his indication. So people are welcome to start communicating in the chat room again. And that way we get some feedback as to how our sound is consistently and how we're doing.
I'm seeing 25 people.
Yeah,
on here.
a quarter of 100 right now. And in terms of what had just been done before, we had about 41 minutes there. I'm just going to do a kind of I'm going to open that up for a second so people will hear an echo, and that way I'll see exactly what I was saying at the moment that we got cut off. Let's see now. In terms of this, I'm hearing a lot of blank. So, oh, that's right. I'm not on the computer. I can't hear that. I'm working through two computers. This is so frustrating. That's
Wow.
At any rate. So everybody, just start talking and telling us how we sound. So
Right.
our modem got knocked down, and when our modem got knocked down, it was I had to go throughout my house and search for a backup modem that I had never thought I would use. I am not technically adept. I had to hook that back up while simultaneously getting through the Comcast phone maze to actually talk to a live agent and getting them to reset to the new modem a signal. And they confirmed that the old modem was burned out, totally burned out. So they could not help with that, other than to send a technician tomorrow who will be coming to my house between 3 to 5 p.m. To bring a brand new modem, so that I will be using a consistent modem, a modem that's consistent with Xfinity requirements. Right now what I'm using is a pirate modem, so it's not even meant to be used or compatible with the Xfinity signal. So they actually set up the signal to go into a non-compatible modem on a transitional basis for us until they could bring the new modem in tomorrow, because the other modem they confirmed was totally fried. Like their words for
Wow,
it was,
wasn't it pretty new?
yes,
Wow.
it was. And they said that a pulse had been sent into it, meaning that something traveled through the system that melted it down while Derek Talley was talking. And so what I'm going to do now is, on my laptop, go into the channel here and see if I can go without setting up a new one. I'm going to go to the YouTube studio and see if I can hear what's going on there, or rather I'll just go to the old one and see where I left off, because I'm kind of like neurotic in that sense. Let me go to the old episode here, and now people will hear.
You're going live.
Okay,
and of course
they're going to
I'm
hear
counting
an
on
echo
both-
here, and we'll see what I was saying at the last minute. With all the hearts. And so we asked for a mass
There
prayer
we are.
occultist acting as Twa, and
Okay.
with help myself have been it, which is a dark space. So we were talking about J-Mo Reese, therefore, at the time that we were on last time, exactly as our man said. Not that I distrusted what our man had said. Christoph Rimmel, by the way, says quality of transmission is excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Herr Rimmel. God bless you. And with that, we go on from here. Our man, Derek Talley, has emphasized his practice of the word, the logos, and how he was having his challenges with that at a time when the alien agenda began to manifest itself very aggressively. And what I would like both Derek and Brendan to do right now is take my place for several minutes, where after everything I did, I'm totally in need of, basically, shall we say, a drink and a break. So I will be back from my bar, so to speak, in literally about 5 to 7 minutes. Give me about 5 to 7 minutes while I go to the wet bar and grab something to just basically settle myself down and open up again, because I'm all wired up from having to dig out the modem and put it back in. During that period of time, I want both Derek and our man Brendan to kind of lighten it up by talking about the truck-loader relationship and exactly what misadventures they may have had with truckers and loaders, each one of them, during the time that they've obviously Brendan's experience was much more condensed, but yeah, I'm sure the two of them can keep everybody occupied for a good 5 to 7 minutes until I get back, at which point I'll have a drink in my hand and just kind of like really loosen up a bit more after that and become more loquacious. But in the meantime, both you guys take over. I'm just going to transitionally go on mute, and I'm hoping both of you guys can still be heard, or maybe I'll just not go on mute because I don't want to risk cutting you guys off. But if I go mute, you guys, since you're on my call, does that mute the both of you, or you guys should still be able
Oh
to
no,
talk?
no,
Okay,
we'll be fine.
so
We
let's
should
try
be able
that.
to talk. Yeah.
Okay, so let me go mute, and you guys keep talking, and I'll be back.
All right. Oh,
But yeah.
hey, Brandon, check this
Yeah.
out. Tankers is the way to go. If you want to
Right.
stay in the loader
Right.
realm, tankers is what's happening, man. I mean, for the truckers and the loaders, because
Right.
I went to before I got to the company I'm with now, or after I got laid off from Safety Clean, I went to
Right.
this company called Priority, and man, I tell you what, we had to load all kinds of boxes. I feel you on the loaded because I had to load and drive. And then the thing was,
That's wild.
they didn't count the loading time as work time like they do on the tankers. Like right now, if I go to work and I load my truck with the tank, that's counted as work time. I get 14 hours total, so
Right.
I can only drive 10 hours. But within that 14 hours, but that gives me an additional 3 hours to do any kind of work, loading, unloading, and all that. But when I worked for short time, I worked for Priority, I had to load for 4 hours before I even went out and worked for another 14 hours. They didn't care, and I was and at this point I was living in Gary, Indiana, and I was driving all the way to it was the driveway. I forget Villa Park. It's a north suburb of Chicago, way past Des Plaines, way past O'Hare. So I had to load the truck in the morning, and if you miss one thing, it's like if there's supposed to be 2,000 items on the truck and there's only 1,999, you gotta take everything off. Oh, that sucks.
No way.
Yeah,
No
or
way.
if you find it,
God.
yeah, and you have everything from a big giant box to a box the size of a shoebox, or half the size of it, and they're all count, but
That's how it was
I
loading exactly.
yes, exactly. Oh, I hate that job. Oh, I hate it. I don't blame
the worst.
you.
But then having to drive too, like, how is that? Like, that's wild. That's like, to me, that's like more than I could even imagine.
Well, driving and then unloading is
that's awful.
That's why I say tankers is the shit. Tankers is what's happening.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you the worst thing that ever happened to me with this was a tankers because one time when I was a diesel mechanic, I was moonlighting as a truck driver. I was doing my diesel mechanic was my main job, but then I had this little gig that I was doing on the weekends. But they had the truck already loaded for me, and I had to pick up an empty truck and I had to back it to the dock, and then the loaders would load it. Then I'll go take it back to the yard, and then that would just be my day. So I made just a couple extra bucks, but on my driver's license at the time, it said I weighed 250 pounds, right? So that was because I carried it well. I looked good at the time. So let me tell you how I found out I was really 350. I pulled up. I went to this stop. I think it was Johnson & Johnson or one of them. I pulled up to this scale in Wisconsin, and the procedure was you pull on the scale, the light's red, got to sit there till it turns green, and then you could go back to your dock. So I pulled up on the scale, the light was red. Well, the security guard was asleep. I mean, he was out like a light. I got out of my truck, and then I walked back to the security booth, and he's like, oh, sorry. So then he weighed my truck while I was standing there with him, and so I got back in my truck. I went back. It was empty, So then, or was it empty? Yeah. So then they went back and they loaded the truck, and when I went and pulled the truck back on the scale, they said, "Hey, you got an extra 350 pounds of stuff in your truck. Like, you trying to smuggle something out of here or what?" I said, "No." You know what I'm saying? And so that I had to go take them back take the truck back so that I could take everything off the truck and then put
No
everything
fucking
back
way.
on the truck. But then I said, wait a minute. I said, now you weighed me with me sitting in the truck coming back, but when I came in, I was out of the truck. He goes, how much do you weigh? I said 250. And he said, well, you're 350 over, so that still leaves about 100 pounds.
Right.
so,
So they were wondering what's going on at
right,
this point.
right. So I said, let me go stand on the scale. We'll do a subtraction. So I went to the scale. I went, just me and the truck. I pulled my truck off the truck scale, and I went and walked into the truck scale, and then looked up at there, and it said 350. I said, well, I'll be damn.
Wow.
No,
Big old
we're
boy.
talking about before you went on the treadmill in the swimming pool and then went on diuretics. Have you mentioned the fact that you were on diuretics and this helped you lose your weight?
No, I was, I told you that, but I wasn't telling everybody that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, God.
That's okay. That's okay. But you know what? One thing I do want to tell everybody is that cardio inside the water, aquatics, I love it. That's what I've been doing. That's what's been saving my life. And I still have a goal. Before all this cancer and everything happened, I had a goal, and I still have a goal. And my goal is to get my personal trainer's license. But right now, as we speak, Douglas, I'm actually teaching a class at Beyond Aquatics in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I'm teaching a class there for cardio, and it's a straight up Marine Corps hardcore workout. I'm telling you, we run in place, we do side straddle hops, we do all this under the water, froggy jumps, ski machine, and we got some tools that we work with, some noodles, some hydroplanes where you put your fist inside these big giant hydroplanes that we have that have resistance, and then you just punch.
Oh, I remember those. Yeah.
It builds your endurance, and it cuts your arms up real good, makes you look toned, nice and toned. So
I would say aquarobics is like the best of the best.
Yes,
because you don't get as much damage to the body, and you get like you said, more resistance.
It's so true. It is so true. Both of you gentlemen keep up with this. I'll be back in another 5 minutes or 4 minutes, and I thank you for your patience. And yes, keep going, and be right back to check in. Thank you.
All right.
But yeah, I had to do the same thing when I was younger. Like I gained a lot of weight, and like my family was upset, and they didn't know what to do, so I just did that. And it works. It was fun because you just go in a pool and you just do the routines, and that's tight. I'm glad you're teaching that stuff. That stuff's fun.
Yeah. Well, see, the way I started doing it, because when I was last year I was out of work for 3 months. When I was in the hospital, and during that first week when I got out the hospital, because I was like real bloated up, and I got so bad that I couldn't even bend my legs. It's like I already have arthritis in my knees, and now it's all bloated up and everything. So I didn't know what was the matter with me. So I went to the pool because I knew the pool was there, and I knew the guy who owned it, because when I first came to Tennessee and he first opened up, I went there and told him how impressed I was with the place. He had an underwater treadmill, which I'd never heard of before. You know what I'm saying? And
I've never seen one of those.
Yeah,
is it electric or is it kind of like a roller?
It is electric.
Wow, that's kind of cool.
It is very cool. It is very cool. It is the bomb. Let me tell you. You know what I'm saying? If you can look it up, and if you can find some place that has it, it'll be worth just doing 30 minutes on one just so you can see.
It's worth checking it out. Hell yeah. There may be one near me, actually.
Yeah. So but then it's very expensive. The treadmill part is, you know what I'm saying? Do the treadmill. So, well, anyway, after years of not going there just because of the price, I went back when I was out of work, and he said, "Look, you're a veteran, and I don't want price to be I don't want price to be an obstacle of you getting here." So, for one, he has a 10% discount for veterans. So, I took advantage of that. But then one day he came to me, because I told him, if you ever need my help, let me know. But he knew that my schedule was so hectic. that I'm kind of all over the place with my schedule and everything I got going on. That he said, well, if somebody volunteers for me, I need to know that they have a schedule that they can be reliable, on a certain day, at least one day a week. So one day he came to me, he goes, Derek, remember when you said, you do anything for me? I said, yeah. He goes, I need your help. He goes, I got to do something with my daughter, and there's nobody else here. Could you stay here and shut the place down? And when we close and close the place, I said yes. Yeah, so he showed me how to do it, and then I started volunteering, and he ended up giving me another 10% discount on top of that for volunteering. But then he eventually just cut my bill and said, you know what, you're so helpful in everything you do around here. You're a veteran, and I volunteer there every Saturday now. I go there on Saturdays.
Oh, nice.
So that's what I do on my Saturdays. I volunteer over there. Now I teach a class at 10 a.m. on Saturdays, and then I kind of got an hour free, and then then from noon to close, which is only about 6 o'clock, I just sit and I learn the QuickBooks and the Drive. They got different programs that they got to, people. I learned how to take people's payments and all that stuff, and then I got to clean. I got to check the pool chemicals. I'm just basically employed there, but I'm volunteering because he has a charity called VARF, Veterans Aquatic Rehabilitation Fund. And with the Veterans Aquatic Rehabilitation Fund, just like he told me, he goes, I don't want a price to be an obstacle between you and your good health. Right. You know what I'm saying? Or you or any other veteran. So if there's a veteran that, because most of the veterans that live around there that are, the affluent ones, they just pay, but we got a couple of veterans that can't pay, you know what I'm saying, or can't pay full price, or, so they come and it's a charity that helps out the veterans. The VA works out in that pool. Then we have like a therapy company, Star Therapy, comes and works out because there's actually two pools in there. Then there's still one treadmill left, and then if there's a birthday party in one pool, which we usually have on the weekends, we'll still have a class. We got swim lessons, mommy and me. We got a couple cute little 19-year-old girls working there. They like to give the swim lessons to the children and the mommy and me classes, and it's an awesome little place.
That sounds like a setup. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it, but he's got me in there. So I'm gonna get my personal trainer's license just so I can all the more help out anyone that comes there with personal training or whatnot. But that's pretty much what I do in my spare time now. I spend it in the pool.
Right. And so let's try and normalize myself. I'm the person who needs more normalization here than anyone at the moment. Let's do that by, I don't know if you had a chance to cover this while I was gone, but it doesn't sound like it. How did you come across the diagnoses that you have now with your cancer, so we can put your cancer in context with everyone so that they have a better grasp of where to envision what they're praying about, what to envision. I think I've already told people that you have it in your tonsils, essentially. And what we're dealing with is a kind of cancer that is likely discovered in the third or fourth stage, but they've not yet reached that diagnosis. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I would like to emphasize is that I do have good news in general, is that the cancer death rate in the United States saw the largest one-year drop from 2016 through 2017, according to new data from the American Cancer Society. It's also the 26th year in a row that cancer deaths have declined. A large part of the trend is due to a sharp drop in deaths from lung cancer, the leading cause of cancer deaths in these United States. And while reduced smoking rates obviously contribute to that, the study that I'm sourcing also cites better and more effective treatment options. In fact, researchers have concluded that the decline in death rate has actually come from four major cancers: lung, breast, prostate, and colorectal. And this shows how far the medical field has progressed in treating the disease. Now, Mr. Talley has a cancer that it's a bit more rare than that, but it's common enough. And ironically enough, if he were a really bad boy as a trucker and just fucking every waitress along the way, then, which, by the way, truckers used to be able to do back in the old days without even so much as batting an eye. It's a lot more difficult these days, of course. They don't have the same kind of truck stop arrangements that they used to have. But since he was more or less behaved, he didn't have the human papilloma virus, which I'm sure I'm mispronouncing. It's a very difficult word to grasp, but the HPV enables tonsil cancers to be caught almost as they start, because the person's being monitored for HPV anyway. So HPV sufferers actually have a higher survival rate for tonsil cancers. But whatever the survival ratios are, the important thing to remember is that there are statistics, and then there is the reality of each individual case. And in terms of Mr. Talley's individual case, he has something that is very important, very decisive to survivability, which is he has a very good structural support system. He has a very good support infrastructure in terms of both his father, who fortunately is still with us, and his son and other family members. And that in itself helps immensely. So the otolaryngological cancer, the oropharyngeal cancer, is something that he'll explain to us a little more about in terms of how he became aware of it. He knew something was up, and he knew something was wrong. And so if you'll share that with us to give people a little bit of a context for what you've been experiencing, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Well, it started December 2nd. My job sent me to Illinois for 2.5 weeks and a special assignment, because I'm normally just a local driver here in the Nashville area. But my job had a special assignment going back and forth from Hartford, Illinois to LaPorte, Indiana, and just going back and forth, which is a gravy job, you know. And I did it the first week, and after driving so many hours, I have to take a 34-hour break. And in my first 34-hour break, I felt fine. And then coming off of my 34-hour break, I felt irritated on the left side of my face. I didn't know whether it was a toothache or ear infection or tooth infection or what. So I ended up working, the whole rest of the week. And when it was time to take my second 34-hour break, I made sure I landed in Illinois, Chicago area, because that's where I'm from and I know the area. So I took my 34-hour break at the Holiday Inn over there in Matson, Illinois. And I took an Uber over to the Franciscan Hospital over there in Olympia Fields. It's only 4 miles away. Well, I was thinking that, okay, I'm on my 34-hour break. I'll just take an Uber to the hospital. They'll give me some antibiotics. I'll take an Uber back and I'll be on my way. It didn't work out like that. They said, well, we're looking at this. We're going to have to do a CAT scan to see what's the matter with this. So they did a CAT scan, and I ended up sitting there for another 6 or 8 hours. And they came back and they said, well, we have a bad news. Not only does it look like you have cancer, but your lymph node is swollen up so big that it's pushing up against a vein that's taking blood to your brain, and we're afraid that you might have, it might force you to get a stroke, and they were scared about that. They were asking me, do I know what year it is? Do I know where I'm at? Do I know who the president is? And I said, I'm fine, really. I said, I just need to go back to my hotel room. And, they can't keep you at the hospital, but they said, we advise you to not go back because we've already called for transportation to take you to Rush University Medical on the west side of Chicago. So I went with it. When I got to Rush University Medical, they were saying, well, yeah, it looks like cancer, but we can't do anything. We're going to do a biopsy and do this. But I told them my predicament. I said, are you guys going to do the biopsy today? They said, no, we can't do it till Monday. I said, well, it's like Friday night right now, going into Saturday. Right now, the predicament I'm in is I'm paying for a hotel room, and I got a loaded oxygen truck sitting over there at the hotel. It's not, this isn't working out for me. They said, well, we don't know if you should drive. So then I had to call my boss and tell him, and he was going to have to try to find somebody to pick up the truck and take the truck into a yard where it was safe, where it's not just sitting out at in the open at the hotel, which would be fine if I was there at the hotel, but just to be sitting there for a couple of days, it's not good. So I finally talked the hotel into letting me go. So they got me a cab back to my hotel, and I with the promise that I would immediately go back to Tennessee and go to the hospital and get it, checked out. So I finished up my week there, and then right before that snowstorm hit, I had to take the trailer back to the plant that we borrowed the trailer from, and then take it on back down to Tennessee. And I had one more day to work, so I worked that day. And when I was on my weekend, since I had a little extended weekend, I went to the hospital down there in Tennessee, and they said the same thing. They said it looks like cancer. They took a biopsy, and then I got a call December 21st, and they said, well, we got bad news. It's cancer. And I said, well, who would have thunk? How could it be cancer to where I went down to Illinois and 1 week I was perfectly fine, and then the next week I had it. It's like almost like I caught a cold. Like 1 week I had it, 1 week I didn't, so it didn't make any sense to me. But they said the type of cancer it is, it's called squamous cell carcinoma. So when I went to my appointment Monday of this week, the doctor put a scope and everything, had to go through my nostrils, and he did a real good thorough check to see where the cancer started, and he told me that the cancer started in my tonsils, and that as long as the cancer was in my tonsils, there was no symptoms. So there's no telling how long I could have had the cancer in my tonsils, because I had no symptoms whatsoever. It wasn't until it spread to my face and my neck that all of a sudden I have the symptoms.
Right, and I want to commend you on having the shall we say, the optimism that you do. Everything that Mr. Talley has been describing manifests his hope for the future, which is so important. There is nothing you need more than that to carry you through this challenge. And definitely, I believe that we will have you back on here, again, after the treatment is over, but certainly many times before the treatment begins. We don't know exactly, I believe, when the treatment is going to begin, because we have to take things basically a day at a time. On Tuesday, the day after tomorrow, is when Mr. Talley will be seeing his dentist. If any teeth get extracted, then the treatment will have to wait for at least a week after that, I believe. And after that, then chemotherapy will begin. There will, of course, be several aspects to this that will leave Mr. Talley fairly weak. He will eventually, after months of this, at least temporarily, or more than likely, lose his voice for a bit of time, at least, and will lose his sense of taste for a bit of time. And what was in the worst case scenario, of course, if it has gone into his tongue, they may have to remove his tongue, in which case he will lose his sense of taste permanently, as well as his ability to speak. That's one of the reasons why I'm bringing him on as the next several weeks progress, to as long as he feels comfortable coming on, for as long as he can stand into his treatment and is able to speak. I want him on for at least the opening part of the show whenever he can, and I believe that this is something that will help keep his voice while he's able to speak on record permanently, and it will also give a record of his background and who he is, and give him a chance to express some things that he's always wanted to express, in the event that he's never able to express himself again in the same manner again in the future. So it's a bit of an insurance policy that we're carrying out for Derek Talley, because I do feel so bonded to Derek, and he and I have bonded over our service and our and just the fact that we understand what it's like to be minorities, and the fact that we've gone through a lot of medical issues that we both contended with in our own fashion. And so Derek Talley obviously otherwise is very healthy overall, and that's the another factor that should be in his favor. Could you tell us a bit about what you know about what they're preparing you for in terms of the potential for voice loss, taste loss, at least transitionally? Tell us a bit about what arc of treatment, the itinerary for treatment, has been outlined to you, so that people have an idea of what you're going to be going through.
Well, they originally told me that it was only going to be 9 weeks of just radiation. But now that we see that it actually spread from my tonsils to my neck and my face, and and I can feel the pain going all the way down to my shoulder. The doctor says, for one, I'm going to have to do a PET scan to see where everything has spread to. But it's going to be a mixture of radiation and chemo, and I don't even know if it's going to be 9 weeks or more now, but it's going to be, I'm going to have to do both. I'm going to have to do a mixture of radiation and chemotherapy, and I'll find out more on Tuesday about where it spread, and if they can't have any open wounds, so that's why if they do have to extract any teeth, well, it's going to be more than a week. It's going to probably be a couple of weeks. And hopefully during that time, it doesn't spread. I have an uncle that died of brain cancer. And, so I'm just hoping that, it doesn't spread. Because it's too close for comfort to my brain,
Mm-hmm.
So,
well,
I want to get this treated as soon as possible.
Well, just to give you some comfort in that area, first off, of course, we've got that wonderful anonymous young lady in the private messages saying, God bless Derek, and prayers. We've got Veronica Reina Pereira, the wonderful lady who gives us a heart, and she's a wonderful human being, and I'm so happy to see her back, as well as Michael Lemke. Hello to he says, I love it when I hear the truth. And Sarah Shields, of course, says, yes, Michael, those who have a conscience do. And so we have 32 people at least watching now. We're heading back up towards the numbers that we lost during the period of time that my modem was taken out. People can review it later to hear that horror story, and of course that was just, with every intention, it was maddening, and no describing how maddening it was. But with that in mind, when it comes to what my father had, he also had squamous cell cancer. Now, what makes this interesting is, of course, it brings two things to our attention. First off, no matter what your skin coloration, whether you are black or white, no matter how much melanin you have in your epidermis, which is your skin cover, not your color, but your cover, your skin cover, basically your skin that covers your entire body is your largest organ, for what that's worth. So if you're into size, your skin is your largest organ. And so it has melanin, which changes the coloration of the skin, and it be an absolute biological fact that black African descended people, or black Africans, have a higher degree of solar radiation. That's obvious, because that's why they evolved a larger dose of melanin manifesting itself. However, black people can get skin cancer, and that's essentially what squamous cell is. Squamous cell is basically skin cancer. In the old days, before the nuclear tests, and had a long discussion about this with Stephen Slingloff. So a shout out to he. Hope he's doing well. And he had a question about radiation and his skepticism about the lethal effects of radiation, and I had to explain to him that there's a reason that radiation is harmful, and for what reason we don't understand yet, there are people who seem to tolerate radiation much better than others. Now, we know that this is true due to age. People at different ages have a higher radiation tolerance. We know that this is due to race. People of different races have higher radiation tolerances. And then there are people who seem almost immune to radiation, and they get exposed to large doses of radiation and still walk as if nothing had happened. And then there are those who are extremely sensitive to it. So with that in mind, it used to be in the days before nuclear testing, above ground nuclear testing, and then until it had the moratorium put an end to the majority of nuclear testing. That period of time was so pervasive. It was so, you had all of everybody on Earth who could sling in bombs in this kind of frenzy to show who had the bigger bomb, to the point where it was the functional equivalent of an all-out nuclear war. And with all of the incredible amount of nuclear bombs that went off above ground, it goes to disprove one fantasy, the fallacy of nuclear winter. There is no way that humanity could ever produce enough bombs to equal a few really strong volcanoes in terms of output. There's no way humans could artificially create a nuclear winter. We know that now. So nuclear winter is a fantasy. It's a fallacy. At the same time, we managed to start giving everybody cancers. And until that period of time, prior 1945 on, when people started getting cancers, the only type of cancers that manifested before then were generally, almost universally, only to be found in white men who were traveling all over the world. Colonialists on safari who were going deep into the tropics, people like my father who was a sailor who went beneath the equator, south of the equator constantly. These kinds of sailors and safari men were white and exposed to the sun constantly, and ultimately developed very aggressive cases of squamous cell cancer. They would often die from it. My father, being a sailor and exposed to the sun constantly along the equinoctial lines, the crossing of the equator and back, numberless times during his career, he wound up with one of the most aggressive cases of squamous cell cancer that the doctor had encountered, who was surgically operating on it. It was in his scalp, and it was going into his brain. So a part of his skull literally had to be removed. But he came out of it with flying colors. He healed, and ultimately it was as if he never had it. So hopefully we don't even need to get to the point of surgery with Mr. Talley. But he has basically a kind of skin cancer, a manifestation thereof that has happened inside of his tonsils. And it could be from exposure to the sun or industrial elements. It could be from the radiation thrown about by the bombs, like so many people had been exposed to. We've all been exposed to. So whatever the cause, I have every confidence he'll come out of this as well as he can. And one of the things helping him is his good infrastructure of support, and the other is his optimistic outlook. The fact that he knows he has an even larger extended electronic family among us will help immensely. And with that, of course, I would like you to kind of tell us a bit about... is that Brendan coughing, or is that Derek? Is that...
No, it's not me.
Oh, okay, it's Brendan then. So hopefully he's okay, because I certainly need him later on in the night. With that in mind, I definitely want you to continue to come on as often as you can. Now, do Wednesdays also look good for you, as well as Sundays every once in a while? Or how does Wednesdays and Sundays, the nights I transmit, how do those nights look for you in terms of schedule in general? Do they look available for you to come on for at least a few minutes, kind of like a correspondent, and keep us updated on various things? I mean, I'm not dismissing you right now. We're going to continue talking, but I just want to know, in terms of schedule, how does your schedule generally look?
Sundays are perfect, but right now while I'm working, I can't do Wednesdays. But what I do, what I'm driving, and whenever I'm able to have a signal, I always tune in when I'm driving on Wednesdays, and that's why you'll see me randomly post the Douglas Dietrich website. And you'll see me randomly post it because if I'm driving, I can't touch my phone at all. But if I get to my stop, and then I'll check in, I back to my tank and everything, and then I say, okay, well, I'm listening to Douglas Dietrich. Before I jump out the truck, let me post the Douglas Dietrich website so people can click on it, and then I'll post it. Then I'll get out my truck and hook up my hoses and everything, and so a lot of times you'll see me sporadically and periodically on Wednesdays, even though I'm listening. I won't be able to talk or do nothing on Wednesdays. I usually come through and listen when I can, and then post something when I can, or I'll tell you where I'm at, But on Sundays, I'm open.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful, wonderful. So we'll try and bring you back on. Let's just say this as a general rule of thumb. Let's bring you back on every Sunday to at least talk during the opening hour. And right now, what I want to do is, while it comes to mind, I want to give you an opportunity to relate the story of how you met that Marine Corps veteran who could have given you a number of legal issues because of your driving. He could have given you some problems. And
the
tell us
Officer
about
Ehrich
that.
Lee. Yes, Officer Ehrich Lee. I mean, this is one of the most stand-up officers who I ever met. I just want to give a little tribute to a Marine Corps veteran, Chicago police officer that I met, and this was back in 1998. And I was working the night shift at the Chicago Tribune as a mechanic, and I was living in Inglewood at the time. And I don't know why I chose to take a different way home. It may have been construction. I don't know. But I lived on 63rd and Carpenter, the very street to where the officer got killed. But so I was coming up. I took 59th Street to Carpenter, which is a one-way street. And then I was coming up on 61st, I believe, which is also another one-way street going in the going east. I was going south, so this is one-way street going east. So I came to a complete stop, and I seen that police car coming, but I don't know why. In my mind, I was thinking it was a four-way stop, but it couldn't have been a four-way stop because it's only one way going this one south and one way going east. So it wasn't a one-way stop, and there was only one stop sign. So I came to a complete stop, and then I punched it. You know what I'm saying? Thinking that the police officer that was going to come to his stop on his stop sign. Turned out he didn't have a stop sign. He just like, what the, what I'm saying? Then he turned that whoop, whoop to hit them lights on me. And I said, oh shit. So he pulled me over. And then I pulled over and I was real apologetic. Like, oh no. So he looked at me. Then he walked up and down. And back in this day, the police officers would check to see if you had your front license plate because there was too many people stealing back license plates off a car. So he looked at me, then he walked to the front of my car, looked at my front license plate, and he seen that I had the United States Marine Corps. I was real gung ho at the time. United States Marine Corps license plate, the outer shield there. So he comes up to my window and he goes, "Marines, huh?" I said, yes, sir. So then that's when he let me know that he was a Marine because he put on his drill instructor voice and said, where'd you get your license, Marines? Out of a Cracker Jack box? And so you had to been there. It was funny,
Mm-hmm.
when he said it. It's like he had that Lee Army. Like, this was a black guy,
Right.
but he sounded just, if you were to hear him, he sounded just like Lee Army. Like, where'd you get your license, Marines? Out of a Cracker Jack box? I said, no, sir. So, but he immediately went into, where were you stationed and what was your MOS? And we were talking and, we were just shooting the shit for a little bit. And then he gave me my license back and he said, so, this is a one way this way and one way that way. So it's not a four-way stop. You got to stop and wait. I said, yes, sir, officer. He goes, okay, be careful next time. Simplify. I said, hoorah, simplify. He gave me my license back, never ran my license, never ran my plate, never checked my insurance. He just told me to, have a nice day. Be careful next time. So, I went and I told my wife about him because he kind of reminded me of my father-in-law, who's also a Marine. You know, the way he, he gets into that drill instructor mode.
Yes.
You know, these private jokers, like,
Yes. Oh,
yeah,
yeah. A lot of them
yeah,
can never get out of it. A lot of them are there forever. I mean, that's
right.
their mode. I mean,
But
that's
this guy is fun because, when you read stuff about him, you always read that he's funny. You
right.
know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But anyway, it had to have been like 2 weeks later after that encounter. There was a bunch of police cars around the house, up and down the street, all up and down 63rd. I mean, they were just swarming in. And see, I worked the night shift, and so this had woke me up before it was time for me to go to work. And they actually they had a whole bunch of the neighborhood off in yellow tape. Like, I'm thinking, how am I going to get to work if I have to drive off to work with all this stuff on the but I watched the news right before I went to work, and they said officer had got killed, and then they showed his face and said Officer Ehrich Lee, and I said, no, not, I said, they killed my Marine. I told my wife about the incident. So I had to tell her again, hey, they killed my Marine, the officer. And see, up until that point, I never even knew that his name was Ehrich Lee. I just knew him as that cool police officer, from the Racine station.
Right.
So, and they said he had a 4-year-old daughter, and they said that he had been on the force for a while, and that my son was actually 1 year old at the time. So I just felt so bad for his
family
daughter. He was one of the good ones, and so I was just hoping that this story could get out so that his family could hear one more good story about him, about how he was a good guy, and one of the good ones that really cared about the neighborhood and the people in the neighborhood, because we had a lot of problems with police in Inglewood back in that day, still do really, but that Inglewood is when Chicago is the murder capital of the U.S. It's usually Inglewood that's the murder capital of Chicago.
Holy shit!
So we ended up getting out of that neighborhood because back to back, between the killing of Officer Ehrich Lee, another thing that happened in 1998 was the death of little Ryan Harris, little 8-year-old Ryan Harris. And she was in 5th grade at the time, honor roll student. And, they tried to say it was a 7 and an 8-year-old that did the killing. Turns out it was a 36-year-old that had some kind of ties to the Franklin cover up in Omaha, Nebraska, which took me back to that once I read the Franklin cover up. Right. And they brought up the little Ryan Harris case, but that Ryan Harris case and the death of Officer Ehrich Lee is what made me and my wife say, okay, it's time to get out of Inglewood.
Right.
So we moved over to the Pullman district, so in the hundreds over there, 109th in Indiana, before eventually moving to Gary, Indiana.
Right.
So.
Yes, I appreciate that relaying that story, and just so that people have some context of some of the visual cues that Derek is talking about when he speaks about his license plate. I'm going to assume, of course, that what he had was the eagle, globe, and anchor, and so the eagle, globe, and anchor is the standard Marine Corps symbol that, of course, is almost universally the recognition symbol, the immediate recognition symbol. Of course, just because someone has that doesn't mean they were in the Marines. It could be a relation, or it could be someone who supports a relation in the Marine Corps. But more often than not, it's only the people who have been in the Corps that are displaying that symbol more often than not. And it's one of those things that I myself of course, am very ambivalent about for reasons that is obvious to everyone. And that's what brings us back down to the more gravitas or serious, the downer aspects of tonight's transmission, which is why I'm so happy to hear about the positive. And that's the element that makes Derek Talley such a threat. Derek Talley is a threat because he is obviously got several factors that basically trigger the enemy. And they trigger the enemy in the sense that you've gotten a taste of tonight. You've gotten the taste of the fact that Derek Talley is very religious. He's a man of faith. You've gotten the taste of the fact that Derek Talley was in the Marines. That's one thing. Normally, to put it bluntly, that doesn't mean all that much. What means so much more is that Derek Talley wasn't just in the Marines. He came from a military family. So in other words, Derek Talley essentially grew up in the military system. So Derek Talley has an understanding of the military beyond even your average asshole who signs up for a hitch and just does this and gets out and winds up the rest of his life crying about how fucked up he is. Derek Talley went on to professionally reintegrate himself. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have him outline just a little bit, as much as he feels comfortable with, about his training, because I would dare say he's probably the most extensively trained person in Linde, which I believe is your trucking company. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh shit, did we just lose him?
I'm back.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, my dad was calling at the same time, so I'll call him back. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, dude, is he listening? Do say hello.
No.
Oh, hello, Dad. Is he listening?
No. I'll call him right. I'll call him right back.
Sure.
Did
you not tell your family you would be on? I thought you'd have them listening at the listening tonight for so they could hear you talk on bandwidth. Are they? I'm surprised they're not listening. So
I was gonna send them the link. Yeah, so everybody can hear. Yeah, but I told my son that I'm on. So yeah, I didn't send links to anybody else, but except for just I put it on my Facebook. But
well, do you need to speak to your family? Your father's not suffering any emergency, I would assume.
Oh no. He's just checking on me. Everybody's checking on me, making sure I'm doing good.
Oh, okay. So let him know you'll be back with him, and that we are speaking of him. So maybe his ears are burning, because I was bringing up the fact that were you able to hear what I was saying while before you had to take your father's call? Were you able to hear what I was saying? Do you know what I was saying?
Yeah. How I come from a military family.
Yes. And I would dare say you're one of the highest trained persons, if not the highest trained person, in your trucking company, which I believe is Linde, is it not? LINDE?
Right. Well, see, we were bought out, and we had to change our name in March to Messer, MESSER. So I still work for the same company, which was Linde. Linde's the company that hired me, but we are now Messer, MESSER.
Right. And let everyone know, Linde is one of the big names in trucking. And unfortunately, now that they're bought out, there's a bit of history that's died. But they are that they were essentially, they've been around like one of the establishment names in trucking. And let people know about your training and how valued you are as a person in the trucking industry, in that company. So please go on.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm trained. I'm qualified to haul liquid hydrogen as well as CO2, and on top of the three main gases, the basic air gases that I haul at my particular branch, which is oxygen, nitrogen, and then we have crude argon. So I can haul, argon, crude argon, oxygen, nitrogen, and basically just a regular truck driver at that plant, which is, none of us are regular. We're all highly trained, but just to work there, all you have to do is just to learn how to haul the oxygen, the nitrogen, the argon, and then that's it. You do that, drive local. Well, I'm what's called a flex driver, and I'm on what's called a sort team, which means whenever another company or another branch from another city or state needs our help, I'll volunteer, and then I'm not only can I volunteer to go to other plants that haul what we haul at our plant, I can also go to other plants that haul CO2 or plants that haul hydrogen.
Hmm. Yes. Now, this is very important because I want people to understand that trucking is the national security crisis you never noticed. Everything from food to oil depends on underpaid and overworked drivers. So basically, we have Derek Talley as a living example of that, and it's something that I think is a factor that adds to his threat projection levels in terms of his affiliation with myself. Whenever it comes to my getting knocked off the air, knocked off bandwidth, then what we're talking about is something's going on that obviously is something that the cult of the Kings of Edom, the cult of the anti-gods, the Aquino network does not want you to hear. And when I speak of Michael Aquino, of course, he was so he was so integrated into so many agencies, whether it's the National Security Agency or the branches of service of the U.S. military. The fact that he wrote the chaplain's handbook for all branches of service, and therefore he was recognized as essentially the chaplain of all services, and therefore had access to Air Force bases, which he was cited on, which I've had witnesses attest to on my program in the past. This goes to show that his influence extends far beyond whatever it should have been by any normal concept of rank. And with someone who's that familiar with my interactions with the world, then what we have are the many factors that lead into what gets people to take myself seriously, to accept what I say. And in this sense, probably, despite the fact that he may seem essentially like a normal working man, Derek Talley is one of the most threatening figures that I've ever been graced with, blessed with, to have appear with me on bandwidth and on record. And the reason for that is to try and sum this up for people and put it together in a manner that they can understand, because nothing that I say can be denied, because everything I say can be vetted, can be verified, can be researched independently, and proven to be true. The only way that they can attack me or attack my message is to assassinate my character. Now, because their assassination of my character has basically failed and is essentially withering to the point where now they're desperate and they're searching for various little nuances, just almost inanities, insipid trivialities that I'll bring up when I bring Brendan back on, because it's important to deconstruct these things and put them in perspective. The only thing that they have that still hits your average white male, who unfortunately, these are the people that run our world, and this is part of what Derek Talley was alluding to when he was talking about the police problems in Inglewood, is that we had many police in many major cities, Inglewood predominant among them, who were white law enforcement officers, many of them with military background, who were not interfacing or interacting with the community other than hostilely, almost as if they were an occupying army. And that's why when Derek Talley talks about one of the good ones, when he talks about Officer Lee and the tragedy of his death, then it hurts all the more because you have an officer of color who is now no longer able to interface with the community in the sense of a peer, in the sense of someone who understands the dynamics of the community that Officer Lee did. And with Officer Lee's passing, his being killed upon the streets could very well, of course, been his intensive interaction with the community, his exposing himself on the front lines, more so than a normal policeman would have. By that I mean a white officer. Or it could have been, and this is always there, the potential for this, a kind of a murder in the sense where the officers, in a sense, put him on point, where he was put in a position of vulnerability and was not provided backup. And ultimately, in that sense, almost taken out by his fellow white officers as someone who might have been considered too much of a native, too much of a person who's friendly with, quote unquote, the enemy, which is how many white officers treat black communities. So, with this kind of experience that Derek Talley is relating, however politely and in the most, I would say, almost lighthearted manner. At the same time, the seriousness is there, the sense of loss, the fact that he wants to reach out to the family. The fact remains that Derek Talley, as an African American, knows what it's like. He's been stopped and frisked, which is when I was speaking about Bloomberg. He knew what I was talking about from a personal level of what an asshole Bloomberg was when he had the stop and frisk rule enforced throughout New York City. Now, I don't even know if you were even in New York City when you were stopped and frisked, or was this just all over the United States in particular cities? Tell us a bit about that, Derek, before I go back onto my point.
Oh, it's called random search. And again, 1998 was the marker year that because I moved to Chicago in 1993. In 1993, between 1993 and 1998, I'd been stopped on an average of 6 to 8 times a year. To where there's been times to where I'm driving down the street, a police officer is driving down the street the other way, then he flips on his lights, and then I say, "Oh, he's going after somebody." Then as soon as he passes me, jerks his wheel and does a U-turn and comes right up behind me, like. And well, I guess they're after me. I'll pull over, and then they'll tell you, well, this is just a random search. And if they say it's a random search, the first time it's always like, if you don't know what's going on and you're black and especially if you're new to Chicago, it's always like, well, I don't got nothing to hide. Well, but then you realize that these people are so dirty that you'd be better off, whether you got nothing to hide or not, not consenting to the search.
Thank you.
I've always, being young and stupid and naive, I always did, say it was very aggravating. They would pull me over on an average of 6 times a year, and it would just be a random search. And you know what? They wouldn't give me a ticket. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't give me a ticket. They would just turn my car inside out. Some officers were more polite than others. You know what I'm saying? They would put my stuff all out. They would pull out my floor mats, and if my car was messy, you know what I'm saying? Chicago's already the windy city. It gets more windy when they just pulling a whole bunch of stuff out your car and out your trunk, and then tell you to have a nice day. Then you got to sit there for 15 minutes and put everything back up in your car. So I always kept a clean car so that in the event of a search. It could be more swift, but then after 1998, in order to convict the 7 and the 8-year-old that they set up, that they said raped Ryan Harris, which that 7 and 8-year-old can't even produce semen as far as I know.
I'm so sorry. It's awful. Yes.
Yeah. Even Ryan Harris' mother, in the courtroom said those boys didn't do that. What they did was they brought in a black superintendent, Terry Hillard, and guess what? He was also a Marine, but see, he's a shitbird status because his first move was to point at the TV camera, but pointing directly at the black community and say, "You people wanted us to find out who did this to this little girl, and our good policemen did what our good policemen did, our good detective work, and now you people are chastising the cops as if the cops..." Well, guess what? They didn't do it. They set that 7 and 8-year-old up. and there was a 36-year-old who raped that little girl.
Right.
You know, so he had to come in order to let him save face from that. They said, well, you can go tell the niggers there's going to be no more random search. Because, you know, in Chicago, we didn't call it stop and frisk. We call it just random search. So he said, well, you know, he put on, Terry Hillard put on his little black power day and said, well, you know, black people's more prone to get, well, so from now on, there's going to be no more random search. And everybody was like, yay, no more random search. But you know what? It got worse. You know why? Because that's when they came up with the flickering tail light or the flickering license plate light. And they start chumping up bullshit. I got a ticket. You're not going to believe this, Douglas. I tell people this, and people still don't believe me. I got a ticket for tinted windows in a car that did not have tinted windows.
Right.
And so I went to the court and I told the judge, I said, I was like, Judge, I said, the car didn't even have tinted windows. And she looked at me and I could tell she was trying to communicate me because she said, Mr. Talley, did you take the tinted windows off of the car? And I know that, you know, she knows I didn't have tinted windows. I know I didn't have tinted windows. Those cops knew I didn't have tinted. So I think she was asking me to play the game because she was like, Mr. Talley, did you take the tinted windows off? Did you scrape them off? And she asked me that's how she asked me, like that, like
slow and deliberate. So go on, yeah.
Yes, like just say yes.
Right.
And I said, yes, Your Honor. I took them off. And she goes, okay, case dismissed. Have a good day. You know what I'm saying? Now, I could have stood there and said, well, wait a minute. They were never tinted in the first place and, you know, argue with it. But I think she was communicating to me, just say yes and I'll let you go. Because I know you have tinted windows. You know you didn't have no fucking tinted windows. They know you didn't have any fucking tinted windows. You're just clogging up my courtroom with some fucking bullshit. Right. And just say yes. That you tore them off and you could go. But I had too many of these little tail light out and this, that, and going to the Major Motors, which was, you know, little auto parts store we had at the time in Chicago, go to the AutoZone or something, and I would buy like a 35-cent bulb just so I could show the receipt to a judge, and they're not going to check to see if that bulb fits the car that I got pulled over in. It's like, did you get your headlight fixed? Your tail light fixed? Yes, Your Honor. Here's the receipt. Okay. Bailiff, look at the receipt. Yes, it's a receipt for. Okay. You can go. Have a nice day.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Yeah, but it adds up, and it's basically a form of ceaseless harassment that ultimately drives many people to a form of madness. This drives people to a form of a criminality just out of the fact that they feel that they're considered criminals anyway. It's almost one feels that you have no choice, that they're being given the time, so they may as well do the crime. You've never fallen into that rut, but it's I'm so glad you're expressing the frustrations that you experience in simply having committed the crime of being born of the wrong color and what you have to deal with. And this is compounded, of course, by your responsibilities. Because while consumers demand free delivery and companies underpay truckers, the profession itself has eroded and national security is left at risk. That's because the smooth functioning of society now depends on a shrinking core of underpaid and clearly underappreciated workers. If drivers go on strike, if they decided to do so, or if they retired en masse, entire nations would quickly run out of food and gasoline, causing social and economic crisis and leaving them dangerously vulnerable. And what's worse, there's no quick fix. 90% of the world's goods travel on ships, and when they arrive at the harbor, they have to be transported onward. Now, according to the American Trucking Associations, the ATA, 71% of all United States freight travels on highways, and railways can handle some freight, but they don't reach smaller communities nor any shops. So we need truckers. and the shortage is already having an effect. Now, according to some statistics that I've sourced, such as the DSLV, in some regions, up to 10% of trucks stand idle because there be no drivers, to the annoyance of the customers expecting these goods. And the problems don't end with impatient consumers, because the retail industry has mostly converted to a just-in-time delivery model. It relies on constant new supplies, with warehouse space emptying almost as soon as it's filled. Now, into the salvation, what they're conspiring are self-driving trucks, but not so fast, because we're relatively close to level 4 autonomy or hands-off driving for extended periods on highways. But the problem is what happens when you get off the highway into mixed traffic with pedestrians and bicycles. And self-driving vehicles also function poorly in, poor weather or any kind of unpredictable conditions, not to mention the threats of theft or vandalism. So let's just put it this way. You need truckers because they're able to defend their trucks. And even if trucks are eventually able to drive on their own, they will require a human being in the cab to handle emergencies and security issues. As I've been describing, they'll be sleeping in the same dingy conditions, spending similar time away from their families, and having to do the same heavy work of loading and unloading, or at least allowing other people to do so with their supervision, or, at least they're being able to sign off on it. And with the profession de-skilled by automation, they may not even be paid, or they will probably be paid much worse than right now. And even fewer people will want to do it. And we'll still need people to get our goods to us. Now, over the next decade, the American Trucking Association estimates our American economy will need some 90,000 new truckers each and every goddamn year. And the first step out of this looming national security crisis is wages. And of course, I'm sure that Derek Talley can speak quite a bit about that. But the reason he's such a threat is because he's obviously in a responsible position. He is highly trained. He's dealing with chemicals that in and of themselves could conceivably be used towards terrorism. So what he has is the equivalent of kind of a security clearance. And he has the military background that goes far beyond having served a hitch or trois. He's someone who comes from a military family. So when I speak of the post exchange, when I speak of the commissary, when I speak of the military base, open bases, when I speak of military dependence, which is exactly what Derek Talley was and what he grew up to be, he understands automatically, having grown up in the military, everything I'm speaking about. Now, I hear someone saying that I'm now on mute. So, holy shit, how did that happen? By the way, Derek, how much did we miss? Yeah, how much did we miss? How many minutes have we missed? Like, how many minutes was I on mute?
Just for a second. Just for a second. Just now.
Really? You're kidding? Well, like, I didn't even turn myself on mute. How did that happen? So, aside from all
that... Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, well, that's one way of describing it. So, at any rate, I do notice that...
Wait, is Derek still there?
Derek, are we still there? Let's see if he's still there. What did he say?
Yeah, I, for some reason I got knocked off, and then I seen a green button that said join call. So
shit! Wow. So we've been knocked off again. Well, they're really hitting us tonight, and
I'm gonna check the stream real quick.
Yeah, please do so. And so let me see. We've got a message here from. All right, so that's nothing. And what I want to do is I need to ascertain how much you were able to hear. So when Brendan gets back with us, let me know where I was cut off.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
It looks like you're still streaming, so it was only for a brief moment. Right before I texted you that.
Okay. And
yeah, where we got cut off is, or where I got cut off is where you were saying how my training with the chemicals that I haul is a threat, because the chemicals that I haul could be used for terrorism.
Well, yes, and what I was saying was that not that you would ever do that, but you're obviously trusted with a responsible position handling what is essentially deemed potentially a threat, elements that are considered potentially a threat if they are abused, exploited, stolen, taken advantage of by someone who has such intentions. And therefore, you have the equivalent of a kind of a security clearance, basically. You are someone who's like a security guard who has a clearance to work contracts at nuclear facilities. It's similar to that. It is something that is literally comparable. And so I want to relay to you before I go into the punchline with all of this, because they were obviously trying to stop us from getting there. Basically, Anthony Vincent says, good evening there, Derek, Talley, and Douglas Dietrich. Been listening to your listening. You will beat up and laugh at that cancer, Derek. You're giving a great show. And Sarah Shields says, yes, Derek.
Partner. That Anthony Vincent is the one who introduced me to you, Douglas. Anthony Vincent is the best stand-up truck driver that there is out there, and he's the one who introduced me to your show. So that's my old trucker partner that I used to haul hydrogen with.
Oh, God bless him. God bless him. And we have Sarah Shields agreed with him, saying, yes, Derek is a beautiful, great guy. Paul Nicholas says, you have great spirit, Derek. And Anthony Vincent, he says, believe it or not, my father was a police commander at the 7th District Police Station at 61st Racine. Of his many complaints, one of his many complaints was the fact that the city stopped hiring persons from the community. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, that's so important. And so, Anthony Vincent, God bless you, dear brother. And hopefully we may have him on with yourself, Derek, at some point in the near future. Certainly before you go into a period of time where you've got to rest your voice. And so with that, let me check another message coming in from our anonymous young lady in the private messages. She says, not mute on her end, though she could hear us all. But definitely I was on mute when I checked, exactly like our man Brendan said. So that was, it's maddening. So Sammy Romero says we're sounding clear, thank God. And so with that, here's the punchline, essentially. Because Derek Talley grew up in the military and is able to verify how the military works for military dependents, people who are who don't understand that term. It's spelled DEPENDENT. I use that term all the time. Nobody understands what the fuck I'm talking about. They think that I'm talking about Depends, the diapers for adults or something. And I shit you not, when I bring that up, people just, honestly, who have been in the quote-unquote the military, who swear up and down they've been in the military, claim I'm making something up. So, by Derek's very presence, he validates everything I say. And the reason this is such a threat is because you have a individual who is a person of color, he's highly trained, he's got a responsible position in civilian employment, one that deals with vital issues to national security, which is trucking, which I could go into in greater depth than I even did just now, and could do so on a future transmission. And particularly in terms of the chemicals he's working with. He has a background of a military family and his own military experience. He is, of course, had positive experiences with other men in the military. As a matter of fact, Officer Lee and Derek Talley were in the Marine Corps pretty much at the same time, though, of course, it's such a large institution that they never ran into each other. But that is the case, that you were both essentially in service pretty much during the same period of time. Yes?
Yes. Now, he was just getting out as I was going in, because I believe he had been on the Chicago police force for 9 years, which would have made it in 98. That would mean that he probably got out in 89, and I went in 89. So me and you were in at the same time.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct. And that, of course, brings us to this whole point that makes Derek Talley such a threat. The white supremacists and the Aquino cultists, which are essentially the same, who have been attacking myself. They gamble on only one thing, since they cannot deny anything I say, no matter what I say. All of it being vetable, verifiable, researchable independently. Then they attack my character, and the way they've been doing that is to try, initially, now they're just trying crazy nuances. Brendan and I will deconstruct and disabuse people of in Arc of Narrative tonight quite soon. But before they got to that desperate point, everything they were attacking was based on my military service, because this is how they've knocked out people in the past. They've knocked out people in the past such as John Kerry. They knocked out people in the past such as Tail Gunner Joe, the man who was responsible for what they called, quote-unquote, the Red Scare, the man who was basically chasing down the communists in American government and exposing them. They've done this when they've attacked anybody who they feel is a threat. So when it comes to somebody who is actively out there, is suddenly offering something that is a threat to the agenda of people like the Bush dynasty, which is very, very much, of course, been influenced by the same factors that influence Aquino and his network. These are people who represent essentially the same interests. What today are emerging more and more into a kind of carbonist mafia that is maintaining us on the same energy sources that are leading us towards self-destruction and mass extinction. All of this is based on an ideology of nihilism, what Derek Talley, of course, would understand as an ideology of Antichrist. This, of course, is what I've been attacking, what I've been exposing. So when they start hitting everything, then they'll hit every little thing that you don't know about if you're not military, or if you've only been in the military a short time. Because believe me, going in for a short hitch, serving 4 to 5 years, depending on which branch of service you're in, it doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean you know anything about the military. The overwhelming majority of people who go in for service like that never see action. They're operating in logistics, they're operating in cooking, they're operating in anything you can imagine. Will never see the hind end of a bullet. They come out and they act as if they're Rambo. This is what makes me sick. This is the majority of your military men are just plain doing time. They get out and they take all this credit, which they don't deserve. And what I've done, of course, in terms of fighting back, is I've alienated the majority of this kind of wannabe military men, the majority of men who are just posers. And so when someone like Derek Talley comes on, and he's obviously been there, he validates myself just by his very essence, just by being who he is. And for that reason, they're scared to death of them. They're scared to death of having his voice heard. And, of course, it makes us really wonder how he contracted his cancer. Yes, it could have been lurking there, could have just suddenly metastasized, but it could have been potentially an attack. You might say, well, he works with all those chemicals, and yet his environment's been pretty clean in the sense of his exposure to such chemicals. In terms of his bodily exposure, has probably been nil. He's probably been extraordinarily cautious with that, and has taken all the necessary precautions where he himself is not exposed to these chemicals, where he could have conceivably even contracted the cancer through some kind of industrial solvents going in through his system. So do, if you would, just kind of back up the fact that you were a military dependent, you had gone through the schooling system that was made available on various bases that you had access to as a child. You had access to the post exchange, you had access to the commissary, you had a military ID card as a military dependent before you even joined the military. This is correct, is it not?
Yes. And being that my dad was an officer, my dad's a Mustang officer. So by the time, I was a teenager, and it got to the point where I would walk, the base. I'd go visit my friends, and the MPs would pull us over and say, "What are you guys doing?" Saying, "Show us some ID." They look at my ID and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, you guys have a nice day, bye." and see my dad. You know, my dad's rank up there. You know, don't want to mess with that guy's son. You know what I'm saying? They weren't about to start jumping up stuff on me. They didn't want that battle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, my dad don't play. So, you know, but I grew up. My first job was at the commissary, bagging groceries. I started work. I'm like you. I started working at age 14.
Yes, thank you. Go on.
You know, the funny thing about it was, to this day, I am the most excellent packer of because the commissary, they move fast. You got to move fast. You got to pack. You got to use common sense. Don't pack heavy stuff on top of the eggs. You know, the eggs and the bread put all the light stuff in one and put the bread on top of the eggs. Well, anyway, the funniest part of that job was the older officers used to find them some nice, pretty young wives, so like 19 to 20-year-old wives, and I was only 14. And these pretty young wives would come to the BX, because the Air Force is called the BX. I know the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, they call it the PX, but the Air Force, they call it the BX.
That's right, base exchange instead of post exchange. So go on, yes,
right,
because it's an Air Force base. Yes, so go on, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So they would these pretty young officer wives. They would go and buy like $300 worth of groceries. I'm talking, I would have to pull like 3 carts. I mean, I got expert at pulling these carts. So then they'd park all the way on the other side of the parking lot because they have a Corvette and they don't want nobody opening their door next to their Corvette. And I have to figure out a way to put $300 worth of groceries into a 2-seater. And you know what? I did it every time. I never had to tell anybody, well, go home and come back. You know what I'm saying? Every time I said, oh, brother, you know what I'm saying? Here I am, $300 worth of groceries. And, this pretty girl in high heels who probably just barely got her driver's license because her nice husband bought her a Corvette. Now she wants me to stuff $300 worth of groceries in that Corvette, which, back at that time, $300 worth of groceries was a whole lot of bags.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But, nowadays, my wife complained, like, you went to Aldi's and spent $60 and you only came back with 2 bags? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, well, the purchasing power has gone to shit. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, that's
that's about it. That was the most funny part of my job. But that was my first job, was bagging groceries at the commissary.
Well, definitely what I would like people to understand is all of this is considered a danger to my enemies and my nemesis, Michael Aquino. The fact that this individual comes on, the fact that he's lived in my world, and this is the real military world. This is the military world, of course, where you have families that are involved with the military, and the fact that his father was a Mustang, and just so people understand that term, he uses that term and he's explained it, but at the same time, I'm not quite sure if most people get the definition of it. Simply means an officer who started off as an enlisted man. Now, a lot of people, that may not sound like a big deal. They have no understanding of how rare that is. It is the equivalent in terms of this happening. That's the equivalent that is literally statistically as rare as winning the Congressional Medal of Honor. I would dare say there are more men who have won the Congressional Medal of Honor than have gone through the ranks where they've gone from an enlisted man into a commissioned officer status. It is something that just is not allowed. Part of the problem with our military is it's the total opposite of the military fantasy of Robert Heinlein. Robert Heinlein wrote the novel Starship Troopers, and what's interesting is it's the one-of-a-kind novel which he never made part of a franchise, never had any sequels for. It's one of those things where back in the day when he was writing, people didn't even conceive of writing trilogies and creating an entire franchise out of a single theme. So in Robert Heinlein's novel Starship Troopers, he portrays a world where the military of planet Earth, the Human Citizens Federation, is one where you could only become an officer by starting off as an enlisted man. And that no other kind of officer would even deserve respect. This military fantasy, Starship Troopers, is required reading by many officers who actually ask other officers to read this book. Yet they never get the message. The last thing on earth they would want is enlisted men being able to become officers, because the officer caste is a caste system. It's a casteocracy in which the officers consider themselves the elite of the elite, and that they are a separate species from enlisted men. So, in that sense, the fact that Derek Talley's father not only did what he did, but is still alive, then I'm hoping, perhaps, and that depends on yourself, Derek, and whether or not your father would care to, I'm hoping he can come on at some point soon. Sometime before, you have to go through a period where you need to rest your voice. If that's possible, that's great. Or maybe after you recover your voice, but, preferably before. Always preparing, of course, in case for the worst and praying for the best. But you understand what I'm saying. And so do talk to your father about that and ask if he wants to come on. I would love to hear him personally relate his story. And it's something that I think everyone needs to hear, especially military men. And the fact that he did what he did, it's beyond incredible. This is an individual who literally, as far as I'm concerned, this is on a level of social pioneering that goes beyond what was conducted by, say, for instance, oh God, Brendan, help me out here. Or maybe you can help me out, Derek. The two of you gentlemen, I always forget his name. The black African-American general who's half American, half Jamaican, Colin Powell. This is actually beyond what he accomplished, even, in some regards. Colin Powell did not start off as an enlisted man. So he actually had an arc of a career that was not all that unpredictable. The fact that he was able to politicize himself and kind of get to the stage that he did is impressive. But it still doesn't compare with what your father did. So that is something that I actually had a fantasy of doing when I entered the Marine Corps myself, because I knew entering West Point would not work out because, of course, of what was suffered by Bruce Yamashita, who entered Quantico about the same time that I entered as an enlisted man. And Bruce Yamashita, as a Japanese American, was not allowed to graduate from the Marine Corps Officers Academy. And, of course, he sued the Marine Corps, and he ultimately won and vindicated himself. I'm in that kind of position, but at a far lower level of influence. Bruce Yamashita went on to become a civilian attorney. He had always intended to become a military lawyer, like a JAG, a Judge Advocate General, like the series. But he instead became a civilian attorney and sued the Marine Corps and won his recognition. But, of course, he never served in the Marine Corps, was not allowed to, because he was Japanese American. And whoever doubts this, or just look up his case, whoever doubts myself, his case is there for all to research. So in terms of what I'm contending with, Derek Talley, by his very presence, he vindicates me. He validates me. And this is why they've hit tonight really hard, to the point where they pulsed out. And it's not like a bomb electromagnetic pulse. They said something literally through the wires, which is what was concluded by Comcast. And so I have someone coming tomorrow with a new modem. In the interim, we're on a pirate modem that is not even compatible, but Xfinity made certain that they tweaked a wavelength so they could actually send a signal to keep me operating tonight. So I was able to get that done, along with getting the modem out and contacting Comcast, which took me through a telephone maze you are not going to believe. I mean, it was like trying to reach the fucking White House calling Comcast. Well, anyone who deals with Comcast knows what I'm talking about. Or you should. But imagine on a Sunday night, all right? Trying to get technical support on a Sunday. It was a nightmare, but you know that. So, Derek, I want to say goodnight to you for tonight. We're going to bring Brendan on for a little while before I go into monologue. But don't leave us. I want you to stay with us for as long as you want. You probably have to go leave and talk to your father, but at least stay on, talk to Brendan again for a few minutes. Hopefully he's with us, and then when I come back, we can have Brendan take your place, and you can talk to your father if you need to. But if you don't need to, just hang with us and participate as long as you want, and then click off, whenever you want when I start monologuing and stuff. But in the meantime, what else do you want to leave us with tonight? What's your message for tonight in particular that comes to your mind? And, cut loose with that while I look through the live dashboard. And Paul Nicholas says, we've been good. And Anthony Vincent, like I said, I want him on soon as you can bring him on too, if at all possible, if he's willing. And so take over for a minute there, Derek. Tell us what's on your mind. We got over 100 people watching right now, which means there's hundreds more. So go on.
Well, as far as my cancer goes, I can just say God's in control, and we'll just take it from there. Just take it as it goes. I got people praying for me. I do got a support system. My dad wants me to go down there to Huntsville, and see, I'm in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and I'll be getting everything set up here for the treatment up here. But my dad and my uncles, being that my dad's retired, he wants me to go down there, and then that way I'm not a burden on anyone up here, because my son works. He's a manager at AutoZone, and I would hate for him to making too many adjustments on his job just to take me back and forth. I don't know. I've never dealt with anyone who's had chemo and radiation before, so I don't know if I'll be able to drive or whether I would just have to be driven. So hopefully, if I could drive myself, that'll be fine. If not, I'm just gonna have to. I'll figure it out.
I think your father's got a good idea. I think basically he's willing to kind of take you in at least throughout the period of your treatment, and what about he doesn't have a wife, or are they separated?
Oh yeah. No. See, my mom died back in 1993 when she was the same age as what I am right now, 48. Mm-hmm. She had a heart attack, but then my dad's remarried, and his beautiful he's married to a beautiful wife, and she's very supportive too. So she's got my back. My dad's got my back, she's got my back, and I got a couple of uncles and aunts on my mother's side that are also up there in northern Alabama. That they say that there's a good, they got a good hospital system up there in Huntsville. Mm-hmm. So just like we got a good hospital system here, the only difference is I got a bunch of older family members that are retired that are up. That are in Huntsville that wouldn't mind taking me to daily treatments if I had to go every day, as opposed to my son who works every day, and I don't want to interrupt his flow, because there's 3 levels of management, and he's at the lowest one now, and he wants to move up, and I don't want to throw a monkey wrench.
No, that's understood. That's understood. Once you become a manager, that's your life. I mean, and when you get things that interrupt with that, that's you're thinking along the right track. It would probably be better for you to kind of leave him on that on that rail to success that he needs to get to, and so you would do best by moving in with your father, and obviously this is just my first instinct on this, my first intuition, so I know you're going to work it out, and the fact that you have this option, you have no idea. Well, you know how lucky you are. I mean, this is wonderful. It's ideal for anyone who's dealing with the challenge that you're dealing with, but of course the swimming pool, there's the problem. You won't have access to the same swimming pool. I take it that might change, right? I mean, you wouldn't.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, because he wanted the guy at the swimming pool. He said, "Don't worry about volunteering and don't worry about paying." He says, "I just want you up here every day in the pool." Right. You know what I'm saying? And being that I volunteer for the charity to help out veterans, now I'm going to be in that predicament to where I need the help. So he said, don't you worry about that.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? He said, as long as you're up here, you know, you could get in this pool all day.
Right.
So
Right. No, I understand. So that's a tough choice. That's a tough choice. And so, but in the meantime, let's check if our man Brendan is with us. I see his image, but that of course doesn't mean he's. There we are, Brendan.
I'm here.
So
I'm
do me a
here.
favor. I'm going to go mute intentionally this time, which we know I didn't do last time because at the same time, simultaneously, our friend Derek was knocked off while I was knocked onto mute. That they definitely pulsed again or tried another one, but apparently it didn't get all the way through on the pirate modem, but it like glitched it. And so, do me a favor and hold the fort with Derek for a period of about 5-6 minutes. I'll be back, and
Okay.
then you and I will essentially take over the show. And Derek's willing, and Derek, if he wants, can hang out and just kind of check out at his leisure. In the meantime, the two of you cover something that you feel is wherever you were at before that you feel needs some more attention. I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. But yeah, Derek, are you still there?
yep, I'm still here.
Okay, yeah. Nothing comes to mind right away, but I did know a family when I was younger. Like I was dating this chick, and her dad was like he was in the military, and they had like the military dependent cards. And when they went to the commissary, like I couldn't go with them. So that's definitely, yeah, that's definitely a real thing. Like you could be, yeah, like the children all get like a military ID card. Like I've seen those, and it allows you to get into like a bases and various things like that. That's just what that brought to mind. But I forgot what we were talking about originally.
You know, I got a question. Being that you are
Yeah.
that you know some things about classic cars.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
Let's say you won a prize, but you have your choice. You have your choice between the 1968 Bullet Mustang, like from the movie Bullet, that you know, like that,
Yeah.
or the 1967 Mustang from Gone in 60 Seconds, Eleanor. Now,
Right.
Eleanor, you know,
Wasn't that like a 70?
yeah,
though, or
Mustang
something?
Clubs of America, and a lot of people hate on
69.
Eleanor because she's not like an authentic Shelby. You know, it's like a lot
I
of
see. Yeah.
aftermarket, you know, flare up fenders and you know
Right.
things like that. And so most people say they will take the Bullet because that's an authentic Mustang as compared to
Right.
all these fender flares and you know, those fog lights in the bottom of the, you know, they said
Right.
it's a fake Shelby on the, so what's your die? Which one would you take?
Well, for me, it's like I'm like a purist, so I would take the one closest to like the factory specs. That's just my first instinct. But out of those two choices, I actually prefer the Illinois. Was it like a 70 or was it like a 69? I didn't hear what you said.
No, the Eleanor is a 67.
67, that's right. When
it's a
they changed the body
67,
style
but
slightly.
they cleared out those rims and then they put
Right.
that little hood scoop looking, you know, hood, the little hump on the hood to make it look like a scoop. And
Right.
yeah, then they, you know, after that they put the two big giant fog lights at the bottom.
Yeah,
you know,
that's right.
Yeah, but you know, I do like the look of that car too.
Right, I think that one's more of like a muscle car look, but I think if I were to have a choice, like if I were to own one, I'd take the factory specs. Just because I have like, I don't know, a bias when it comes to all cars and like not modifying them.
Yeah, you know what? I understand that. So you know what? I think I would do the same thing. You know, my dad's '67 Mustang is you know, I was telling you about that. That car is
Right.
like rare as it is. It's a straight six and 3-speed, and I can't tell you how much in danger that car was of having a 390 propped into it. He had a guy who's going to do body work to it, and
then everyone wants to modify it. That's what I was saying. Like,
and everybody says, "Hey, let us drop that 350 up in there. Put that straight six and put that 390. Put that 390 up in there. It's made for your car. It came out of a station wagon, Ford station wagon.
I know that story. Yeah, I've heard that one before. 454 or like the maximum they can get out of it.
Yeah. So I'm glad there was back, in the day there were so many options of different things that my dad was
Right.
considering that he said, "Oh, I am so glad I did not touch that car."
Right.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what I was saying. I'm glad it was
Yeah,
still in one
I'm
piece.
so glad that I didn't mess that car up. And there was one time he was going to trade it in for a pickup truck, and me and my
Oh,
brother
okay.
cried. Yeah, me and my brother cried. We said, "No,
Right.
no, please, Daddy."
That was a
We
good
said,
move. That was a good move not to do that.
yeah,
Because like you said, like it's almost like a one of a kind at this point. Because everyone switches the motor. Like the second they see it's a straight six, it's gone. It's out of there. Trying to make it like a hot rod or something.
right. But that straight six is the bomb. You can't tear that straight six up. The windshield wipers fall off before that straight six.
Absolutely. Those are one of the most reliable engines like ever made. Just any straight six. Like,
Oh my
it's
God,
like tried and true.
they're talking car. Oh, they're talking car. That's I come back and the motorheads have all taken over the bandwidth. It's oh my God. Oh well, so lovely to have Derek with us tonight. So Derek, as I said, you're welcome to kind of hang out, and if you want to come in and kind of chat, if you feel you have something that you need to say, you're welcome to burst in, so to speak, go off mute and talk, or you're welcome to kind of say goodnight in whenever you wish, and leave a goodbye in the chat or the we love you dearly, much more than I can express and do justice to. And I'm so loving of Brendan's patience with yourself and myself both tonight while we did what we
Well, I
did.
agree. I appreciate Derek and what he was saying about the Bible and his like experience with that, and just it was enjoyable. He's a really good dude, and
Yes,
I
he's
appreciate
wonderful.
everything.
Yes, thank you. And Derek, we love you dearly. And
Indeed.
yeah, the world will be a much poorer place without you. So make sure you stay here as long as you possibly can. And we'll try and take advantage of your presence to bring on your friends as well. So do talk to both your father and, of course, that wonderful individual, Mr. Anthony Vincent. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sam Alex says in the chat room, praying for you, Derek. I survived bladder cancer. Cancer is like the common cold these days. Well, kind of. Yes, it's going around, and that's for certain. It seems almost like a contagion. It's definitely it's horrific, and yet at the same time, with the statistics that I've provided, obviously treatments are improving, and you've got Derek certainly got the right attitude for it. So he will prevail with our prayers. And so, Derek, you have a wonderful night. Okay.
All right. Good night, and I'll hang around.
Wonderful. We look forward to speaking if you feel the need to. And Brendan and I will kind of take over at this point, and I'll pull both these guys out of the motor pool and just kind of take a look around again and basically bring us onto track that Brendan will appreciate or can certainly help me with, and I appreciate it. What we had was the other night, and this is what Brendan and I will put into perspective. We had a troll come into the chat room who Lena Shea and I have taken care of before. What was interesting is that this troll has used the same name in various guises or variants on the same name. He basically continually references himself as Black Wolf, at least until the latest guise. And there are many words for wolf, such as Lobo or Lupe, lupine,
Right.
as in yes, and so Leica, etc. So he uses any variant on wolf that he can, and the color black, such as Schwarzen, the German word for black, negro, as in the Portuguese word for black. So he was using everything from Schwarzen Lobo to Lupe Negro, but always it was Black Wolf. So that was his attack phase, and he was doing it from separate channels, all of them no subscriptions, no content, and he was coming in to troll in the same episode that he attacked twice. And the first time Lena blocked off one channel he was on, I blocked it off the next time he showed up. He came back on our latest episode. So the person who responded to him was J. Weisz, who will be invited to be on the lookout for that Black Wolf character, or whatever else he comes back as. This time it was almost certainly he was Tiger Ambush, quote unquote, and we'll get to that. And what he was doing was he was bringing up the suspicious helicopter crash in which a small part, about I don't know how many men you can fit on a helicopter where you're putting in high command personnel. More often than not, they would not get on your average transport helicopter that you would use to transport a squad of men. Nevertheless, a bunch of them were apparently in the same helicopter when they got taken out in Taiwan. So this was brought to my attention by Brendan Zogate. And he can verify this. When he first brought it to my attention, I was just, oh, okay. I just kind of laughed it off. And people may find that an unusual response, or they may find that just they can't even comprehend why I would have that kind of response. But Brendan and I will get to that soon enough. But then this guy was trying to taunt myself, this Black Wolf character, and in another name variant thereof, he was writing in all caps. He was writing with the same kind of attack a complete idiot would use, referencing myself as, "Hey, Douglas Dietrich, biological son of Adolf Hitler! Hey, Douglas Dietrich, they've attacked your homeland and heartland!" Daniel Arola wrote in the chat room, "Black Wolf, suck my dick." Okay, so he was trying to provoke me, and then when I actually looked in there, and I see this idiot writing in all caps. Hesiodo, shout out to he has the Caduceus as his symbol, said, "Wow, Lobo is right. General Shen Yiming died in a suspicious helicopter crash." And and of course, the idiot Black Wolf was trying to ask how to get in contact with me, and J-Mo Reese said, "Well, his contacts are right there on his website." Of course, none of these people want to contact me. They're just attacking. They're just spewing. And so J-Mo Reese...
That's like the signature of the attackers. They always say that.
Thank you.
I want to talk to Douglas.
Thank you.
When you tell people how to contact you all the time.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And
or it's like, how can I get in contact with Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you. It's a question they're trolling because everyone knows already. Everyone knows I've got a website which has got everything on it. And so at any rate, when it comes to what happened, what Brendan is going to do is kind of basically describe what happened. And we're going to take it from there, and what Brendan's own instincts were, even as he told me this. Because, of course, the first thing that comes to mind is this a Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist, mass assassination? And we'll go from there with the logic of this. Thank you.
So I probably explained what happened. I just looked it up just to get specifics. It was a helicopter filled with some top commanders, including the main Taiwanese general in charge of basically the command over, communist China, like the defense of the island of Taiwan against communist China. He was the top one, the notable person, but 7 other people died with him that were also part of the military as well. And then apparently some people survived, which is interesting. Because it seemed like a pretty crazy crash.
What exactly happened to the helicopter that there were What happened? It crashed then, as opposed to exploding in midair.
Right. I couldn't find very many details on it. Let me see if it says anything here. But yeah, basically it had a crash landing or something. So that explains why they survived. Right? It wasn't like an explosion or something.
But still, that's extraordinarily rare from a helicopter crash.
Right. Right. And it was saying here. It took place. Oh, okay. Basically, it took place in the mountains outside of the capital. So they were actually leaving. Kind of sounds like to me they were going to some kind of base out there or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
And and it basically crashed before it got there.
I would hope either that or they're all going to a dinner party, right?
Or they're going to like a skiing or something. Who knows? But basically, something happened in that time, and this was literally the day after. The Taiwanese passed what's called the anti-infiltration law, which forbids any what would be the word other than infiltration? I guess infiltration of it.
Let's just put it this
any
way.
infiltration from Beijing.
Thank you. And to put it this way, so people understand, the recent elections in Taiwan,
Right, it had to do with that.
Yeah,
yes.
which resulted in the re-election of Tsai Ing-wen, Taiwan's first female president, by a landslide. What this election was about was communist Chinese fake news. So the biggest problem was red disinformation coming into Taiwan. And that's what was propelling the incredible ascension, before he crashed, of the Taiwan Trump, the man who was running against Tsai Ing-wen, who everybody thought was going to win about a year ago. So right after they installed this anti-infiltration law, this took place. So tell us about, go back on track, yeah.
Right, and the dude you just said, he was part of the elections. He didn't die in the crash.
Yeah. Right. yes, thank you. Yes.
But he was like, the Beijing
Well, he wasn't
candidate.
military. He wasn't military. Yes.
No.
Yeah, we're
not that we know of. Right? He could be some Chinese operative. Who knows?
Right. No, good point. Good point. I mean,
but basically, he was hardline Beijing, and he was saying if they had strong ties with Beijing, then the economics would replace any of the repression, is what I got from it. That if they had stronger economy, then like the repression basically didn't matter from the mainland. And so he lost by like over 3 million votes last I saw. So
yes, Han Kuo-yu had his ass handed to him.
Yeah, exactly. And he had to actually, to his credit, it's not like here where when they lose they talk shit. He said he gave full faith to like Tsai Ing-wen after that, which I don't know if that's just cordial or how they do it there. It's definitely different than our. Well, I mean, I guess if they win, or the losers do say some nice stuff.
Let's put it this way: in Taiwan, what the fuck's he going to do? Defect to communist China? He's got a choice, right? He's going to defect to communist China, or he's going to say, "I put full faith in Tsai Ing-wen." It's not like he has a choice, right?
That's a good point. But so my first thought, or it crossed my mind, like perhaps it was connected. And then further thinking it out, I think Douglas had like the best explanation for it, which should you go in right now, or
at least I think,
or give more backstory.
I think what you should do is tell people why it seems so illogical that Tsai Ing-wen seemed to have my attitude. You can tell them how Tsai Ing-wen had my attitude. It was just how she was almost dismissive when she was presented with this, what would be considered cataclysmic. Like, imagine if the American high command had been wiped out in some fucking helicopter crash. We would be, basically, people would be asking, how could this even happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so go on and talk about her.
So just my first impression, like when her statement about it was, it was very innocuous almost. It was kind of like, oh, we send our condolences and unfortunately, like, basically it was a tragedy, but then she said it wouldn't affect their military defenses, actually. Was one of the first things she said.
Isn't so to me, profound? Go on.
Right, and so to me, that kind of tells me that, perhaps it was, I don't know what the word would be like. It was something that she was kind of cool-headed about. It wasn't like that General Khomeini guy where everyone freaked out. Well, that was an obvious attack, but you know what I'm saying? She was more nonchalant about it. It was just like condolences and saying like, we're still strong. And
well, it kind of went beyond that, where she almost said something about this is a minor problem, right?
yeah. I don't know if that was a translation problem but she was trying to. I mean, I guess the diplomatic spin would be she was trying to show that this was a minor hiccup in their defenses, that their top commander got killed, but like you're saying, it's like it's almost like it was like it didn't really matter that these guys all died. Like the top commanders, like it didn't really do much.
Yes. So what? Here's
almost as if she knew something else. Is what we're getting at.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
And so here's the issue: is that when you've got these psyops assets that come in and they're trying to provoke me, and they obviously are trying to hit what they feel is the weakest link in the chain, the unarmored spot. The chink in the armor is the term they would literally use. And I've seen them use this term. As a matter of fact, that's what Richard K. Cole literally used, was the term chink. That this is the chink in Douglas Dietrich's armor whenever he was talking about attacking me via my military service. And of course, so when you have these people, they feel they get something, that they're getting under the armor, they can attack me with it, and then they try to provoke me into some kind of hysteria. What they're hoping for is something hysterical. This is a hysterical response that was trying to be elicited by Richard Dolan when he was attacking me in the speakers panel at that conspiracy con, where you can see the footage thereof, of course, on anywhere you look for it. So you can just look on my timeline. You can look at the Maggot channel. You can look at the Taboo Bros 2 channel. You're going to see Dietrich destroys Dolan, and you'll find the short of it, and you can see the full speakers panel on the Maggot channel with Douglas Dietrich, Richard Dolan. And the first way he starts off is, of course, to show that it's very personal. He says, "Don't take this personally. Don't take this personally." And then he starts attacking, of course, what he feels is the foundation of my emotional health, which is Japan winning World War II. And so, of course, I eviscerate him on stage, and he never recovered from that. And he ultimately divorced because of it, because his wife and I had eaten dinner with him all together the night before. And he was entirely copacetic at that time and asking me for advice on how to care for his aging parents. And his wife actually thought that I was actually going to kind of become a part of their life by providing him advice on this based on my experience with my parents. And then he turns around the next day and attacks me in public in what he hopes would essentially strip me bare and leave me crying on the floor, which is essentially what they keep aiming for. And so when this individual was saying, "Oh, we took down your top man in Taiwan," what's so profoundly odd about this, or what seems so disconnected about this, is the selectivity that these individuals have in their understanding of the narrative that I've been exposing all this time. These people seem to think that they've absorbed my narrative, and yet they don't seem to understand it at all. If anyone's listened to me for these past several years, and I brought up the fact of why I can't go back to Taiwan, I've brought that up as being inextricably linked, as every part of my life is inextricably linked. You've had myself, of course, drained of all my blood bodily when I was 14 years of age, based on the fact that I had a very peculiar bloodline, which made my being drained of blood and then pumped full of artificial plasma, which they themselves deemed nanoplasma, which had killed everybody else who had experienced this. All of this was based on a bloodline that they had been watching for quite some time. And this enabled me to survive that. And then with the nanoplasma, I became prime candidate for the attempted stripping of my persona, my very intellect, and the translation thereof in binary numbers, ones and zeros, into a living machine, a machine that was cybernetic in the sense of organics combined with machinery. And all of this resulted in what was called the Dietrich ARTILLECT. And while people think this is some kind of lunatic indulgence, they are never able to explain, oh, why doesn't communist China invade Taiwan? Why doesn't the United States invade Taiwan, since it's considered a renegade territory and is supposed to be under America like Puerto Rico per the Uniform Code of Military Justice and per various other American laws. The Americans claim Taiwan just as much as the Chinese do, and yet neither of these superpowers has invaded. Is it because they're nice people? Of course not. So Taiwan, of course, has, yes, weapons of mass destruction, but that doesn't stop people from invading. It really doesn't. So somehow they've kept themselves away from acting out their invasive fantasies per my homeland and heartland. So obviously I've spoken of the Dietrich ARTILLECT, and this has everything to do with what otherwise is so obviously inexplicable. So that's apparently completely ignored, and these people try to attack me psychologically with this. Oh, look, they took out your top man. Well, he's not the top man, and more than likely,
He was
what?
the top of the Air Force, which is one branch, basically. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. But
But he was considered the top of the Chinese defense.
yes, the defense
guess.
of the
Yeah.
the Republican Chinese homeland on Taiwan, on island China.
Against,
Yes.
or he was the dude that was against Beijing as far as military. He was like in charge of.
Right, the defense
That
against a
defense.
communist Chinese invasion. Yes. Now, what might confuse people is when I use the term Republican Chinese, I'm referring to the nationalist Chinese. Yeah. But
The
Bren-
ROC.
Yeah, thank you. What
Yes.
Brendan understands. So, but what more than likely happened is you have your first woman president. I can tell you with every conviction, the conviction of every fiber of my being, that the Dietrich ARTILLECT has probably gotten along better with this president than any prior president, simply because of the fact that she is female.
Do you
And
think that they interface, or is it something that's like more low key?
I can only speculate, but I would dare
Right,
say
exactly.
they probably communicated in the sense of they probably communicated, for lack of a better word, face to face. What I would
Right.
say,
Wow.
in other
Yeah.
words, via the ARTILLECT manifesting itself holographically, and
Right.
so herself. I'm sorry, yourself, to
Gee.
use the gender neutral pronoun, and I always punish myself heavily for, using the word it. Please don't ever use that with an artificial intellect. They hate that. And so when it comes to the Dietrich ARTILLECT, that is the defense of Taiwan. So when it comes to the biggest problem you might have with people in high command, it may be a refusal to take orders from the Dietrich ARTILLECT in the event that things get hot. And so what almost certainly happened, I would dare say, I would lay my soul on the altar, this is exactly what happened, was that the Taiwanese High Command, or all the individuals in the aircraft, basically were people who were refusing to go along with taking orders from, quote unquote, a machine. And the end result was that they got stuck on a helicopter and then were pretty much blown out of the sky electronically. Now, the way this
Right.
worked, almost certainly there's no other thing that could have happened. If, say, for instance, the communist Chinese, who have, how would I say it, literally millions of people who are working in Taiwan. And to put this in perspective for people who don't get it, Taiwan hires communist Chinese from the mainland the way Americans in the recent past hired Mexicans to work the fields. And like Mexicans who came to America and then other Latin Americans later, these people send home money to their families. So many people from the mainland go to Taiwan to work. They're able to make much more than they ever made on the mainland. And they send money home to their families to support their families. All of this leaves room for plenty of infiltrators or Chinese communist assets that will be activated in the event of military hostilities. In that case, they're supposed to go out and blow away Taiwanese politicians, primarily Tsai Ing-wen, and other high commanders, people in the military, people in media, all of the social infrastructure of Taiwan, so that they can basically decapitate Taiwan's social infrastructure before invasion. That's the plan. Of course, Taiwan is aware of this. Such potential assets are identified. How it will play out in the end, no one will be able to know until such a thing be triggered. Then we'll see who's able to effectively attack and counterattack in that particular arena. But with, say, one of them had tried to kill the Taiwanese High Command, they would have to be in such a position where they would get a bunch of officers who are so stupid that they would pile into a helicopter together and in a vulnerable position, get themselves airborne. How would you get some communist Chinese person on the ground who's able to arrange for that? To talk a bunch of these high commanders into doing that? It's a very iffy deal. It's something that it's almost hard. It's not impossible, but it's extraordinarily unlikely. And beyond that, once they're up in the air, the very way the helicopter crashed, as opposed to blowing up in midair, makes it even more directly almost certain the Dietrich ARTILLECT did it, because that means it's an electronic strike. Whereas if it were the Chi-Coms, it would be a bomb. You'd want to blow everybody up in midair.
It was saying mechanical or environmental problems. Environmental in quotes.
Yeah, so when the way they crashed, what happened was, I can tell you what happened and why some survived. It's called auto-rotation. The helicopter pilot, automatically what happened was all the electronics went down. When the electronics went down, then the helicopter basically, well, almost immediately, the helicopter has some level of lift, not nearly as much as a plane, but it's got a little bit of lift going where it takes a few microseconds, maybe up to the better half of a minute, and then it assumes the aerodynamics of a falling rock. But prior to it getting to that point, the helicopter pilot goes into what's called auto-rotation, which means he basically tries to land the helicopter in a crash landing. And he tries to use the momentum the helicopter already has to keep the airframe intact and maintain the integrity of airframe. And so when the helicopter pilot does this, it's the hardest thing in the world, but it can be done. And there are helicopter pilots who have done this, where they basically have lost all power. The helicopter the blades are no longer turning. And when the blades are no longer spinning, then they try to auto-rotate by basically using what spin the helicopter had to basically make the airframe rotate a little bit in the manner that the blades were rotating, so that your helicopter spins and you see the helicopter spinning as it lands. And that way, kind of like a Da Vinci machine, where the Da Vinci screw would fly in the air and kind of slowly go down, you kind of crash, but there's some hope that you might be a little intact, that there might be something left to rescue. So they must have had an excellent helicopter pilot who went into auto-rotate, and therefore there were some survivors, but pretty much it looks like the assholes all died. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so this obviously makes it even more like a Dietrich ARTILLECT decision to take these people out with consensus from Tsai Ing-wen, because they were a bunch of assholes who refused to take orders from quote-unquote a machine, to recognize this as a...
And I did find that she took a couple days off campaigning when that happened, so...
Okay.
But that's all it said.
Right,
So.
right. Which was probably so that she could restructure the command. She took the couple days off so she could restructure the command and refill the positions with people who are willing to cooperate with the Dietrich ARTILLECT.
Not out of some tribute or moment of silence. That makes more sense.
Well, she probably presented it as such. I have no doubt she presented it as such.
I see.
But she did so for pragmatic reasons. So
and the Japanese are saying it's because it was like an American craft and they were having problems with like the F-24s. Like whoever wrote this article was a Japanese person, and they said it was like suspicious that all these American bought goods are going down because they bought some faulty F-24s, basically. Is all. Yeah.
Right, and I'm sure that's a factor too. Of course, you know what that is.
It was a Black Hawk.
Yes. So that's a factor too. That's a dig. That's basically the Japanese. Were doing a dig. They were digging at the Americans for. Oh yeah, look, made in America. Yeah, made in America.
Yeah.
What do you expect, right? Yeah, it's basically.
That's basically what it was.
Yeah, and so you've got the situation where that's why when I first heard about it from Brendan, then some clown comes in and tries to taunt me with this as if this is like something that would upset me. And it's obvious these people that they listen, but they're not listening. They don't understand anything I'm saying. They're not getting.
And Douglas's first reaction was like, you were just like, okay, like basically.
Thank you.
And I even said like, is it communist China? And you were like, I doubt it. Like before we even talked about like the ARTILLECT. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. And so when it comes to people not getting the message, this is part of the problem. Is that the people who are who are attacking me are people who are not listening anyway. That they may as well simply be like making shit up, which is what most of them are obviously doing, to the point of forgery, etc. So I thank you definitely for waiting this long to help me participate in that. And by the way, Brendan, share some of the other things that you feel really are relevant that need to be brought up. And I know that you had some observations on Christopher Lee, and I think that should be shared too.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. I'm so glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about basically Christopher Lee. Some people know that he was into the occult. He did a lot of older movies, right? If you could remind me of some of the titles, he did some very famous movies that were like occult centered. He was Dracula, I think, at some point.
Oh yeah, and of course, it was during his time that they actually, it was Hammer Horror that began to affiliate Dracula specifically with Satanism.
Yes, yeah. So this dude, he was probably a Satanist. He had like the largest occult collection of books. Apparently, he had one of the largest collections, like historical, not, basically grimoires, but they never said that.
Right. What Brendan is saying is that this guy just didn't have a library full of books. We're talking about books that belonged in a fucking museum, okay? So
and he's admitted that, and that video I sent you was him on the set of Lord of the Rings, and Peter Jackson was telling him how to act like he got stabbed in the back, and he basically told Peter Jackson, he's like, I know what it sounds like when someone gets stabbed in the back. I was part of the OSS. And I had some clandestine, basically the other people that were working for him were Hollywood people, so they laughed at it. They were like, he was telling us about some clandestine OSS operation, and they just laughed it off. But, obviously I read through it because it was like, okay, this dude, he was a spy, and he's into the occult. And then he becomes a movie star, and then gets all the good gigs like playing, Dracula, Saruman. He also knew Tolkien personally. He hung out with Tolkien. And had all of his original copies of certain manuscripts. So I wanted to know what you thought about that.
I mean, I think you've said it all. I mean, basically, you've outlined the career of.
He was an occultist, basically.
He's just the side of Allister Crowley. So you've got someone who Allister Crowley was also a spy, and so you've got someone.
There you go.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that these guys are like the old school where you could be a celebrity and a spy. And, yeah, and this goes back to the days of Sidney Riley, of course, who most people today don't remember. The younger people aren't going to remember him, but you can look up a BBC series that was excellent called Riley, Ace of Spies. And there was, of course, the example of Harry Houdini, who was also in intelligence and was obviously a celebrity.
I see.
Yeah, people will remember Houdini. And
it explains how he was able to get out of all that shit. He had to do it.
Yes. And he also was someone who was contracting H.P. Lovecraft to co-author a book before H.P. Lovecraft died of cancer. One of the first people to ever die of cancer in a day when people were not dying of cancer other than skin cancer. H.P. Lovecraft got one of the first recorded cases of intestinal cancer. Or first recorded in the modern age, later modern age. One of the first people to get what is almost certainly stomach cancer was Napoleon Bonaparte. And but definitely what happened with Harry Houdini was he was obviously assassinated, and they portray it differently, but basically, a couple of thugs came and beat the shit out of him before he went on stage to perform his ritual. He fought them off and then went on stage to perform this kind of escape thing and died, because they had literally beaten him before he had even performed his magic trick. And they were, they portray this in film, but they do it by really whitewashing the story. But so in terms of what we've got going in today's age with what is obviously a purge. What happened in Taiwan was a purge of what was likely considered an uncooperative element of the high command of the military that felt that they could handle things as humans, that this was a case of what you would call a kind of human supremacy or a kind of bigotry.
What was interesting is he was a fan, or the public was a fan of this guy, so perhaps he got arrogant or something. Is all I'm saying.
That makes
And
sense.
he was just like, oh, we don't have to listen to,
Yeah,
the ARTILLECT.
I was vaguely aware of that, but now you've
Right.
driven it home for me. You've really driven it home for me. All of the pieces fit into where this
Right.
guy became kind of like a celebrity, kind of like, and then he figured, well, I can do this. I can handle this, and when the attack comes down,
Right.
should it manifest, I'm not going to take orders from the ARTILLECT. I can coordinate with my men and fuck this shit. And then, of
Yep.
course, yeah, he gets herded. With a bunch of other the guys like, how would I call them, sacrificial lambs into
Right.
a helicopter, which is something, just it doesn't make any sense otherwise. It's and then I'm surprised he was sucker enough
Right.
to actually get in the helicopter with a bunch of these guys, but it was probably part of his arrogance. He was probably,
Exactly.
yeah, part of his ego, and like Soleimani, but it wasn't treated like Soleimani in the Taiwanese media. You didn't have people like take to the streets and turn this into a national day of mourning.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so it was kind of,
Despite his celebrity, apparently.
yeah. Thank you.
Right.
And even though it might have been suspicious, it's like nobody allowed it to get to the point where everybody was saying, "Oh, this is like a communist Chinese prep for an attack." It's interesting
Right.
that didn't cause panic. It's interesting it didn't cause panic. So again, the control of the media in Taiwan was such where Tsai Ing-wen handled the politics, and she said, "Yeah, let's smooth this out." Almost dismissive. I'll take some days off, rearrange the infrastructure. So I think we've done it the justice. We've
Right.
done it the justice it needed. And when you brought up what you did about Christopher Lee, yes, you have like the last of the old school of the celebrity spies, and definitely thanks to Brendan Zogit, we are going to be concentrating as much as we can before he gets employed again. Of course, the way, we're hoping he gets employed again sometime soon, the way things are looking right now. Hopefully he survives to that point.
Yeah, it's getting pretty hairy.
Oh, shit. He's fattening up the cat. He's got the cat to eat in case he's got the
Yeah, true.
runs out. Yeah. Oh my God. Actually, that's what he's taking care of the dogs for. Yeah. Yeah. Also, he's been stealing their food. That's why they make all that noise. Yeah. He's been taking it for himself.
Oh, that's a good point. They probably need food.
Yeah. Yes. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start monologuing soon enough, but definitely I welcome you to, of course, continue to participate, and I'll be bringing up, the asshole again in a few minutes when I talk about this so-called Tiger Ambush, who left me this absolutely bizarre message. As a matter of fact, why don't we...
Oh, was that a different situation? I forgot.
Oh yes, it was. Let's go into that now. Before
Okay.
you might have to feed the dogs. The
Right, I don't know.
Yeah,
Hopefully they're protecting me, and I don't know what's going on.
Yes, well, they're always very. They like. I think they have. I get the impression almost that they have sexual relations with their normal owner or something, because when Brendan comes in there, they're like trying to rape him or something. It's like they're trained to. They're sticking their nose in every orifice, and
Oh shit!
yeah, they're like they're over him as if this is what they do normally or something. It's pretty alarming. And
They're super needy.
yeah, yes. Oh my God. And
They're two bitches, literally, like the literal
yeah. So
form of that.
oh my God, Brendan's pimping. He's pimping.
Yeah,
and-
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So what happened was, after I got rid of Black Wolf bullshit, then this guy comes on, and I want people to understand this, and Brendan will verify this. We do not see half the comments that come on to the YouTube channel. Literally, I have to be told by other people that
Right.
I've even got comments coming in. Some of these comments manifest where they can be seen, but YouTube, thanks to what we did with everything concerning the softcore pedo porn that YouTube was permitting. And I do want to bring up Lena Shea in that regard. She said she sent in photographs, which I had described, where assholes were giving teething toys, which were essentially dildos and phallic-shaped items, to kids in cribs so they could chew on them and gnaw on them. And this was being shown on YouTube. And she was sending in photographic evidence like that to YouTube, and YouTube did not respond to her. But after we, my 3D graphics modeler and I, who himself, I must say, is a white American male. We got a white American male sock puppet to basically go on YouTube and describe what was happening. Suddenly, YouTube responded. But the reality is, it wasn't even the sock puppet. It was the fact that after the sock puppet, a whole bunch of big boys started withdrawing their advertising. So hence the adpocalypse term. But that's resulted now in the YouTube fine. It's resulted now in the reformatting. And it's resulted in, like Brendan said, a bunch of people being unable to make a living, who were making a living off children's videos that were straight, that were non-sexual, but catering to families. And the horrible thing about this is another reason why no good deed goes unpunished. It's like when I had the Presidio military base shut down. Nobody appreciated it because I had thousands of people who lost their jobs dependent on the military base. Even small shops, small businesses depended on military customers. People lost. It was incalculable, the amount that was taken out of the San Francisco economy by the closure of the Presidio military base. So I made thousands of enemies. So it's the same with YouTube. There are going to be plenty of people who hate me for what I've done. And that's one of the things that happened was, of course, the shutdown of Henrik Palmgren's bullshit white supremacist channel, because, of course, that's where so many of these people rendezvoused. And so Brendan understands we're making enemies. And Lena Shea was saying that she's really proud for what we've done and what she did in her part of it, with ultimately her photographs being used as evidence in the reformatting of YouTube. So all of this has its positives. It also has its negatives in terms of how it's impacted a lot of people, and hopefully we don't get more enemies out of this. But definitely, Brendan understands that this is a balancing act, and it's all too often quite unbalanced. So when it comes to the latest attack and what this individual was trying. So this guy comes on right after we got rid of Black Wolf, and he calls himself Tiger Ambush. And it's, just such a bullshit name. It's so fucking hokey. And so he says this. He says, I wanted to hear your message, but the last thing I need right now is someone oscillating between whispering and screaming at the top of their lungs. I simply had to stop listening, or else you were going to blow my speakers out. I don't know how this message will find you, Douglas, but I have been a listener since 2013. I know you have gone into painstaking... that's a long time to wait before you bitch. I mean, that's
right, exactly.
Now you're bitching? Since 2013. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, since literally last century and shit. I know you have gone into painstaking detail regarding your past trauma in order to explain your erratic and addictive behavior. And I'm not here to disregard that. I'm here to tell you that your message will never reach escape velocity so long as it is anchored by your addiction. Easier said than done, I know. Yet this is like...
It's like, what are they implying,
Well, again, these are people who are not getting the message. They can listen, and they selectively take out what they want to hear. And what they want to hear is always the most negative. It's always, basically, but they don't get what I've said, that because I'm blowing my brains out on drugs, there's several factors here that make me different from, say, someone like Max Spears. Max Spears, of course, was, as I said, and I saw him do this more than once, he would take a bottle full of painkillers, and he would down that like in a gulp. I'm like maybe 2 gulps, 3 at the most, but he would take every pill in that bottle. And so you're talking about somebody who just literally, I saw him just take that and just down it like that when it was somebody offered it, and he just took it, grabbed it, and downed it. And you're talking about somebody who does that. That's bad. Now, as bad as I am, okay, I am not at that point, but I do have the same intent, which is basically a form of trying to forget everything, trying to blank everything out, trying to get into the present moment, trying to get high. At the same time, as I said to Peter Moon, and people probably think, again, this is some kind of indulgence on a level with what they consider a psychotic fantasy, like when some other guy left some message on YouTube the other day where he said, Douglas Dietrich was talking about the people who baptized Jesus Christ and that he was related to them to just basically explode my absurd sense of self, he called it. My absurd sense of self. The fact that, of course, that obviously this was part of a Chinese bloodline, the fact that my mother came from that Chinese bloodline, she sourced from it, all of this is dismissed by them as some kind of fantasy. And yet, you'll notice, whenever Steve Outrim, whenever Richard K. Cole, whenever any of these white fuckers comes up there and attacks my background, and you can find this on the Richard K. Cole column at burners.com. If you look at that and look
yeah, that was the other guy. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So here you got these guys and these freaks, and they attack my background. They never say anything about my mother. It's not because they have some respect for my mother. It's because they don't know anything about her. They have no idea where my mother comes from, and they have nothing on her. There's nothing. And so because of that, they don't even say things like, "Oh, his mother's a good core," or his mother. They may say that, but they never say this like in a place where it's easily accessible. They never say, "Oh, she's a mail order bride." They never dismiss her. She's literally almost untouchable. And the reason why is they have nothing to expand upon. So because they have no info, they don't know what to say. So they just go on attacking, "Oh, my dad wasn't in the military." Again, an absurdity or something like that. Or, they attack what they think they can attack, that people they think can see something about, and therefore they can make lies about what people see. But since there's nothing out there about my mother, then they don't know what to do. And the reason, obviously, is because she came from a highly occulted background. And for that reason, there's the only people who know anything about her are deep black, really inside the security environment, people like Aquino. And anyone else knows almost nothing about her. And so when it comes, if anything at all, so when it comes to that, it's not an absurd sense of self. It's simply what is. Obviously, if my mother were, say, for instance, you're a typical Asian, say, I'm trying to use something that won't offend anybody, but let's say a war bride. Let's say if my mother were your typical war bride, like, say, for instance, what Art Bell married in Okinawa, when Art Bell married a bunch of Okinawan chicks, brought them home to the United States, then, you have something where people could say, "Oh, this woman was a war bride from Okinawa." There would be records of this. There would be something they could access. There's nothing like that. My mother's history has been scrubbed. So then automatically that there's no other word to take but mine. And it makes far more sense than anything people can speculate. Because if she were normal, like, say, for instance, Filipina, who desperately wanted to get out of Manila, it would be on record. There would just be record of that this person was born here, and But no, they never speak of it because what I say is obviously true. And then when they come up with stuff like this, what they're saying is basically they can't attack what I'm saying, so they have to attack how I say it. And the absurdity of this is, honestly, can you imagine if I were speaking at something like, obviously, as Brendan said, I deliver presentations and I'm not shouting at the presentation.
Right. There's so many examples of you just giving, like what'd you call it? Like the academic version.
Approach. Yeah. Academic presentation kind of. Yeah. And obviously, if I did that here where it was just nothing but blah, blah, blah.
Look at the slides. Yeah.
Yes. Right. I mean, nobody would even come to listen. People come here to hear me scream. People come here to hear me shout. Right. People come here because this is a form of storytelling. And unless I'm able to engage people by the kind of method that's used in storytelling, like Christopher Lee used, nobody's going to bother. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
No, that's a good example. Yeah, it's like, for me, it's like that's part of why I listen to Douglas Dietrich. Like you go for, you basically, I don't know what's the word for it. You go for the core, and then it actually makes you angry. Whereas like you hear these people that are talking about like all the rape and the murder and all the shit, and they just have monotone, and you could tell they don't really have like the passion and the real emotion behind it. Like that's the important part. That's how you know someone's genuine. I feel like, of course.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Thank you. I appreciate that so much. But you know what?
Like,
go on. Yeah.
That it actually outrages you as opposed to like other people that are like, doing the academic version without having any like blinking Yeah, I don't know how else to explain it.
Well, I kept this fucker listening since 2013.
Right. And there, other than the name, like the other red flags was the whole phrase like I don't know if Douglas is going to hear this, or I don't know how to contact Douglas, or
Thank you.
is he ever going to see this? Like, that's how you know it's instantly something's up with it.
Thank you.
It's like a pattern.
Yeah, thank you. In other words, they know they really don't deserve to be heard.
Right.
It's pretty much that.
What is it, like a Freudian slip or something?
Yeah, thank you.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, they cannot help but show the true colors. Yes, but here's where it really comes down to. What it really comes down to is most of these people are rageaholics, and what they get high off of is the downer trip they get from Alex Jones or Michael Savage, where you get the white guy, and all the white guy's doing is basically bitching. And he's bitching at the top of his lungs, and yeah, all anyone needs to do is turn on Alex Jones and Michael Savage, and they obviously, quote unquote, took off through the stratosphere for that brief arc of time when they were burning oh so brightly before they crashed, each in their own way. And these fuckers, all they were doing was screaming at the top of their lungs about how much they hated everything that was going on in the world. But you see, when it's a white guy doing it, then all these guys are identifying with him, and they're saying, "Oh, I get it, I get it." They're all nodding like an assembly line of bobbing hood ornaments and shit. But yeah, when the colored guy is screaming, then they're threatened. Then, their sensibilities are offended. They're like, "Oh man, the colored guy is screaming. Why is he so angry?" You know, it's kind of like when the Twin Towers went down. They all said, "Why does Osama hate us so much?" Yeah. And by the way, Daniel Arola guesses that this tiger ambush is Niall Parkinson. He might be right. It does sound kind of like Niall Parkinson, actually. Now that I think about it, it does have that kind of vibe. You know, pseudo psychoanalytic.
Wasn't he the same guy that was like, "How am I going to get a hold of Douglas"? Was he saying the same things, or am I thinking of someone else?
He was kind of like that. He was saying, "I got into the Douglas inner core with, Pavel Edward." Remember, he was thinking he had reached the, like he was in my bedchamber and shit. And I like the way John Warrington expressed it. He said Niall Parkinson basically charcoaled himself into a corner because all he produced was these stupid charcoal illustrations and shit. And but what you have
made me nauseous just looking at them.
Thank you. Describe what is the message you get out of them. What was your feeling of it? What was his theme?
It was like a lot of like probably repressed emotions. I don't know. It was like amorphous blobs coming out of charcoal.
Thank you.
And I know people that are like in my family that they do stuff like that, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's more expressive. Those are more just like blobby kind of, I don't know. Like you're seeing them through a haze, but it's like already charcoal, so you don't need that effect on it. I don't know how else to explain it.
You come from Southwest Asia, or have that Syrian, ultimately almost Sumerian background. I would dare say that it reminded me of the old Sumerian or Akkadian visions of hell or the underworld.
Right, exactly.
Thank you. Where everyone was in clay, where everybody was underground and they were just kind of like part of the earth, but they,
Exactly.
Yeah, it was like that. And so
hands reaching out of like the nether regions and shit. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And asses out of the wall and shit. And so when you take a look at what these guys are really pissed about, it's basically a non-white guy who's bitching and shouting and is passionate, and that's what it comes down to. Basically, Tiger Ambush shows himself off as what he really is a giant orange pussy, just like the Donald Trump that he so
when you told me that last name, I thought of the one from Winnie the Pooh, not to like shit on anyone's favorite character, but where he's just bouncing around. Tigger, there we go. Yeah.
Yes, with a pogo stick in his tail. Yes, that's
exactly.
Yes, thank you.
That's his form of ambush.
Yes, thank you. And I mean the very name, for God's sake. So anyhow, thank you all of you for suffering with me through that. It's the top of the hour. I'm going to start monologuing, but of course, Brendan, you're welcome to hang out and jump in if you ever feel the need to. Okay. And
okay. And I'll have to charge my phone a bit, but I'll be here listening.
Before your phone dies on us, anything you want to bring to the listeners' attention before for tonight? Anything in specific you want to bring to their attention that you think might be important?
No, I think we basically covered it, other than just the usual like acknowledging higher and divine, which I think that's what we're all here for, you know.
Thank
But,
you.
yeah, so I think that's it.
Definitely appreciate that. God bless you. And let's take a look inside. Somebody was saying nice things about you. Well, plenty of
Oh,
people
good.
always do. And and of course, the ladies love you. And all right,
Yes, I
Taboo.
appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. Taboo Bros 2 says, El pinche lobo negro, chupa mi burger cabrón. And
Oh,
Hesiod
that's
says,
good, right?
yes, yeah, well, it's basically, yeah, telling the guy, that he's a pussy and he's, he can go fuck himself. Yeah, and, yes. And so everyone's saying, yeah, there we are, yes. Taboo Bros 2 says that guy saying shit like I've been a listener since 2013 sounds like a bottom feeding whine out of the shame, blame, and guilt trip plane of existence. Basically, yes, it
Right.
sounds like he's almost ashamed that he's been doing it. Yeah, and Derek Talley says I hate Michael Savage. Well, stand in line, Derek. I mean, and Sarah Shields says Niall Parkinson's artwork was just ugly. Yes, there we are. Yes, it was actually my word for it would be grotesque. It was grotesque. It was like.
Right.
Something you would see, of course, on the walls of a psychiatric ward. Yes, I'll say that.
Yeah, really.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yes. Okay, so we're back to around half 100 people listening. Love you dearly like a son, Brendan. You have a blessed night.
Much love, Douglas. It was a good talk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hugs.
Good
Thank
night,
you so
everybody.
much. Yes. And I couldn't do anything without Derek and Brendan. Really, I mean, they're wonderful. So, as I was saying, Taiwanese voters headed to the polls yesterday for a presidential election tinged with political anxiety. President Tsai was expected to win handily, even after 2018 midterm elections brought huge blows to her Democratic Progressive Party and forced her to step down as its head. But since then, a growing fear over relations with Communist China has boosted Tsai's popularity. Taiwanese people are concerned that Red China may eventually want to challenge the sovereignty of the self-governing island. The protests in Hong Kong are seen as a cautionary tale and a failure of the one country, trois systems notion with Beijing. Tsai is staunchly against any such model and be openly critical of many communist Chinese policies. And with sound cause. China, on the mainland, has announced a ban on foreign teaching materials like textbooks and classic novels in almost all public primary and secondary schools. Instead, the country's Ministry of Education under the Communist Party says schools must feature materials that insist on the guiding principles of Marxism and reflect the Chinese style. Now, some international high school settings will be exempt. Experts conclude the move be an attempt to tighten Red China's control over the thoughts and actions of its citizens. The timing of the announcement also coincided with political turning points in the region. The ongoing protests in Hong Kong be decidedly anti-communist, and Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen has openly criticized the Communist Party leading up to Taiwan's elections this weekend. Now, the Taiwanese leader got her election boost from an unlikely place, Red China itself. A year gone, Taiwan's leader was on the ropes. Then she got a boost from this unexpected corner, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping. Now, the polls indicated that President Tsai Ing-wen was poised to win her second four-year term on Saturday, even before she did. A remarkable turnaround for a leader whose future was in doubt after voters dealt her Democratic Progressive Party a major loss in November, the year before yesteryear, the 2018 local elections of that month. Since then, Tsai has capitalized on three developments: the fears generated by Red China's tough words on Taiwan, protests in Hong Kong that have reinforced those fears, and American governmental actions that reassure voters that America will have Taiwan's back if the going gets tough. Now, at a news conference late last month, pollster Yu Ying Lung, the chairman of the Taiwan Public Opinion Foundation, said all the factors that helped Tsai Ing-wen be happening: the China factor, the America factor, and the Hong Kong protests. The victory for Tsai and her independence-leaning party heralds continued tensions and a further souring of relations with mainland China, which considers my self-governing Taiwan a renegade province. Her main opponent was the Taiwan Trump, Han Kuo-yu, of the formerly Nationalist Party, who had won the mayor's race in the Democratic Progressive Party stronghold of Kaohsiung in the 2018 local elections by way of communist sponsorship, and held a comfortable lead over Tsai in early 2019 as engineered through a ceaseless Redformation campaign of communist fake news. Tsai began chipping away at his lead in the spring and pulled ahead for good in August. She was the clear leader by the end of the year, according to an aggregation of polls by the News Lens, an independent youth-oriented media outlet. A Tsai victory was the last thing that Xi Jinping ever wanted, yet it was his major policy speech on Taiwan at the start of 2019 that many analysts point to as the starting point for her political recovery. The communist Chinese dictator upped the pressure on Taiwan to join China under the one-country, two-systems framework that governs Hong Kong. He called for talks on the issue even while threatening that China would not rule out the use of force to achieve unification. Tsai responded immediately, saying Taiwan's 23 million people would never accept one-country, two-systems, and launching a 4-day media blitz. 3 weeks later, her support rating was 10 percentage points higher than after the November 2018 election setback. She also benefited from a revamp of her public image that used memes, animation, and social media to reach young voters. Campaign spokeswoman Lien Yi-ting credited the strategy with playing an important role in boosting Tsai's approval ratings. Then came the Hong Kong pro-democracy protests, which erupted in June. Tsai has repeatedly pointed to the unrest as proof that the one-country, two-systems approach pushed by Red China doesn't work. Taiwan's presidential elections generally revolve around the island's relationship with China. Voters have gone back and forth between the tough line that the Democratic Progressive Party says is best to defend Taiwan's sovereignty and the cooperation with Red China that the formerly Nationalist Party says will foster economic growth. Jason Tsu, a Nationalist Party lawmaker who be a member of Han's policy advisory team, in other words, the man who contracted to propagandize the Trump of Taiwan, be quoted as saying, "I think because of the recent months of the Hong Kong protests and Tsai's successful strategy of playing the anti-China card, these practical issues are played down and voters are swayed into this scare mentality." Well, let's talk about it as the survival mentality. The economic argument that Brendan articulated, not that Brendan was pushing the economic argument, mind you, but what he articulated as opposed to advocated, has lost some of its potency as Taiwanese companies move manufacturing out of mainland China because of both rising labor costs and the Sino-American trade war, which has led to tariffs on red Chinese goods. Communist China has made it more difficult for Chinese tourists to visit Taiwan. The United States, which does not recognize Taiwan but sells it military equipment for defense, has passed laws and taken other steps that, while largely symbolic, have demonstrated support for the island China. That emboldens voters to stand up to China, despite the risks. Wang Mingtian, a professor at Tamkang University's Graduate Institute of International Affairs and Strategic Studies, has so noted that these make his people believe that the United States is a factor that Taiwan can rely on. And if Taiwan can rely on that, it can sustain pressure from Communist China. Lev Nachman, a Fulbright Fellow researching politics in Taiwan, observes that Han's predilection for verbal gaffes and a primary challenge from business leader Terry Gao that divided the Nationalist Party have also helped Tsai. He sees these factors and the remaking of Tsai's image as equally, if not more important, than the Hong Kong protests in restoring Tsai's popularity, himself concluding that she's like the coolest politician in Taiwan. Young people really love her again, which is amazing because a year ago, no one liked her. Well, the latest study finds Hong Kong PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder levels, be comparable to war zones. According to a new study, huge numbers of adults be suffering from mental health problems in Hong Kong. Source study concludes that around a third of adults in Hong Kong reported symptoms of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, during the oft-times violent pro-democracy protests. The University of Hong Kong study has found that the number was 6 times higher than 4 years ago. Levels of depression be reportedly comparable to those in zones of conflict. The study's authors urged officials to improve the city's mental health provision. Hong Kong's protests began last June, focusing on a controversial bill that would have allowed the extradition of suspects to mainland China. The bill was later withdrawn, but demonstrations have since evolved into a broader movement demanding investigations into police brutality and democratic reform. The research, published in the Lancet Medical Journal, was based on surveys of more than 18,000 Hong Kong residents between 2009 and 2019. Over a 10-year period covering the span of a decade, the increase in PTSD symptoms corresponds to around 2 million adults out of a city of 7.4 million, nearly 7.5 million. Around 11% of adults reported symptoms of depression, up from around 2% before the city's earlier 2014 Occupy protests. 1 in 5 adults now reports probable depression or suspected PTSD, which is comparable to those experiencing armed conflicts, large-scale disasters, or terrorist attacks. This is per the study itself I'm reading from. I'm translating for you from the Chinese. The use of social media to follow the unrest was likely exacerbating the chances of mental health deterioration. This has been added by the writers as a decisive factor. So you've got to beware of what you allow into your mind's eye through your eyes themselves. So like I said, when I did security for what they used to call raves, the block parties in San Francisco, where I was witness to, among so many other things far too numerous to describe, all of them memorable, oftentimes in the most negative sense. One of the things I saw was kids who would take eyedroppers and use that to take liquid ecstasy, directing it, or rather injecting it, directly into their brain by taking the eyedropper and taking the liquid ecstasy as drops into their eyeballs. This would take it through the same circuit directly through what you see into the mind itself, chemically straight-circuiting it to your brain without going through your system, literally blowing their brains out from the inside. That's what happens when you get on social media and you read all that right-wing shit. It's like diving into a sewer of shit and sucking up turds like you're bobbing for apples. Be careful what you put in your mind. There is such a thing as mental pollution. You could call it info pollution, but it's really a toxic. It's turning your mind into a toxic waste dump, a toxification of your mind. The use of social media to follow the unrest was likely exacerbating the chances of mental health deterioration. That's what you need to know. Brendan says, "Whoa, you saw the original rave days. Sounds like acid drops, LSD. Well, in my day it was ecstasy. Brendan, of course, knows there were other experiments with acid where people were doing that. And, of course, I don't recommend that either. And, oh my God, the tales I could tell. Now, these numbers I've given you for what's going on in Hong Kong are actually conservative. And that's noted by the study itself, meaning that they're nowhere near the numbers that really are, due to under 18s not being included. Professor Gabriel Leung, Dean of Medicine at the University of Hong Kong, who co-led the research, concludes that Hong Kong is under-resourced to deal with this excess mental health burden. Well, that's what brings us to JMO72. So, JMO, he wrote something I could not put a heart on, but I did ultimately give it a thumbs up because Lena talked me into doing so. What I'm going to do now is kind of go to the dashboard here and get myself onto the video in question where JMO left his commentary and make certain that I'm on mute. And with that, here we are. Lena Crane said, before sending those screenshots to Mr. Dietrich, I reported inappropriate children's content to YouTube and they did nothing. All they care about is money. Ever since the adpocalypse, though, the content for children has thankfully improved. I'm proud of what we accomplished. Yay so, honey. JMO72, of course, was responded to by Lena Crane. And I very much appreciate what she said, which is Vastation is the fertile ground for new faith to be born. Now, it's important to bear that in mind when you listen to what I'm going to read. This is JMO speaking. He was born in 1972, I'm assuming, which is why he uses the term JMO72, but his name is JMO Weisz. He's now a monitor in the chat room, and I'm proud to have him with us on staff and actively acting as part of Team Dietrich. So what he said was, humans will be joining the vanishing species anyway. It's inescapable. The question is how soon it wants to go out or hold on, although it'd be better, in my opinion, it does itself out soon. Less than 20 years is my gamble. The only tragedy are the other species going down with it, which be also inevitable due to the sheer strain and breadth of human influence. I wanted to share an idea, even knowing you may not agree with it. Humankind is the outer gods, the brethren of Cthulhu. Rather, Cthulhu, Yog-Sothoth, Azathoth, Shod-Nigaruth, Nyarlathotep, and the host of other indifferent things horrifying. These anti-gods are perhaps the result of an unwittingly psychic Lovecraft tapping into the primitive states of consciousness before the just 100,000-year-old form of consciousness we enjoy today. Humankind is all of these horrid things now. It is not divine, and the restoration of nature requires it to extinguish itself. It is the waking horror of Cthulhu if one examines what it does to its own environment. It has forsake the earth, natural living, and is lying constantly under the blasphemy that something so hideous is divine when it distorts and perverts the order and natural balance. As a species, we need to go. If magic can be worked to restore nature, may it rid us of Homo sapiens first. The outer gods are the human mind in action. There be no divine redemption for something so alien to the rest of nature. Its very conception of the idea of divinity be a blasphemy against the elementals and greater spirits, the angels and daimons to some degree, that uphold the mental structure of this mental universe from which the abomination that is humankind haunts. I am no cultist, and I sincerely will vouchsafe for that. JMO Weisz is not. He's not advocating. Right here, he's essentially, I would say, in a sense almost... he's venting. So he says, I am no cultist of a band of human fools who think they can gain apotheosis upon destruction, when the species never shall be capable of seeking divinity and never has. I personally applaud you for being proactive and moving. This I have not seen anyone else at all disseminating info. Most of theirs is garbage for profit, yours is not. Who tells listeners how they can act. I suspect you already know the outcome. I don't say this out of hopelessness that we cannot save ourselves. My hope is that the human species cannot. It'd be a blemish. My understanding if you wipe this comment, but on fighting on the humanity's behalf, I'd be long done. Best of luck all the same, Douglas. You're a cool dude, and your advice seems sound. Cannot foresee the species not being blind enough to follow. Were the ill effects limited to purely human developments and not bringing thousands of species to extinction, I would be happy. Again, I'm sorry, but this construct is nothing to love and impossible to forgive. On a side note, Trump isn't smart enough to play a madman, and internationally, he is a laughingstock. In his own mind, he may be playing a tough guy. Out in the open, he is an incompetent buffoon and closet lover of Kim Jong and Vlad Putin, and a very insecure man-child, which produces a danger in and of itself. I hear you, and I feel you. And believe me, JMO, I didn't even respond, but left your comment standing. But Lena Shay's first response says it all, and I'll provide backup. And what Lena Shea said was, as I read, Vastation be the fertile ground for new faith to be born. Now, JMO may not even foresee that, and he may not even want that. But sometimes things happen in a way we ourselves never expect. The reason I resonate with JMO is because I was there. I was where he's at now. And with good reason. Just as he has good reason. Dealing with what I dealt with, I was at the point of despair. Worse than that, bordering on nihilism. But as JMO said, his nihilism and my nihilism, they were an individual nihilism. We were loners looking at the world in disgust. Shaking our heads, turning around, and just walking away. And the only thing that stopped that, or any combination of things that stopped that, was seeing things so horrific that they made me realize that there is a God. And this is why bad things happen to good people, is because this is in and of itself part of the ecosystem of balance where many people will turn and start doing bad things to other people. JMO Reese is not one of those people who would do that. No more than I myself was. Though we had our violent fantasies that humanity as a whole would get what it deserved for its stupidity, for its self-destructive behavior, for its auto-destructive, literal ignorance in the terms of intentionally ignoring the horrors it engenders. But that's war. And until you mobilize, you'll never be able to win. And that's why one of the people to turn to first, as just an example of someone who sees the same things JMO does, and yet feels compelled to keep acting, would be the actress known as Yale Stone. Now, she herself articulated, "This is war." The actress and the Orange is the New Black series starlet, Yale Stone, has surrendered her United States green card and will now live in Australasia to fight the climate war against climate change in Australia. So the Orange is the New Black actress, Yale Stone, who recently starred in Sydney Theatre Company's production of The Beauty Queen of Linane, has confirmed she'd be giving up her American green card and returning to her home country of Australia in order to reduce her carbon footprint and fight the climate war. Now, Stone, who has worked in both countries and starred as inmate Lorna Morello throughout the Netflix's show's 6-year run by now, has testified that the bushfires tearing through Australia motivated her to make this decision. Since her breakout on the Netflix prison drama, Stone has taken roles in both Australia and the United States, including her stint on the HBO comedy High Maintenance. Now, holding a U.S. green card allows the holder to live and work in these United States on a permanent basis, but the Orange is the New Black starlet attests that the air travel needed for a life in trois continents be environmentally unjust. Yale Stone has therefore concluded that giving up her green card and reducing air travel be a way she can put skin in the game in the fight against climate change. So the Australian actress, Yale Stone, has vowed to give up her green card, which allows her to work in these United States as a personal sacrifice aimed at reducing carbon emissions in what she recognizes as the climate war. In a video posted to Twitter last Tuesday and Instagram last Sunday, the actress and starlet of Netflix's Orange is the New Black has asserted that it be time to make sacrifices and so attests that she came to the decision to give up her green card to remain in Australia, that this decision after a long considered process. Now, calling such frequent traveling environmentally unjust, Stone said in same video posted on Twitter last Tuesday that we've come to understand that it's unethical for us to set up a life in 12 countries knowing what we do, knowing what we know. The carbon emissions alone from that flying, it's unethical. It's not right. So I will be going through the process of giving up my green card and saying goodbye to a life in America. I'm going to be here in Australia doing the work I can to make a difference here because the time is now. And in an earlier video posted to Instagram last Sunday, Stone expressed horror at the political response to Australia's ongoing and months-long bushfire crisis as she launched a blistering attack against Australian leader Scott Morrison's climate change policies. To quote as she, "I'm sitting in a dark room wondering what the hell is happening. Our country is on fire, and our Prime Minister has done absolutely nothing. Cold, calculated nothing. We don't have leaders, we have cowards." And the actress also implores others to act. She's so saying, the leaders we have are the people around us, and that's what we have to become. We have to step up because this is war. This is a climate war. And for the first time, our enemy is not wearing a uniform that we'll be able to recognize. Our enemy is our own behavior. This is what JMO was speaking of, that the anti-gods, the Cthulhuoid entities, those terrible titans from out of the desert and under the seas, that these be manifestations of our own behavior, our mass psyche at its worst. And Stone said surrendering her green card was a way that she could put skin in the game. Stone emphasizes, this is war, and we've only got 10 years. So let's make these sacrifices. Let's make these changes. Let's put some skin in the game and say, yeah, I care, and this is what I'm going to do about it. This is just the beginning from me. It's corporate-wide, it's government-wide, it's systematic changes that must happen, and they must happen yesterday. It's time to act. Now, large swaths of Australia have been devastated by months of deadly wildfires that have turned skies blood red, blanketed major cities with thick plumes of smoke, and left hundreds of millions of animals dead. United Nations experts conclude the planet will reach the crucial threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius, or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit, above pre-industrial levels by as early as 2030, precipitating the risk of extreme drought, wildfires, floods, and food shortages for hundreds of millions of people. Scientists also agree that climate change has worsened the scope and impact of natural disasters like the fires affecting Australia. Weather conditions are growing more extreme, and for years the fires have been starting earlier in season and spreading with greater intensity. Several high-ranking emergency service officials, including the former commissioner of the NSW, the New South Wales Fire and Rescue Department, sent letters to Moron Morrison throughout the year of 2019, warning of the impact of the climate crisis on Australia. In response, Morrison emphasized a commitment to reduce carbon emissions, but also said he would stick to sensible policies, and that there wasn't a single policy, whether it be climate or otherwise, that can completely protect against the fires. So, to read Yale Stone's speech all at once, to full effect, from 5:50 p.m., January 6th of 2020 at Yale Stone. We've come to understand that it's unethical for us to set up a life in 12 countries, knowing what we know. The carbon emissions alone from that flying, it's unethical. It's not right. Time to make a sacrifice. So I will be going through the process of giving up my green card and saying goodbye to a life in America. I'm going to be here in Australia doing the work I can to make a difference here. Because the time is now. I'm sitting in a dark room wondering what the hell is happening. Our country is on fire, and our Prime Minister has done absolutely nothing. Cold, calculated nothing. We don't have leaders. We have cowards. The leaders we have are the people around us, and that's what we have to become. We have to step up because this is war. This is a climate war, and for the first time, our enemy is not wearing a uniform that we'll be able to recognize. Our enemy is our own behavior. This is war. And we've got only 10 years. So let's make these sacrifices. Let's make these changes. Let's put some skin in the game and say, yeah, I care, and this is what I'm going to do about it. This is just the beginning from me. It's corporate-wide, it's government-wide, it's systematic changes that must happen, and they must happen yesterday. It's time to act. Think on what she said. We've only got 10 years. We don't have that. Now, flooding and power outages are still an issue in parts of these United States as a deadly storm tapers off. And, of course, what I'm going to emphasize is, despite all the hopelessness of the situation, in which logically J-Mo Reese is quite right, we have no hope. Do remember that life itself be impossible. That I know God exists because there is no possibility life could ever come to be sans creation. And because of that fact, we know that the impossible can happen. And we can survive this. And if not, at least enjoy yourself by going down fighting. There is a joy to be had in fighting the enemy, especially the enemy that everyone should hate, the enemy of human survival, the cultists of the Kings of Edom, who have networked those who be destroying the world. Now, that young lady who wishes to remain anonymous, she sent myself a link which says it all. She's a person who cares enough to keep track of what's out there. And what she presented to myself were the names and locations of the top 100 people killing the planet. Utah Phillips has a quote, "The earth is not dying, it is being killed. And those who are killing it have names and addresses." So just 100 companies are responsible for more than 70% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions since 1988. The guys who run those companies, and they are all exclusively guys, have gotten rich on the backs of literally all life on Earth. Their business model relies on the destruction of the only home humanity has ever known. Meanwhile, we misdirect our outrage at our neighbors, friends, and family for using plastic straws or not recycling. If there be anyone who deserves the outrage of all 7.5 billion of us, it's these 100 people right here. Combined, they control the majority of the world's mineral rights, the right to exploit the remaining unextracted oil, gas, and coal. They need to know that we won't leave them alone until they agree to keep it in the goddamn ground. Not just their companies, but them. They must die. These men must die that your children may live. Because it's personal. Understand, every single one of these men holds Michael Aquino as their chaplain. Their ideology is carbonism. They feel that we are but the evolutionary step of Gaia as a malevolent entity, rewriting itself through our pumping of all carbon into the air out of the ground, that we ensure our own extinction. And where are they? Houston tops this list as home to 7 of the 100 top ecocidal planet killers, followed by Jakarta, Calgary, Moscow, and Beijing. The richest person on the list is the Russian President Vladimir Putin, the wealthiest man on earth. with over 200 billion United States dollars in his personal pocket, his portfolio. And second after him, the Russian oil magnate Vojit Alekperov, who is currently worth 20.7 billion United States dollars, but a tenth of his master's collection of assets. So, when you think about this as war, look these people up. Perhaps I'll print a hit list and publish it, that people know who to kill. Because these men must die. This is war, and they're out to kill you. Let's talk about the types of killings that have been going on lately. First off, there's collateral damage, and that's what happened with Ukrainian flight PS-752. Now, on my Epiphany Eve Day Critical Omissions episode, dated Sunday, January 5th, but a little over a week ago, this 2020th year of our Lord, Ryan Carr left a comment saying, "Doug, I've been listening to you for a few years now, and I'm constantly blown away by all your knowledge and terrific insight. Keep the omissions going. I'm so glad we have you on our side. Cheers from the Great White North, Canada, of course. All the best in 2020. God bless you, Ryan Carr. A brother after my own blood." About that Iran plane crash. Why were so many Canadians on board? Iran has confessed that Ukraine International Airlines flight PS-752 was shot down unintentionally shortly after taking off from Iran's capital on Wednesday. The plane was bound for the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, and many on board had a connecting flight to Toronto, Canada's largest city and a transit hub. All 176 passengers and crew were killed, including 57 Canadian citizens. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has said that, all told, 138 people on that flight were en route to Canada. In a Saturday morning military statement carried by state media, Iran blamed human error for accidentally shooting down the Ukrainian passenger jet. The plane crashed early Wednesday morning near Tehran's airport, less than a week after the United States killed Iran's top general Qasem Soleimani in Baghdad. Iranian state television, citing sourced military statement, said the country of Iran unintentionally shot down the Ukrainian International Airlines passenger jet early Wednesday, killing all 176 people aboard. The plane was mistaken for a hostile target after it turned toward a sensitive military center of the Revolutionary Guard. As was added by the statement, the military was at its highest level of readiness, it said, amid the heightened tensions with the United States. The statement so reads, "In such a condition, because of human error, and in an unintentional way, the flight was hit. It apologizes for the disaster and said it would upgrade its systems to prevent such mistakes in the future." It also said those responsible for the strike on the plane would be prosecuted. The disclosure comes as a blow to the Iranian regime itself. The disaster be a blow to Iran's efforts to win international sympathy in its confrontation with America. To the world, it had cast itself as the victim of aggression after America's assassination of its top general, Qasem Soleimani, on January 3rd. At home, it portrayed itself as a strong regional power with capable forces able to deliver a prompt and precise ballistic missile blow to American bases in Iraq. Now it risks being cast as both reckless and incompetent. The statement, which came early Saturday morning local time, said the plane was mistaken for a hostile target after it turned toward a sensitive military center of the Revolutionary Guard. It also blamed the highest level of readiness resulting from tensions with the United States, and the admissions commenced after Iranian officials vehemently denied claims that they mistakenly shot the jet and accused the United States of spreading lies about intelligence suggesting they did. Of the 176 people killed in the crash, most were Iranian and Canadian nationals. Iran's foreign minister, Javad Zarif, tweeted his offer of profound regrets, apologies, and condolences to the families of the victims. He so wrote, at J. Zarif, A sad day. Preliminary conclusions of internal investigation by armed forces. Human error at a time of crises caused by United States adventurism led to disaster. Our profound regrets, apologies, and condolences to our people, to the families of all victims, and to other affected nations. Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister François-Philippe Champagne announced at a press conference Friday the creation of an international group of representatives to investigate the crash. The group will be made up of representatives from the United Kingdom, Sweden, Ukraine, Canada, and Afghanistan. Champagne said that officials with the group's member nations will talk and share information on a daily basis in an effort to confirm the cause of the crash, according to the Canadian Broadcasting Company. Champagne also revised the number of Canadians on board, saying there were 57 Canadian citizens on board. Initial reports said there were 63 Canadians aboard. Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister François-Philippe Champagne tweeted Friday that Iran has only granted 12 visas so far to representatives from Global Affairs Canada's Standing Rapid Deployment Team and the Transportation Safety Board. The representatives are currently in Ankara, Turkey. So, per his own tweet at FP_Champagne, we are hoping the other visas will be approved soon so that we may begin to provide consular services to help in the identification of victims and to participate in any investigation. Now, Friday, the day before yesterday, Iran's semi-official state media, Fars news agency, reported that the cause of the crash of the Ukrainian airliner outside Tehran on Wednesday would be released 3 days later. But yesterday, earlier on Friday, an Iranian official said it could take 1 or 2 years to complete the investigation. So that's what led to the initial outcry and the demand for initial action or rather immediate action, that resulted in a total turnaround on Iran's intended cover-up. And the translated tweet from Fars reads, "The reason for the collapse of the Ukrainian passenger plane will be announced tomorrow after a meeting of the Air Accidents Commission, attended by both domestic and foreign parties involved in the incident." Now, similar investigations in the United States are handled by the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, which typically releases a preliminary report in about a 7 to 10 day time frame. A final report typically takes a year. Iranian officials leading the investigation into the crash have said they would allow representatives from the United States, Canada, and France to join the crash assessment at a lab in Tehran. This Friday, last week, at a press conference in Kiev, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Vadim Pristaiko officially confirmed that Iran has fully cooperated with their investigation and given them access to the plane's black box, which be the all-important element, of course. Pristaiko also said that Ukrainian experts have been given access to the plane's fragments and the crash site itself. The debris from the crash had all but disappeared by Friday morning. Scrubbed. To quote Pristaiko at length, "We're analyzing the pieces of the body of the plane. We be analyzing the chemical residues on the body of the plane. We will come to our conclusions. We don't want to come to them right now. We have so many different versions of what could happen to the plane that we will need some time to really understand and tell. We have not even started to reconstruct the black box information yet. This is the most vital piece of information." But why were there so many Canadians aboard? Canada is home to a large Iranian diaspora, with some 210,000 citizens of Iranian descent, according to the latest federal census. The country is also a popular destination for Iranian graduate and postdoctoral students to study and conduct research abroad, which is why many students were on the flight, returning to university following their winter break. There is also no direct flight between Canada and Iran, and the Ukraine International Airlines flight from Tehran to Kiev and then to Toronto is popular because it is one of the most affordable options for the journey. Other victims of the crash included 82 Iranians and 11 Ukrainians, as well as nationals from Sweden, the United Kingdom, Afghanistan, and Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the New United Germany. This is not the first air disaster that has touched Canada recently. Last year, 18 Canadians were killed when an Ethiopian Airlines flight from Addis Ababa to Nairobi that crashed in March. So, who were the Canadian victims this time? They were newlyweds, families, students, professionals, and academics. 63 of them were Canadian nationals, but many more called Canada their home, at least temporarily. They lived in cities like Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, Winnipeg, Ottawa, and Edmonton, making this truly a national tragedy. Now, who were these victims of the Iran plane crash? Many were in their 20s and 30s, but a number of young children were also aboard. At least 12 entire families died. Ardalin Ebnodin Hamidi, Nilofa Razagi and their teenage son Kamiar from Vancouver, and Pedram Mousavi and Moigan Danashmant and their daughters Daria and Dorina Mousavi from Edmonton. There were numerous foreign students on board as well, like Ganimat Ajdari, a PhD student at the University of Guelph, Ontario, who specialized in promoting the rights of Indigenous groups. How are they being remembered? There have been tributes held across the country on Wednesday night that I know of. Many more have been planned throughout this week. In Toronto, a public vigil organized by the Iranian Canadian Congress was attended by over 100 people on Thursday. Flags were lowered at City Hall until Monday, opening this work week. Plane crash victims were considered by Canadians to be the best of them. Another vigil was hosted on Parliament Hill in the Canadian capital of Ottawa and attended by the Prime Minister himself. On Friday, he was meeting with family members of the victims in the plane crash. Ukraine's embassy in Canada has invited the public to sign a book of condolences. In Edmonton, Alberta, members of the Iranian Canadian community estimate about 30 people who lived in the city were on flight PS 752. And so vigils were held for the Iranian plane crash victims in Toronto. Memorial for today was organized by an Iranian heritage group, an Iranian student association, and the University of Alberta, an institution that lost a number of its faculty members and students in the crash. In fact, the deaths have cast a pall over university campuses across Canada. Many of the deceased are being remembered as accomplished teachers, students, and mentors with bright futures who were studying and working at institutions of higher learning across the country. Indeed, there be empty chairs across Canada's academic community after the Iranian plane takedown. The crash in Iran of the Ukrainian Airlines jet bound for Toronto killed dozens of professors and researchers from campuses across Canada, leaving a painful hole in Canadian academia where Iranians have taken on starring roles in engineering. 4 University of Toronto students were killed in the crash. Neda Magbula, a sociology professor at the University of Toronto who studies Iranian migration through the United States and Canada, has so lamented that it be an unspeakable loss. The people we lost in the plane truly represented the smartest young researchers in the entire world. According to Canada's Immigration Department, many Iranians pursued graduate studies in Canada after the United States' policy toward Iran hardened as soon as Trump entered office circa 2017. And so the number of Iranian international students in Canada more than doubled between 2016 and 2018. Many of the dead were highly qualified Iranian Canadians, some of whom had studied together at Tehran's Sharif University. But that brings us back to the question of assassination. I said there's 100 people on planet Earth who are determined to kill us all in the names of their service to their anti-gods that brought them to such a pinnacle of financial success over all us, the control of all our resources. Fossil fuels, that is. They need to die. So that brings us to the concept of assassination, extrajudicial execution, or targeted killing. What's the difference? Successive presidents have tried to shape a new terminology for political killings, but they're still mostly illegal. Say, for instance, Donald Trump. If he hadn't taken out Soleimani, the Iranians wouldn't have put all their technology at highest level of alert so that this would not have happened. Donald Trump is as responsible for the death of everybody on that plane as the Iranians are. Even more so. he may as well have personally killed them all. Yes, Donald Trump should die. And so, Donald Trump has set the tone by taking assassination to a new level. The premeditated killing of Iranian military commander Qasem Soleimani on January 3rd has sown confusion in the foreign policy community about the legality of the act. Was it an assassination, an extrajudicial execution, or a targeted killing? And how are these terms even different? And what does it matter what we call it? Are any of these acts ever legal? Perhaps no foreign policy concept causes, indeed relies upon, more confusion about the nature of international law than the practice of targeted killings, which is what the United States often calls its strikes against alleged terrorists abroad. That is because, in contrast to assassination and extrajudicial execution, there be no such concept in international law. The term was originally coined by human rights organizations to distinguish El Salvadorian death squad's assassinations of individuals from the squad's wider indiscriminate killings of civilians. Both acts, America's Watch correctly argued, violated human rights standards as well as the international laws surrounding war. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, the United States agreed with America's Watch's assessment. It even condemned its ally Israel's political targeting of Hamas leaders as illegal. But more recently, the term targeted killings has seeped into political and public discourse to legitimize the American empire's deployment of the very same tactic, the extrajudicial execution of non-state political adversaries. The rhetorical sleight of hand has been convenient. Political assassination has long been seen as taboo in war and be explicitly prohibited by the 1907 Hague Convention, which set out the basic laws for the conduct of hostilities, and 1998 Rome Statute, which articulated which war crimes could be prosecuted by the International Criminal Court. In peacetime, too, the extrajudicial execution of political opponents or anyone else be illegal. It is considered a violation of the human right to life enshrined in Article 6 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The term targeted killing, though, implies that United States counterterrorism strikes are something different, something not covered by existing norms. The Soleimani killing, however, may put that idea to rest while also demonstrating precisely why political murder is simply a terrible idea. Americans oftentimes think about the legality of specific targeted killings in terms of congressional approval or the sovereignty of foreign governments. Republican Senator Tom Cotton made his argument for the Soleimani killing in these terms in a January 10th New York Times op-ed, an opinion editorial. But even in cases where both the United States Congress and a foreign government give consent for such an operation, the legality of kill missions against specific individuals is hotly contested. There be a variety of international treaties against them that the United States be bound to follow under Article 6 of the United States Constitution. The problem is that these treaties apply in different contexts. In times of peace, the extrajudicial killings of citizens be prohibited as a fundamental tenet of human rights. Criminals, terrorists, and gang members must be properly arrested, tried, and convicted of a capital offense before they can be put to death. According to human rights experts, any extrajudicial killings in peacetime thus violate the human right to life itself, except in situations where there be an imminent threat and no arrest be possible, such as a SWAT team shooting a hostage taker. Even so, in such law enforcement situations, targets are not selected in advance or placed on kill lists. Police officers begin their mission with an aim to capture and put suspects to a fair trial. On these grounds, organizations like Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and the United Nations Office of the Special Rapporteur on Extrajudicial, Summary, or Arbitrary Executions have repeatedly stated that targeted killings violate international human rights law. In times of war, however, different rules apply. For parties to an armed conflict, within some limits, the premeditated killing of adversaries without trial be permitted. But here, it depends on what kind of war. In interstate wars, the parties may kill only armed forces of the enemy state who be neither sick, wounded, detained, or surrendering. In non-international wars, fought by or against non-state adversaries who may live civilian lives when not fighting, killing is permitted only when the targets are directly engaged in hostilities. Hunting them down when they are going about their everyday business is prohibited. Targeting particular individuals rather than armed groups in general, even more so. In short, in neither times of peace nor times of war is assassination, what the United States now labels targeted killings, generally considered acceptable. United States domestic law bans the practice in peacetime, and it has long been viewed and treated as a violation of the laws and norms of war as well. To be sure, there be some ambiguity. Assassination per se is not defined in international treaty. The prohibition found in the Hague Conventions is against treacherously killing or wounding individuals belonging to the hostile nation or enemy. In military manuals, that rule has long been interpreted as banning assassination, but different nations defined it slightly differently. In the 1956 United States Army Field Manual, for example, the definition hinged on whether a specific individual was selected for execution. Soldiers must be targeted not because they are personally guilty, but only because and as long as they pose a threat to the enemy army. Prohibitions against assassination began to break down after 9/11, when the George W. Bush administration conceptualized the fight against a group of terrorists as war. In such a battle, fought not against states but networks, the old rules of war, including policies about prisoners of war and prohibitions on torture, were argued not to apply. Similarly, the United States began to argue that the ban on assassination applied only to political leaders and only in peacetime. Thus, the first counterterrorism drone strike was carried out by Bush circa 2002 in Yemen against Qaid Salim Sinan al-Houthi, a suspect in the bombing of the USS Cole. His guilt had never been established in a court of law. 5 other suspected al-Qaeda members died with him. On assuming office, the Barack Obama administration reaffirmed the United States' commitment to international law, but picked up on Bush-era logic to articulate a legal rationale for expanding his targeted killing policy. Obama attorneys argued that a conflict zone existed everywhere states were unable or unwilling to arrest jihadis. Allowing suspected militias or militants to live posed a continuing, imminent danger to civilian life and limb. In short, targeted killings were, in Obama's mind, not extrajudicial executions, because wartime law, not human rights law, applied. They were not assassinations either, according to an internal memo leaked to the press circa 2013. The reason for that determination is never been made clear, but perhaps it was based on the administration's assertion that the rules of non-international armed conflict, rather than international armed conflict, applied, whereas the ban on treacherous killing is found primarily in the interstate law of war. Yet human rights activists and scholars have repeatedly critiqued these formulations. They argue that terrorists should not be dealt with as war combatants but as criminals, using a law enforcement paradigm. Obama's overly broad definition of imminent danger also troubled his critics. And even if he was correct that the war on terrorism was a global, never-ending, non-international armed conflict during which taboos against assassination do not apply, other laws of non-international armed conflict would still be at play. According to those, only the very highest-ranking militia leaders could be considered combatants at all times. And even then, under Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, those people should not be attacked when sick, wounded, or surrendering. This standard was obviously not met during the mission that killed al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. He died unarmed in front of his family. Of course, I myself will insist that was all a hoax anyway, and nothing happened. If someone was killed, it sure as hell wasn't Osama bin Laden. and certainly no evidence was presented that anyone died. It was a hoax. That would be the functional equivalent of what people believe about a fake moon landing, a fake al-Qaeda assassination, and played out again against al-Baghdadi. Given all the special forces faggots, the fake astronaut appeal that they essentially rank in terms of what they're worth. For lower level militants, the relevant rules say they can be attacked only when directly participating in hostilities, not when they're going about their daily civilian business or supporting hostilities indirectly. The drone killing circa 2011, the year of my late and sainted mother's death, of a U.S. citizen, Anwar al-Awlaki, was likely illegal on these grounds. Al-Awlaki's propagandizing for al-Qaeda does not fit the International Committee of the Red Cross's definition of direct participation in armed conflict, and at any rate, he was simply riding down the highway in a car with his son in Yemen when they were murdered. Many other targets of drone strikes in Pakistan, Somalia, and Yemen, where young men who happened to fit the description or profile of terrorist suspects, but who were in reality civilians going about their business, like Tariq Aziz, a teen Pakistani soccer player and human rights activist who died when his car was hit by an American missile circa 2012. A final problem be that even if these particular men and boys had all been legitimate combatant targets in a bona fide global war, the laws of war require proportionality, a balance between the military value of a killing and the incidental harm to civilians as a result. The language of targeted killings implies precision and accuracy, but in reality, an estimated 90% of the deaths they cause be among innocent civilians. One strike in October 2006 killed 69 children. And while Obama reduced civilian casualties with more stringent rules of engagement, they have risen under President Donald Trump. All this for a strategy whose military value be disputed. As the political scientist Stephanie Carvin and the criminologist Jennifer Carson show, evidence be quite mixed as to whether targeted killings be effective or in fact counterproductive, which further undermines the proportionality principle. Ultimately, many human rights groups and scholars have concluded that targeted killing is generally problematic if not outright illegal. But perhaps because of the rhetoric surrounding the practice, many of the United States believe is that it be a legitimate tactic. Polls as recent as 2015 show majority support among the American public for targeted killing policy. As the political scientist Simon Pratt has argued, Obama's rhetorical arguments shifted Americans' understanding of assassination just far enough to accommodate targeted killings as something different. Until this month, the popular understanding was that assassination was only assassination if directed at state political leaders. Strikes were only extrajudicial execution if they occurred in peacetime, not in war, and that the United States war on terrorism extended everywhere at all times, even to non-conflict zones like Pakistan, Somalia, Yemen, and certainly to Iraq. The killing of Soleimani shuffled the deck. First, as a high-ranking official of an actual government, he cannot as easily be cast as a terrorist renegade as non-state actors like bin Laden. Second, in wartime, military officials such as Soleimani could arguably be lawfully killed, but only if an international armed conflict already existed between Iran and these United States. And even then, it would not be legal to single him out as an individual, least of all in a third country not party to the war. To be sure, as the political scientist Ian Hurd argues, international law is flexible enough for savvy lawyers to justify almost any act. The self in self-defense in the United Nations Charter has been stretched over time, as had the concept of imminence. But that doesn't mean such justifications will convince others. Bush attempted to reinterpret the meaning of torture to excuse his interrogation policy, but as the political scientist Jamal Barnes shows, he convinced no one. Similarly, Americans may be willing to tell pollsters they think targeted killings are legal, but global public opinion skews the other direction. The way that Obama carefully sidestepped the assassination taboo, sans contesting it, indicates that the taboo still has power, including in these United States. That the Trump administration and its supporters have tried to frame Soleimani's death as a targeted killing of a terrorist analogous to Obama-era drone strikes, suggests they hope for the same cover. That strategy be unlikely to work. Already, new reports cast doubt on this claim. Overall, the Soleimani killing, and reactions to it, show us why we have rules against political murder in the first. As the political scientist Ward Thomas points out, the ethics of the ban on political assassination have long been sketchy. It might seem odd to forbid the targeting of a culpable leader but condone the slaughter of conscript multitudes in war. But ethics aside, the taboo against the assassination of political leaders in war or peace has served an important political function. It has protected the leaders of powerful states against harm by weaker adversaries, who may be tempted to deploy assassination because they could not defeat more powerful armies in the field. As such, until recently, powerful countries have been both loath to use assassination as a tool themselves, even where it might well have benefited their interests and forestalled greater bloodshed, because the norm protects United States officials as well. But the norm is slowly weakening, creating a slippery slope. The United States should not be surprised if other nations pick up the practice too. And so Jason John approached myself on YouTube in the chat room, saying, "I don't understand anything anymore, Douglas. Why no talk of Israel?" All kinds of question marks there. I count half a dozen fucking question marks. Why not talk of Israel? He actually said it again with 2 question marks. I'm out! So he left the chat room because when I was speaking of the Soleimani killing, he was expecting me to say, "The Jews did it!" Jason John, you'll not be missed. But let's talk about how Israel views Trump's strike against Iran. All of this will bring us back to the 100 men who need to die at the top of the world. Not at the top of the world geographically, mind you, at the pole, but on top of the backs of not just humanity, but all life on Earth. The people digging fossil fuels out of the ground need to be put into the ground. That's why I'm talking assassination. So that brings us to Israel's view, since everyone feels the Jews and Mossad are the greatest assassins on Earth. Or at least that's what they've promoted about themselves, for obvious reasons. The American assassination of the Iranian general seems of a piece with Israeli conceptions of deterrence. In these United States, early analyses of the Trump administration's assassination of General Qasem Soleimani, the commander of Iran's Quds Force, tended to come with corresponding analyses of Iran's arrays of choices for armed retaliation, attacks on shipping in the Persian Gulf, Saudi oil assets, Iraqi political targets, Israel, various diplomatic missions, suggesting that such a response be inevitable and wondering, ominously, where it will come. By inference, the rationale for Donald Trump's bolt from the blue action will be justified or not by its consequences, and their consequences in turn. We've already seen them in the takedown of the Ukrainian jet. As General David Petraeus told Foreign Policy magazine, "It is impossible to overstate the importance of this particular action. Soleimani was the architect and operational commander of the Iranian effort to solidify control of the so-called Shia Crescent, stretching from Iran to Iraq through Syria into southern Lebanon." He added, "Now the question is, how does Iran respond with its own forces and its proxies? And then, what does that lead the United States to do?" Petraeus' apprehension was unlikely to have been allayed by the Trump administration's alleged contingency plans for an Iranian counterattack. After Soleimani's death, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, reportedly instructed his National Security Council that Iran's response should not be carried out by proxies, but rather by Iranian forces in a direct proportional attack on American interests. If that were to happen, Trump tweeted, his administration had plans to attack 53 Iranian targets, a number that recalls the 53 American hostages held in Iran, Tehran, the capital thereof, circa 1979. Early on Wednesday morning, a first Iranian salvo came. Units of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps fired more than a dozen ballistic missiles at 12 military bases in Iraq, where American troops be stationed. There were no reported casualties. The Americans were given forewarning and they hid in their bunkers. And the damage was apparently minimal. At any rate, later on Wednesday morning, in a brief address from the White House, Trump said, some would say gloated, that Iran appears to be standing down. After misrepresenting the terms of the Iran nuclear deal, he called on NATO, an organization he has frequently scorned, to take his role and reiterated threats and sanctions against Iran, but said that he was ready to embrace peace with all who seek it. He wants a peace, all right. Whatever Trump does, or does not do, in response, looking one military move ahead does not amount to a strategic plan. And the danger of escalation looms in a region that be whatever America's advantage in the airspace, Iranian turf. A missile barrage is the least of Iran's strategic options. After the killing of Soleimani, which was achieved by a drone strike near the Baghdad airport, the Iraqi parliament called for American troops to leave that country, which has a Shiite majority, and be home to militias subject to Iranian influence. Trump threatened economic sanctions on Iraq, but this has mainly compromised Prime Minister Abdul Mahdi, who presides over cities recently racked by demonstrations that be desperate for foreign investment. It has not apparently mitigated uncertainty regarding the fate of America's Iraqi bases, which calls the continuing fight against ISIS into question, let alone the meager results of America's terrible war there. Meanwhile, the Syrian regime owes its survival to Iran, and Lebanon remains dominated by the Iran-backed Hezbollah, whose leader, Hassan Nasrallah, warned that suicide bombers across the region will leave Americans humiliated, defeated, and terrified. But this is Israel's turf too, and the killing of Soleimani feels quite different in Israel than it does in the United States. A somewhat more decisive, if not exactly recommended move in a game that has been playing out in the region for years. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was reportedly apprised of the American strike in advance by Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, said that Trump was worthy of full appreciation, though he subsequently tried to distance Israel from the killing, calling it an American event. Now, Benny Gantz, the opposition leader trying to displace Netanyahu, called the attack a brave decision. No major party leader has publicly condemned the killing in Israel. On Sunday, Alex Fishman, the security correspondent for the Tel Aviv-based newspaper Yediot Ahronot, wrote, "For years, Israel has tried unsuccessfully to harness the United States for a military confrontation with Iran. And last Friday, we emerged from these 40 years in the wilderness." Oh, that's a biblical conceit. Now, Fishman puts things brazenly, but he captured the general mood among Israeli security experts who take as for granted that they must fight a war of attrition with Iran and its proxies, Hamas in Gaza, and Hezbollah in Lebanon and Syria. They also assume that, despite Israel's own second strike nuclear capabilities, Iran's heft, a technologically advanced country of 83 million people, with a military industry larger than Israel's, its nuclear program and its development of guided missiles constitute an outsized, if not existential threat. Since October, when Trump seemed willing to abandon the Kurds fighting in northern Syria, Israeli security experts have feared that their American patron was showing signs of withdrawing from the region. Their ultimate fear was that he would leave Israel to face Iran alone. But something else be at play here. The assassination of Soleimani seems of a piece with Israeli conceptions of deterrence, the manifest demonstration of overwhelming force kept in reserve, in which the killing of leaders be an arrow in the quiver. When Amos Yadlin, the executive director of Tel Aviv University's Institute for National Security Studies, he previously served as the chief of military intelligence and as a deputy commander of the Israeli Air Force, was interviewed about the assassination on the Ynet news site. He immediately drew a parallel to the assassination of Imad Fayez Mughnia, a Hezbollah commander in a joint Mossad-CIA operation circa 2008. As Hezbollah and Iranian leaders did then, Yadlin said, Iranian leaders would now respond in a measured way. Virtually all defense experts presume a kind of division of labor in the regional contest, with the United States deterring Iran's missile and nuclear programs and Israel countering the missile capabilities of its proxies. The Iranians really don't want a war with the world's greatest power. This is to quote Yadlin. Any broad-based attack, such as the one that Iranian leaders threatened over the weekend against 33 sites, inclusive Tel Aviv, would bring down on them America's great might, including B-1 bombers, B-2s, cruise missiles, everything the United States has. Now, Yadlin did not have to add that what keeps Hezbollah's tens of thousands of rockets and missiles away from their far fewer launchers is the specter of how the Israeli Air Force would retaliate. In recent months, the Air Force has carried out dozens of attacks in Syria, and even some in Iraq. Last month, at a conference in Herzliya, the Chief of Staff of the Israel Defense Forces, General Aviv Kokavi, said, alongside the limitations on its nuclear program, Iran is continuing to develop missiles that can reach Israeli territory. We are making great efforts to ensure that our enemies do not acquire precision weapons, and we will do so openly, covertly, and even at the risk of conflict. Since October, however, Israel has worried that the Trump administration isn't fully committed to its part of the job. The abandonment of the Kurds, Yadlin said at the time, gave Iran a windfall, a direct overland route through Iraq to President Assad's Syria, and from there to Lebanon. Furthermore, oil and gas independence seemed to make the administration cavalier about the Gulf. Iran attacked shipping there, then attacked Saudi oil fields, and even shot down a $100 million American drone. Yadlin then attested, the perception was that Americans are willing to impose sanctions, willing to offer economic aid, but when it comes to the military option, they are very hesitant. And Israel, Yadlin added, doesn't need American military help. But this withdrawal means a reduction in Israeli deterrence. The attack on Soleimani, presumably, turned everything around. Another former chief of military intelligence, Eran Ze'evi Farkash, told Israeli radio on Sunday that Soleimani was uniquely positioned to continue spreading the revolution, not primarily to annihilate Israel, but to build Iranian relations with insurgents from Yemen to Syria to Gaza. Then that perhaps the assassination may prove him irreplaceable, he himself so noting, there are people built by history. Nevertheless, the Iranian regime be pragmatic. Even Soleimani himself, who had cozied up to the Russian President Vladimir Putin, he was, Farkash said, the Kremlin's, Putin's favorite guest, had worked together with the CIA to fight against ISIS in Iraq. The Iranians do not want to absorb a further American attack. Their highest priority is not to lose Iraq and thus lose the land bridge from Tehran to Beirut. Besides, they know that their nuclear sites are particularly exposed to air attack. As a former senior Israeli defense official put it in May of 2018, just after John Bolton, a longtime Iran hawk, became Trump's national security advisor, the Trump administration would find an attack on the nuclear installations almost tempting. What with the surgical tools America developed to hit Iranian nuclear sites and operations. Uzi Arad, who served as Netanyahu's national security advisor from 2009 through 2011, the year of my mother's death, notes that more than Iran's nuclear sites be vulnerable. He's so saying Iranian leaders know us that America could hit not only nuclear-related installations, but also their military bases, their seaports. Iran is largely a sea power in the Gulf. Also, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard. Arad believeth that both sides will now look to de-escalate, and that Trump is not out for regime change in Iran. Arad surmises that what he really seems to want be intimidation of the existing regime, which may prove frustrating. He's so saying himself that it is said that Iran never won a war and never lost a negotiation. Yet Arad acknowledges that, then again, if escalation continueth and miscalculations mount, one never knowest, especially with Trump, how things might change. He himself thus concluding that we would hope that the fear of mutual miscalculation will cause the sides to roll things back. but miscalculations be possible. Well, they manifested with the shooting down of a passenger plane. Trump may then find himself in a spiraling tit-for-tat, a war, and then change his position about regime change. Yadlin, Erad, Farkas, and the former senior official, unlike Trump, all favored keeping the Iran nuclear deal. They all also distanced themselves from Netanyahu's indifference to peace overtures toward the Palestinian National Authority. The Institute for National Strategic Studies has itself proposed significant unilateral interim steps for implementing a two-state solution. Yadlin ran against Netanyahu's government circa 2015 as the designated defense minister on an opposition list that included the Labour Party. Yet he and Arad both think that Iran had a chance to test the diplomatic path after the nuclear deal, say by agreeing to negotiations about curtailing its missile program as a way of avoiding remaining sanctions, and instead chose to expand its regional adventurism. In that context, Trump's strike, entangled with Israel's own notions of regional deterrence, is seen as a counter to such adventurism, a continuation of the notion of minimum power necessary for maximum effect and entailing minimum danger. As Yadlin wrote in November, akin to a targeted strike like Israel's operation on Iraq's nuclear reactor circa 1981, in which Yadlin, then himself an Air Force pilot, participated in. But this is obviously a dangerously elastic formulation, as the attack on Soleimani shows. Although provisional asymmetry maketh deterrence plausible, it also maketh a too big preemptive attack tempting. Israel, or the Israeli military officials, routinely say that their theory of deterrence taketh into account both the enemy's motives and its capabilities. But that theory can default to the idea that if Israeli military power is what intimidates enemy forces, then when the latter gains capabilities, their motives will unconsciously change. The fact that they can attack will suggest that they should. For Israel, this line of thought essentially took hold just before the Sinai campaign of 1956, when it attacked Egypt's recently acquired Soviet armor and planes. It has never really changed. Then as now, Israel enlisted great powers to act at its side. It colluded with France and Britain, which occupied the Suez Canal. Then as now, Israel saw periodic attacks to build deterrence as a routine. A state of war came to seem all too normal. The corresponding danger, which Netanyahu, though neither Yadlin nor Erad, exemplifies, is that as long as Israeli leaders feel themselves in a state of successful deterrence, they will stop imagining how long-term diplomacy can be more urgent than immediate steps to annihilate enemy capabilities, mowing the lawn, as officers call bombing operations in Gaza. With Hezbollah in Lebanon, Israel's war in the north may now be inescapably normal. America's position vis-a-vis Iran and the whole of Southwest Asia be hardly comparable with Israel's vis-a-vis Iran's proxies. America's responsibilities be both less urgent and more complex. For Trump, moreover, diplomacy was an option. About this, many Israeli security experts, including Yadlin, have no doubt. The nuclear deal proved, if nothing else, that war with Iran is not inescapable. For Americans, it most certainly will not seem normal. Now, the secret operation targeted another Iranian official the day the United States killed Soleimani. The attempted strike may be indicative that the killing of Soleimani was part of a broader American operation to deal a major blow to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as if they were simply another terrorist network instead of Iran's version of the United States Marine Corps. So is preemptive assassination the new Trump doctrine? Many thought the United States got beyond this immoral and illegal approach after the disaster of the Iraq War. By all evidence, not so. So that brings us back yet again, after the Israeli context, who sent out their Mossad to assassinate people deemed enemies of Israel. was Qasem Soleimani's killing lawful? And why does it matter? The episode raises intertwined questions of law, process, and policy. The Trump administration's case for assassinating Iran's top general last week in Baghdad is being hotly debated by the United States Congress, where the House just passed a war powers resolution aimed at restraining the president's military action against Iran. While the facts are still emerging, most indications suggest that the strike was illegal. United States officials had no business putting this illegal option on President Donald Trump's desk. Even as an extreme option, they expected the president would reject. The decision-making process was abysmal and ensured that the legal issues would not be properly vetted and that Congress would be denied its statutory and constitutional role. As a matter of policy, Trump's entirely unsubstantiated claim, his unprovable claim that Iran, having responded, is now standing down, hardly vindicates his reckless action. Assassinating state leaders, provoking retaliation, then narrowing, averting needless open warfare, is not strategic success. This is especially true when the episode leaves Iran policy in a far worse place than it was 5 years ago, when the previous administration negotiated a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. Most important, by deploying assassination as a tool of preemptive self-defense, the Soleimani strike raises the haunting question whether Trump has resurrected the very doctrine that many thought had been wholly discredited by the disaster in Iraq. Under current law, Trump had no business ordering the killing of one of the highest-ranking military leaders of a foreign state with which the United States was not at war. Before the strike, the United States had not engaged in armed conflict with Iran as a matter of international law, nor can it be plausibly argued that Congress authorized the strike under a 2002 authorization for use of military force, acronymous as AUMF. That was designed to authorize force to defend against the continuing threat posed by Iraq when the long-departed Saddam Hussein was Iraq's president. Soleimani undeniably orchestrated numerous proxy and terrorist strikes over many years. But unlike Osama bin Laden, who headed a non-state terrorist group, Soleimani was de facto the second highest-ranking official of a sovereign state. Like Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, a Japanese military champion of the Pearl Harbor attack, Soleimani should only have been targeted as part of an ongoing armed conflict with Iran. If killing him was an intentional decapitation strike, it was tantamount to declaring war on Iran, which under the United States Constitution's Declare War Clause requires congressional consultation and participation. And if his premeditated killing was simply to eliminate him, not a necessary and proportionate response to address the imminent threat of attack by Iran, it was an assassination sans legal basis, forbidden by a 43-year-old Ford administration executive order. Even if deemed a terrorist, Soleimani was a high-level state actor, against whom other sovereign states normally act with tools of sanction, diplomacy, and warning, not assassination. That he was head of the Quds Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, a United States designated foreign terrorist organization, does not make him a legitimate target. Trump defied precedent in April of 2019 when he stretched that statutory designation to include an identified unit of a sovereign army. Soleimani was reportedly in Iraq on a diplomatic mission. How would Americans react if other countries designated SEAL Team 6 or Joint Special Operations Command as foreign terrorist organizations and then targeted them while training in foreign countries? And how are Americans made safer if their country kills the leader of a state military group with an established chain of command that ensures immediate elevation of a replacement empowered to order precisely the same attacks? Most dubious be the Trump administration's effort to defend the strike under the international law doctrine of self-defense, falsely claiming to build on precedents from former President Barack Obama's time in office. The Soleimani strike was not a lawful targeted killing of the kind regulated by the Obama administration's well-publicized drone playbook. Obama administration policymakers and attorneys were acutely aware that preemptive assassinations start rather than end wars. And so, the Obama administration never assassinated a sovereign military leader as part of an offensive assault to promote regime change. If, like the Obama administration and the British government, the Trump administration claims that it acted in elongated self-defense because of Soleimani's past bad acts, it must produce and share with Congress, American allies, and the American public its factual basis for 4 claims. First, that killing would prevent an imminent attack on a United States territory or critical American interests. Second, that the attack was necessary because no lesser measure would have sufficed and the action would not escalate. Third, that the attack was proportionate to the threat posed. And fourth, that in doing so, the United States adequately respected the territorial sovereignty of United States allied Iraq, where the strike occurred. While its briefings remain classified, the administration has apparently failed to produce evidence that Soleimani was about to launch an imminent attack to which these United States needed to give a proportionate response respectful of Iraq's sovereignty. Even Republican loyalist Senators Mike Lee and Rand Paul found the administration's classified briefing on the topic utterly laughable. And the New York Times' Rukmini Callimachi said that officials briefed on the classified evidence found the case for imminence razor thin and saw the reading of the intelligence as an illogical leap. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo's amorphous claim that Soleimani made continuing efforts to build out a network of campaign activities that were going to lead potentially to the death of many more Americans gave no assurance that Trump met any of these legal prerequisites: imminence, necessity, proportionality, or respect for sovereignty. And Trump's listing of Iranian cultural sites, protected under international law from targeting by the Hague and the Geneva Conventions, would violate the 5th legal prerequisite of humanity, which any government making such targeting decisions must take into account. Presidential subordinates should never present illegal options. And government officials sworn to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law have no authority to request, accept, or execute them. So why was United States and international law so casually ignored? Simply put, bad process. The decision was taken abruptly at Trump's private Mar-a-Lago resort, sans the careful interagency policy and legal process that accompanies a targeting decision fully vetted by National Security Council policymakers and agency lawyers. Neither short nor long-term strategic consequences were vetted, nor did this irreversible decision consider any coherent vision of Iran policy. One former National Security Council staffer, Jonathan Stevenson, has chillingly reviewed the intra-executive branch process, testifying to a broader abject dysfunction and deterioration of the national security process under Mr. Trump. And the interbranch process, particularly prior congressional reporting or consultation, seems to have been limited to Trump's casual Florida conversation with Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who is not a member of the so-called Gang of Eight Senate leaders ordinarily consulted about sensitive intelligence matters. Mar-a-Lago Country Club members reportedly had more warning than the highest congressional leaders. Nevertheless, Trump supporters justify the strike as good policy because a bad actor has now been neutralized. But keen observers, such as former senior national security officials Susan Rice and Richard Haas, among others, have all shown why, even if somehow deemed lawful, the decision was still awful national security policy that made the United States less safe in the world. Trump's premature claim that Iran is standing down after a largely symbolic retaliatory strike cannot be credited when we don't know what other retaliatory attacks, cyber or kinetic, still await these United States. Beyond law and process, in an age of drone strikes and targeted killings, what's wrong with including preemptive assassination as a policy option? Assassination is forbidden by United States law because it starts wars and quickly becomes deeply destabilizing. The same rationale used to kill Soleimani could be used tomorrow against North Korea's Kim Jong-un, Syria's Bashar al-Assad, or rogue Venezuelan president Nicolás Maduro. Because reciprocity lies at the heart of international law, how long would it be before hostile foreign powers started invoking the same rationale to target America's own bellicose officials? Law, policy, and process be deeply interrelated. Law locks in the lessons of policy to provide predictability and accountability. Legality and sound process tend to promote more stable policy, while illegality and bad process foster policy disaster. Legal compliance and good national security process enable multilateral cooperation, accountability, and political agreement about sensitive policies between the executive branch and Congress. But illegality combined with shoddy process breed cascades of illegality that strain the relationship between the President, Congress, and American allies, promote executive and American unilateralism, and enhance secrecy and cover-up. Witness the George W. Bush administration's disastrous embrace of illegal torture. The Justice Department's infamous 2002 torture memo said in effect that if the United States could attack in preemptive self-defense, it could torture people in preemptive self-defense. The same administration invoked arguments based on preemptive self-defense to put troops into the Philippines, to gear up for its Iraq campaign, and to assert in its national security strategy paper a customary right of preemptive self-defense. In other words, American Pearl Harbors. But the absence of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq debunked all those claims. Trois Bush administration maxims best illustrate the perils of preemptive war. Combine a maxim then Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld notoriously embraced. Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. With then Vice President Dick Cheney's so-called 1% doctrine. Even if there's just a 1% chance of the unimaginable coming due, act as if it be a certainty. So even if there's no smoke, assume there's fire, which justifies attacking preemptively. But preemptive attacks are not meaningfully restrained by notions of necessity or proportionality. If you think someone will attack with intent to kill, your best bet is to kill them first, a la Pearl Harbor. When that mindset prevails, evidence yields to hunches and the twisting of evidence itself, which be what helped create the rationale for intervening in Iraq circa 2003 with overwhelming force to stop non-existent weapons of mass destruction. Under traditional international legal doctrine of self-defense, an aggressor must take unambiguously aggressive first steps before the object of their aggression can legally respond in self-defense. But if we change the law to authorize a nation to respond not just to perceived threats, but to mere premonitions thereof, and then to inklings of premonitions that one's adversary might misperceive motives, hard evidence be displaced by conjecture or outright lies. Down this hall of mirrors lies a doctrine that assumes necessity, then authorizes disproportionate deployment of force to shock and awe a potential attacker into submission. We cannot allow Trump and his cultic administration launch a new forever war against Iran and its various proxies by deploying vague Twitter claims as weapons of mass distraction. And Americans should hold Pompeo strictly to his vow, oft repeated since the strike, that every action the United States taketh will be consistent with the international rule of law. By their very nature, claims of preemptive war turn on, trust me, actionable intelligence. To prevent a replay of Iraq, Congress, the media, and the taxpaying public must continue their intensive, detailed scrutiny of Trump's factual basis for his claim of imminence. What factual basis did Trump have for thinking that Soleimani was planning an imminent 9/11 type operational attack on the United States territory or interests? Sans such information, 'twas illegal to even consider killing Soleimani as a policy option. But if such information existed, Congress was legally required to have seen it. Either way, the strike must be deemed to have been illegal. This also means rejecting Trump's and Pompeo's simplistic flattening of the issue into a false bipolar choice between attack or do nothing. Even if, as Pompeo claims, the risk of United States non-action was greater than the risk of action, the action taken did not demand ultimate military force. Unilateral at that. Ultimate military force unilaterally deployed. It could instead have called for a third way. Disarming Iran sans preemptive attack through a multilateral strategy of disarmament that would include diplomacy, transparency, containment, and enhanced sanctions. This third way should sound familiar, as precisely such a process led the Obama administration to conclude the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. By reflexively discarding that deal sans a safety net, Trump predictably triggered a cycle of tit-for-tat retaliation, and to escape it, he now ironically calls for new multilateral negotiations years later that could at best produce an inferior version of that accord. Despite its impeachment stalemate, Congress must demand the testimony under oath of those officials who shaped the options and argued for killing Soleimani. At the same time, legislators should force Trump to clarify himself, force him to come clean. Meaning, even now, while pursuing all I've already suggested, legislatures should force Trump to clarify America's near and long-term goals in Iran and Iraq. As debate shifts to the Senate, that body should legislate against further Iran escalation by enacting Republican or Representative Elisa Slotkin's resolution, recently adopted by the House under the War Powers Resolution's expedited procedures. Congress should also enact Representative Ro Khanna's bill denying funding to any offensive actions in Iran. As I've attempted to articulate thus far, Congress must repeal the now obsolete 2002 Iraq AUMF, the Authorization of Undeclared Military Force, and promptly move to hearings on the War Powers Bill offered by Senator Tim Kaine, incorporating sound ideas from a related bill offered in the last Congress by Senator Jeff Merkley. The House's impeachment of Trump over his national security abuse in Ukraine teaches that the current president himself be the foremost, clear and immediate national security threat. The Soleimani strike confirms that Congress cannot give an impeached yet impetuous, uninformed yet unchecked president carte blanche to wag the dog of war in Iran. Now, in my Epiphany Eve Day Critical Omissions episode, dated Sunday, January 5th, but a work week agone, in this 2020th year of our Lord, Kenneth Swayson said, Putin wants Trump to attack Iran? Russia and Iran are friends. So, yes. What part of this sentence is not what I fucking said? Yes, Putin wants Trump to attack Iran because it brings Iraq into the fold of post-Soviet Russian satellite states, along with Syria and Iran itself. So, let's contextualize first how heightened American-Iranian conflict plays to Russia's advantage. The assassination of Iran's top military commander, Major General Qasem Soleimani, raises a lot of questions about what an all-out war between the United States and Iran might look like. The simple answer is that it will be bad, but how bad may depend as much on Russia as it does on the American empire and Iran. If there be one player in the dangerous drama unfolding in Southwest Asia with the ability to flip the script, it's Russian President Vladimir Putin. 5 years ago, Trump's predecessor, Barack Obama, dismissed Russia as a regional power, capable at most of menacing weaker neighbors like Ukraine. Today, Putin appears to be making a convincing case that when it comes to influencing security in Southwest Asia, it be Russia, not the United States, who now be the indispensable nation. Putin was in Damascus at Damascus, the capital of Syria, earlier this week, meeting with Syrian President Bashar al-Assad on Syrian Orthodox Christmas, the Byzantine Oriental Christmas that both my executive producer, Brendan Zoget, and myself celebrate. Just hours before Iran, in retaliation for Soleimani's killing, launched ballistic missile strikes on 12 military bases in Iraq that host American forces. Now, days earlier, the new commander of Russian forces in Syria, Lieutenant General Alexander Cheko, reportedly delivered official condolences for Soleimani's death to the Iranian embassy in Damascus. Putin's visit to Syria was his second since Russia deployed troops there circa 2015 to prop up Assad at the height of the Syrian civil war. Putin's well-timed visit to Damascus illustrated just how much the ground has shifted in the Middle East on Trump's watch. It seemed designed to underscore the Kremlin's message that in Syria today, Russia be the heavyweight, not Iran. A message directed as much at Washington and Brussels as it be to Tehran. Putin's shuttle diplomacy provided a sharp contrast to Donald Trump, who spent the first few days after the drone attack ducking Congress, dodging the press, and delivering rambling pseudo-national security briefs by tweet, along with multiple threats to target cultural sites in Iran if the conflict escalated further, which would be an international war crime. That contrast will be all the more apparent, or was so this weekend, when Putin met with the Deutschen, or German, Chancellor, Angela Merkel, to discuss the tensions that brought the United States and Iran to brink of war, as well as other current international questions, according to Reichskanzler Merkel's spokesman from Syria to Ukraine. I'm sorry, Chancellor Merkel's. I throw the Reich in there out of habit. Given the current hostilities and Trump's vow to impose even stiffer sanctions on Iran, how to salvage the Iran nuclear deal, which Russia and Germany be a part of, and whether it be even possible, was sure to be the top item on Putin and Merkel's agenda in Berlin throughout this weekend. Perhaps more important for Putin, the meeting with Merkel may also have provided an important opportunity to probe for more vulnerabilities in the soft underbelly of the NATO or North Atlantic Treaty Organizational alliance. While Iran and the United States appeared to have pulled back from open war, Europe, perhaps in vain, is still trying to find an elusive diplomatic solution to ease tensions and save the nuclear deal. That leaves Russia with plenty of room to maneuver between the United States and its traditional European allies to try and exploit the situation to its advantage. Trump's request to NATO to become much more involved in the Middle East during an address at the White House a day after Iran's missile strike could hardly have been more obtuse. It'd be unclear if Trump has either forgotten all the abuse he's heaped on NATO since taking office, doesn't think it matters, or just doesn't understand how calling on NATO, a transatlantic alliance designed to counter Russian aggression, to get more involved in the Southwest Asian might, under current circumstances, be more of an irritant to America's allies than a balm. If the past 3 years of Trump's approach to relations with NATO and Russia be any guide, it's probably a case for all the aforementioned. For now, there can be little doubt that when it comes to Iran, America's losses be Russia's gains. As longtime Russia hand, the individual named Strobe Talbot, and his colleague Maggie Tennis, so noted this week, Trump's failure to reach out to European allies in advance of the strike on Soleimani bolsters Putin's ability to promote his favorite line that the American empire be an erratic partner at best and a menace to global stability at worst. At the same time, Putin's ability to sway the key players in Europe, Deutschland, Germany, France, and Britain, to see things his way, is relatively limited by other geopolitical tensions. The war in Ukraine, which remains unresolved, and the ongoing civil war in Syria, where issues of reconstruction and reconciliation be frozen. With the 2020 United States presidential election looming, Russia also faces serious constraints when it comes to convincing Trump to abandon his maximum pressure campaign against Iran in favor of resurrecting the nuclear deal. If there be one thing Trump is most likely to crow about the loudest on the campaign trail, it's the assassination of Soleimani, essentially the number 2 figure in the Iranian regime, who was the main champion of Hezbollah in Lebanon and the architect of multiple attacks on American interests across Southwest Asia. The proxy forces that Soleimani built up have served as Tehran's strategic bulwark, stepping into power vacuums from Lebanon to Iraq. While Iran has repeatedly demonstrated that it holds strong sway over many irregular militias, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq, and groups in Syria like Liwa Fatimiyun, an Afghan Shiite militia, there be no predicting how the latest step up the escalation ladder will influence the strategic calculations of these proxies. As the war in Syria has shown, Russia has exactly zero appetite to confront and no ability to constrain Iran's proxies, which be Tehran's preferred method of projecting influence. Beyond this week's Iranian missile strike, which was the first direct Iranian attack on U.S. forces in years, or last summer's hit-and-run operations against commercial ships in the Persian Gulf, likely carried out by Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, it be Iranian-backed proxies that pose the greatest risk to stability in region. Although Russia may benefit economically if security deteriorates in the Gulf, with a spike in oil prices providing a much-needed windfall to the Russian energy industry, such instability also poses other risks to Moscow. Putin may relish appearing indispensable in Southwest Asia amid an American-Iranian standoff, but if anything can jolt Washington and Brussels to unified action on Iran, it's a threat to energy and trade flows in the Gulf and Eastern Mediterranean. With new, harsher American sanctions now in the mix, the United States and its NATO partners have good options outside of a military response in the event of an escalation that choked off vital shipping routes in the Gulf, leaving Russia even less room to maneuver at that scenario. In the end, whatever Russia's short-term gains from American dithering and Trump's crude mishandling of this crisis, it stands to lose as much in the long term as anyone else. In the end, we all lose because we all die because of the fossil fuels. Yet, in death, Soleimani himself may achieve his life's dream, preserving Iranian power in Iraq. Until Trump ordered the drone strike that killed him, mass protests posed a threat to Iranian influence. That could now change. Early last Sunday morning, Sarkaut Shams, a Kurdish member of the Iraqi parliament, received a text on his phone from the political bureau of the Kataib Hezbollah militia, which had just lost its leader to an American drone strike. The parliament was due to vote on whether to expel American troops from Iraq following the American assassination of the Shiite militia leader Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis and his ally, Iranian Major General Qasem Soleimani, early Friday morning. The text Shams received was an unmistakable and personal threat. Vote to oust the Americans or else. Shams thus testifying, they were saying either you are going to side with the people or you will be considered traitors and your houses will be burned, with the families inside. Shams ultimately stayed away, along with at least 150 other legislators who boycotted the vote. But inside the parliament, the atmosphere resembled a political rally, with lawmakers chanting, "Yes, yes, Soleimani! No, no, America!" The irony is that until United States President Donald Trump violated Iraqi sovereignty by killing Soleimani and Muhandis with a drone strike on January 3rd, Iran faced a serious threat to its influence inside Iraq in the form of thousands of Iraqis protesting against the corrupt politicians propped up by Tehran, oftentimes through Soleimani's machinations. The Iraqi protests had posed the greatest challenge to Iran's influence over Iraq in years. Mass outrage was mounting against leading politicians whom demonstrators accused of serving Iran before they served Iraq. And so, Soleimani may now be closer to achieving in death what he was unable to produce in life. A counter-movement to the demonstrations, one that pivots Iraq back towards Iran and solidifies its political establishment. Soleimani's assassination by the Americans has provided a much-needed shot of legitimacy to Iraq's unpopular and Shiite-dominated leadership, who have not only close links to Iran, but also a vested interest in suppressing the domestic popular movement against them. To quotist Fanar Haddad, a senior research fellow at the Middle East Institute think tank, I think the assassination has given the Iran-aligned elements in the Iraqi government and the Iraqi political system what they've been looking for since October, namely a counter-cause, a counter-protest, and a way of creating counter-pressure to push back against the protests. Rinad Mansour, a research fellow at Chatham House, another think tank, believes that in the coming days many of the pro-Iranian groups will try to use any new American airstrikes to fuel anti-American sentiment. Many of the mostly youthful protesters were raised in the wake of the 2003 American invasion and have made clear that they support neither the United States nor Iran, but that does not stop them from being branded with a pro-American brush. Per Mansour, there will be a purge, I think. This is the biggest threat of anti-establishment protesters or leaders, and now they have the ammunition of using anti-Americanism. So anyone who is critical of them, they can just say, is an American spy. Thus, for the first time since protests against the Iraqi government began late this past year, protesters find their demands for a new government have been sidelined into a desperate push against foreign interference from the United States as well as Iran. Now they hold up signs declaring they do not want Iraq to become a battleground rather than ones with their demands for fair elections, education, and work opportunities. To cite Fanar Haddad again, he says that this is impacting the protests in a very negative way. It's bumped them off the news cycle. It's created this counter-issue. It's directly juxtaposed against what the protesters have been saying, at least where Iran is concerned. The American airstrikes that killed Soleimani and Muhandis have been roundly condemned as a violation of Iraq's sovereignty by almost every Iraqi leader, from acting Prime Minister Adil Abdul Mahdi to Iraq's foremost cleric, Supreme Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani. But some members of parliament, such as Shams and many of his Sunni and Kurdish colleagues, remain worried about the repercussions of expelling American troops, especially the power vacuum it would cause, giving the Islamic State a chance to mount a resurgence in their home provinces. Shams said he was outraged by the threats from Iran-affiliated groups such as Kataib Hezbollah, so attesting that, we told them we will not accept a threat, we didn't accept it from Saddam Hussein, and we didn't accept it from the Islamic State leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, and we will not accept it from anyone else. Ultimately, the parliament passed a non-binding resolution recommending the government expel American troops on Sunday afternoon. The move does not actually require American troops to leave, as that decision is in the hands of the Iraqi government, but Sajjad Jihad from the Al-Bayan Center for Planning and Studies, an Iraqi think tank, said he thinks the government is likely to press on, adding, if they can't be protected and they risk violating sovereignty, it's best for them to leave, because we don't want to see things escalate in our country due to their presence. Late Monday night, American troops seem posed to do just that. In the opening of Yester Septimania, the work week thereof, the noisy whir of helicopters filled the sky as security escort choppers started to leave the green zone, and the United States issued a statement to the Iraqi Ministry of Defense saying that in compliance to the parliament, it would be repositioning forces. In a chaotic series of events, Department of Defense officials later said the letter was a draft and United States forces would remain in Iraq. Miles Kaggans, the spokesperson for American Operation Inherent Resolve in Iraq, confirmed to Foreign Policy magazine that the helicopters were indeed United States troops repositioning, although he did not give further details. Now chaos and uncertainty reign over Iraq's relationship with the United States, while Iran-backed politicians appear to have closed ranks. In mid-October 2019, Soleimani reportedly met with top militia leaders in Baghdad and instructed them to increase attacks on American targets. He wanted to engineer anti-American sentiment to distract from the popular protests against Iranian-backed politicians and militia groups. He hoped that these provocations would spark an American military response, giving Iran the opportunity to try to shift the narrative and refocus public anger on America's violation of Iraqi sovereignty. While he was alive, these efforts largely failed. Even after the attack on the American embassy that began late last month, protesters held steadfast to their demands of an independent Iraq and an end to corrupt governance. Chatham House's Mansour observed What happened with the protests for the last few months is that they increasingly turned against the system, against the Haid, the mostly Shiite militias, as part of that system, and against Iran itself as a foreign external backer of that system. The 3 months of massive popular protests also swept through southern Iraq, which be Shiite dominated, as young people poured into the streets demanding an end to corruption and the ousting of the political elite inserted by Iran. Due to the entanglement among major political parties, politicians, and Iranian power brokers such as Soleimani, many in Iraq's protests saw Iran as the power behind the throne. Protesters regularly chanted, "Iran out, and held up signs with red X's etched across the face of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Iran continues to hold great influence over the current government. After Abdul Mahdi announced late this past year he was stepping down as prime minister, Soleimani flew to Iraq to help oversee the negotiations for his successor. Many of the major political parties are supported by Iran, including the influential Fatah Alliance, headed up by Hadi al-Amiri, the commander of the Badr organization, another Iran-backed militia. Protesters accuse the Iranian-aligned militias and politicians of deploying brutal campaigns of kidnapping, torture, and assassinations to suppress Iraq's popular demonstrations. Soleimani himself helped engineer the crackdown, telling top officials, "We in Iran know how to deal with protests," during a visit to Baghdad at the outbreak of these demonstrations. Mithal Allah, a 35-year-old protester, was quoted as saying, "Iran is responsible for interference in Iraq. They suppressed and created an agenda to steal from the country. Those people destroyed everything through killings and arrests." The crackdown did not silence the protests, which continued for 3 months despite the killing of 500,000 people and the injuries of many thousands more. Now protesters be acutely aware of the attempts to co-opt their efforts, as well as the cost of keeping them independent. In Nazireh, Iran-backed militia supporters attempted to carry a symbolic coffin into the center of the city's protests, but protesters prevented them. In response, the militia supporters opened fire on demonstrators. On the same day as the march on the U.S. Embassy, protesters issued a demand through loudspeakers in the square, disassociating themselves from those actions and reasserting their commitment to peaceful protests. But Soleimani's killing has unquestionably united Iraq's southern political elite and reignited the nationalist language that frames those who be anti-Iran as pro-American. Sham said that ahead of the parliamentary session, pro-Iranian members of parliament warned him that a vote against American withdrawal would be considered close to treason, himself testifying that our WhatsApp groups were saying we will publish all the names. Whoever didn't attend the session will be considered a traitor or someone working for foreign powers. Trump himself didn't make things easier for the protesters when, in response to the Iraqi parliament's resolution, he threatened sanctions on Iraq, something that brings back haunting memories to Iraqis who remember the devastating sanctions of the 1990s. Noor, a young activist in the street who didn't want his full name used for fear of government retaliation, went on record to say us that we are so worried we don't want to be like before 2003 when we were isolated from the world. Middle East Institute think tank researcher, this research fellow Haddad, yet again, that I've sourced earlier, he says, "It strikes me that the moment America's tools are all coercive. There's the might of American military power, there's coercive economic measures that they can take, but it strikes me that America is really lacking in soft power and political assets within Iraq itself." And Haddad adds that the Iranians, on the other hand, be leveraging their full arsenal of soft power. He's so concluding that they're using their leverage in Iraqi politics to mobilize the Iraqi political classes in their favor in order to try and consolidate their control over Iraqi politics and marginalize the Americans to the greatest extent possible. As repercussions of these massive geopolitical decisions ripple throughout the country, Iraqi protesters fear that the revolution they fought so hard for may get left behind. A feat Soleimani was unable to engineer through crackdowns or attempts at infiltration, through outright terrorism, may be caused by American airstrikes that ended his life when he was barely out of the airport. To exit the stage by citing the aforementioned activist Noor, he has said, "We just want our Iraq. I really worry about it. I don't want to lose my country again and travel to another. After this revolution, after the biggest and strongest revolution that happened in Iraq, if Iran and America restart war in Iraq with their bad beliefs and stupid thinking, I will leave Iraq forever. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron-Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. You can see more at theunfinishedman.com, where you can find excerpts from his book and, of course, scenes from film documentaries he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. Or you can call the Baron Ben personally at 1-520-323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. Now, I'll probably be going a little past midnight tonight on the Pacific Coast, which takes us all the way to probably 3 in the morning over there on the east. So I hope those who are up for the night are drinking enough coffee, or will be checking in when we get published to hear the entire audio. Because we're going to, of course, take us back onto the war that matters to us all, and why the 100 men at the top of the food chain need to die. So, when it comes to the fires in Canada, they show no sign of burning out. Australia's deadly wildfires are showing no signs of stopping. Now, per the Grand Madame Maria Michaela Grigorich, I will see what articles I can source regarding Australia's fires. I am concerned about how the whites may be using Aboriginal fire rituals, or fire stick rituals. I get the feeling that some of these stories are being twisted. The rituals are kept under control, of course, and are not done with any destruction in mind, but in fact rebirth of the lands. But who is taking advantage of these and turning them into out-of-control bushfires? You know, the usual white supremacist garbage. Just one of these feelings I've been having for a while. Not sure if I will find anything relevant, but I will let you know if I find anything. Well, thank you, darling. And she be onto something most people don't understand. If you take a look at old anthrogeography books that deal with both geography and anthropology, the title of one such work is The Burning Continent, which talks about Australia's Aborigines and, of course, how they would set the land aflame to renew the bush. This was a controlled burn, like the Native Americans did throughout North America. Many people today think that scientifically they can replicate what the Aboriginal and indigenous peoples of both Australasia and North America did intuitively. They cannot. And what has resulted has been catastrophe. By the way, Lena Crane says, "Hi. Hey, honey. So glad you're there in the chat room, darling." And with that, Taboo Bros 2 says, "What Philippine President Duterte is to Chairman Xi Jinping, Donald Trump is to Vladimir Putin." Oh, yes. And, well, we'll get into now the issue down south. Australia is being ravaged by the worst wildfires seen in decades, with large swaths of the country devastated since the fire season began in late July. A total of at least 27 people are by now known to have died nationwide, and in the state of New South Wales alone, more than 2,000 homes have been destroyed or damaged. State and federal authorities are struggling to contain the massive blazes, even with firefighting assistance from other countries, including these United States. All this has been exacerbated by persistent heat and drought, and many point to climate change as a factor making natural disasters go from bad to worse. The Australian wildfires are so bad you can see them from space. In the big picture, Australia is in the midst of an environmental catastrophe, with raging wildfires making parts of the nation look like a blood-red apocalyptic hellscape. As dramatic as the scene on the ground might be, though, the view from above may be even more disturbing, as images of wildfires taken from space show the full extent of the devastation. So in terms of the view from above, on Friday of the week before Yester Septimania, Business Insider published a series of images and videos of the wildfires taken from space. One particularly striking visual be courtesy of the Japan Meteorological Agency's Himawari 8 satellite, which photographs the Earth every 10 minutes. The agency produced an animation of the scene in Australia from space by stringing together a day's worth of the images, providing a grim off-world view of both the bushfires and their smoke plumes. Another powerful image shared by Business Insider shows what the situation looks like during the day from the perspective of the European Space Agency's Sentinel-2 satellite. It was taken on December 31st over the bushfire in Bateman Bay, Australia, and it's impossible to even see what the ground in some parts of the photo looks like because you cannot see the ground at all through all of the heavy smoke. So where are these fires? There have been fires in every Australian state, but New South Wales has been hardest hit. Blazes have torn through brushland, wooded areas, and national parks like the Blue Mountains. Some of Australia's largest cities have also been affected, including Melbourne and Sydney, where fires have damaged homes in the outer suburbs and thick plumes of smoke have blanketed the urban centre. Earlier in December, the smoke was so bad in Sydney that air quality measured 11 times the hazardous level, which be when you're recommended to wear a gas mask. That means just sucking in the oxygen around you, whatever wasn't sucked up by the fires first, could literally kill you. The fires range in area from small blazes, isolated buildings, or part of a neighborhood, to massive infernos that occupy entire hectares of land. Some start and be contained in a matter of days, but the biggest blazes have been burning for months. In New South Wales alone, more than 100 fires still be burning. And what is causing these fires? Each year, there be a fire season during the Australian summer, with hot, dry weather making it easy for blazes to start and spread. Natural causes were to blame most of the time, like lightning strikes in drought-affected forests. Dry lightning was responsible for starting a number of fires in Victoria's East Gippsland region in late December, which then traveled more than 20 kilometers, 12.5 miles, in just 5 hours, according to state agency Victoria Emergency. But now, mostly humans be to blame. New South Wales police have charged at least 250 people, 24 24 or more, with deliberately starting bushfires, and have taken legal action against 183 people for fire-related offenses since November, according to a police statement. To reiterate, Australia has arrested dozens for knowingly igniting brushfires with malevolent intent, and nearly 200 people have committed bushfire-related offenses. Dozens of Australians be known to have started blazes during bushfire season. According to reports issued on Tuesday or last week, with the entire country a tinderbox, dozens of arsonists have been arrested for deliberately igniting blazes in Australia during its catastrophic and deadly bushfire season. In the state of New South Wales alone, police have confirmed they have charged 180 people for bushfire-related offenses since November, including 24 for deliberately lit bushfires. With the country already facing extreme conditions, including record-breaking temperatures of up to 120 degrees, and water shortages, many people have been charged for ignoring fire bans enforced by local authorities. The Sydney Morning Herald has reported that over 100 people were busted in New South Wales for failing to heed warnings when they lit fireworks or barbecues over the summer holiday period, according to news.com.au, the AU for Australia. The state's police minister be unapologetic, noting that offenders would have to be from Mars in a bubble, his term, to not realize how dangerous the tinderbox situation be. The Guardian, however, has reported that a New South Wales Rural Fire Service spokesman has cautioned Sky News that the largest fires in New South Wales were caused by lightning, and that arson only accounted for a small number of sparks. Yet that same paper has reported that meanwhile in Queensland, police confirm 101 people have been caught breaching fire bans. AAP, or Australian Associated Press, has reported that in Victoria, police arrested at least one man proven to have started multiple fires that threatened thousands of suburban homes in December. But local police tell The Guardian that none of the big bushfires appear to have been caused by arson. Swinburne University professor James Ogloff, himself a director at the Center for Forensic Behavioral Science, has since informed The Australian Circular that around 50% of wildfires are started by carbon cult arsonists. To quote his team, verbatim, they're interested in seeing fire, interested in setting fire, and quite often the information around how fires burn and accelerate excites them. So half of wildfires are started by the carbon cult arsonists. So to be certain, on Monday, opening the work week, the New South Wales Police Force announced that it had charged nigh 250 people with deliberately starting bushfires in the Australian state. The force also noted that it's taken legal action against a total of 183 people for 205 bushfire-related offenses, including failure to comply with a fire ban and discarding lit cigarettes or matches on land. The news that arsonists have contributed to the deadly fires raging in Australia be both highly disturbing and disheartening. But perhaps even more troubling be the miswelding of this information as quote-unquote evidence that climate change is not a major contributing factor to the emergency. Timothy Graham, a senior lecturer on social network analysis at the Queensland University of Technology, told ZDNet that he believed someone has orchestrated a disinformation campaign on social media to try to shift the blame for Australia's bushfires away from climate change and onto the arsonists for the most inversive of agendas, to turn the message of our danger today on its head. He told said publication, and here I quote his T, "I'm not sure whether it's orchestrated or the extent to which this campaign is being coordinated, but there does evidence to be a particular focal point for spreading disinformation about arson in relation to the bushfires." That was his conclusion after analyzing 1,340 tweets containing the hashtag arson emergency, all of which were published by a total of 315 accounts between January 1st and January 6th, the first week of this year. After running his sample of tweets through an online tool designed to detect whether a Twitter account belongs to an actual human or a bot, he found the proportion of suspected bots was much higher than expected, leaving him confident in the existence of some soft or deliberate disinformatia or disinformation campaign. Graham so told The Guardian, and I quote his T, "The conspiracy theories going around, including arson as the main cause of all fires, reflect an increased distrust in scientific expertise, skepticism of the media, and rejection of liberal democratic authority. These are all major factors in the global fight against disinformation, and based on my preliminary analysis, it appears that Australia has, for better or for worse, entered that battlefield, at least for now. Just remember what Marshall McLuhan said in his book entitled Culture is Our Business. He was the great media mogul, or rather, the messiah of media. In the 1960s and 70s, that Canadian pundit, Marshall McLuhan, published his work in 1970, Anno Domini, wherein on page 66, in the work entitled Culture is Our Business, he stated World War III is a guerrilla information war with no division between military and civilian participation. The Edomite Carbonists are setting Australasia ablaze, so Fox News mogul Rupert Murdoch, a native-born Australian son, can blame frame environmental activists as doing so, in an entirely fabricated campaign falsely posited upon them, in which it be maliciously rumored that they will thereby convince the masses of global warming. And by convincing the masses of global burning, then the environmentalists will force the end to fossil fuels. Rupert Murdoch is not a fossil fuel mogul, he's a media mogul. And he runs Fox News. Why are these fires so bad? Fire season in Australia is always dangerous. The 2009 Black Saturday fires killed 173 people in Victoria, making it the deadliest bushfire disaster on record. But conditions have been unusually severe this year, fanning the flames and making firefighting conditions particularly difficult. Australia is experiencing one of its worst droughts in decades. The country's Bureau of Meteorology said in December that last spring was the driest on record. Meanwhile, a heat wave in December broke the record for highest nationwide average temperature, with some places sweltering under temperatures well above 40 degrees Celsius, about 113 to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Strong winds have also made the fires and smoke spread more rapidly and have led to fatalities. A 28-year-old volunteer firefighter died in New South Wales in December after his truck rolled over in high winds. As I said earlier, experts concur that climate change has worsened the scope and impact of natural disasters like fires and floods. Weather conditions are growing more extreme, and for years, the fires have been starting earlier in the season and spreading with greater intensity. Several high-ranking emergency service officials, including the former commissioner of the New South Wales Fire and Rescue Department, sent letters to Prime Minister Scott Morrison throughout 2019, warning of the impact of the climate crisis on Australia. In response, Morrison emphasized a commitment to reduce carbon emissions, but also said he would stick to sensible policies, and that there wasn't a single policy, whether it be climate or otherwise, that can completely protect against these fires. Now I'm going to check my messenger here. Got a new message coming in from the wonderful young lady who sent myself the link about these 100 people who need to die. And she doesn't recommend that. I take that on myself. Now, she's got a map here of Australia of the hotspots from the last 12 through 72 hours. Deeply appreciate it. And, of course, it's simply mind-boggling. There's no way to really describe this. Australia is ablaze. The continent now is truly the burning continent. The Australians, well, just let me continue. First, I'll take another look at the live chessboard. Cassie Henderson says, love from Scotland. Appreciate your chat. God bless you, honey. And with the return now to the task at hand. What has been the damage so far? Entire towns have been engulfed in flames, and residents across several states have lost their homes. The heaviest structural damage occurred in New South Wales, the country's most populated state, where 1,588 homes have been recorded as destroyed and over 650 damaged. Well above 2,000 homes unlivable by now. In total, more than 7.3 million hectares, or about 17.9 million acres, have been burned across Australia's 6 states, an area larger than the nations of Belgium and Denmark combined. The worst affected state be New South Wales, with more than 4.9 million hectares, or 12.1 million acres burned. To put that into perspective, the 2019 Amazon rainforest fires burned more than 7 million hectares, or about 17.5 million acres, according to Brazilian officials, what they were willing to admit to. In California, which is known for its deadly wildfires, I would know, just over 100,000 hectares, 247,000 acres burned throughout yesteryear, and about 404,680 hectares, or 1 million acres, in the year before. A total of 27 people across Australia have died this fire season we know of, including several volunteer firefighters. Well over 1,000 millions of animals be dying from the Australian fires, and the environment will suffer for years to come. Again, how many animals have died? About 500 million animals have been affected by the fires across New South Wales alone, with millions likely dead, and that's a conservative estimate. According to ecologists from the University of Sydney, the total number of animals affected nationwide be conclusively over 1 billion. The ecologists have confirmed that the figures for New South Wales include birds, reptiles, and mammals, except bats. It also excludes insects and frogs, so the real sum is almost certain to be higher. Federal Environment Mistress Susan Ley has testified that almost a third of koalas in New South Wales may have been killed in these fires, and a third of their habitat has most definitively been destroyed. Some species, like koalas, aren't in any immediate danger of extinction because they are spread out across the country, as confirmed by university ecologists, but others that live in more niche environments with lower populations, including certain types of frogs and birds, could be wiped out entirely if their habitats be hit by the fires. These are pretty good estimates based on previous research by population density, but until the fires stop, researchers have no way of surveying just how extensive the damage be and exactly how many animals have died. Meanwhile, according to Australia's ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Company, drought conditions in the country have become so dire, professional snipers will this week begin culling thousands of animals to conserve water resources. So that any water be left, they are now killing animals on top of the billion that have already died. Professional military-grade snipers in helicopters are shooting some 5,000 camels in remote South Australia, who are putting rural communities at risk by draining dwindling water reserves. The Age reports that in some parts of Victoria, resources are also so stretched that authorities are asking residents not to drink the tap water, warning of unprecedented challenges in maintaining water supplies. So what is being done? State and federal authorities have been working to combat the fire crisis for months. Early in January, Victoria declared a state of disaster and New South Wales declared a state of emergency, both granting extraordinary powers and additional government resources to battle the fires. The state of Queensland also briefly declared a state of emergency in November. There are more than 2,000 firefighters working on the ground in New South Wales alone, and more support be on the way. The United States, Canada, and New Zealand have sent additional firefighters to help. The federal government has also sent in military assistance like Army personnel, Air Force aircraft, and Navy cruisers for firefighting, evacuation, search and rescue, and cleanup efforts. The Morrison administration has also allocated 3 billion Australian dollars, that's 2 billion United States dollars, in federal aid to help rebuild vital infrastructure like schools and health facilities struck by fire. The Prime Minister earlier said up to 4,200 United States dollars will go to each of the volunteer firefighters battling blazes for more than 10 days. Other relief measures include compensated pay and extra leave for volunteer firefighters. But when will these fires end? Unfortunately, Australia is only just now entering its summer season. Normally, temperatures peak in January and February, meaning the country could be months away from finding relief. The fires are unlikely to end entirely since they be an annually occurring event, and may even get worse if recent years be our guide. If you're asking, how can I help? donations can be made to several organizations working toward victim relief and recovery, including the Australian Red Cross, Salvation Army Australia, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, and the St. Vincent de Paul Society Australia. But many celebrities are handling this. I need you helping me to bring you what I have to say tonight in way of solution. You can also help the devastated animal population by giving to wildlife rescue and treatment groups like Weisz, W-I-R-E-S, the Port Macquarie Koala Hospital, and Kurumbin Wildlife Hospital. But in what I have to outline to bring us towards midnight, California time, what if Australia were its own planet? As the world's leading coal exporter, Australia is burning down its own house. One way to think about the devastating fires in Australia, and perhaps to grasp more clearly how climate change plays out across the globe, is to imagine that the southern continent was, in fact, a planet all its own. Planet Australasia. In a small sense, that's how it actually feels, since you can't get to Australia from much of the world sans a long journey. And Australians be self-sufficient in many ways, growing plenty of food in a nation well endowed with soil, sun, and water, though that's becoming more difficult now because of climate change, fueled gripping drought. Australia also has its own complement of flora and fauna found nowhere else on Earth. Not just koalas and kangaroos, but also quolls and wombats and sugar gliders, and who could forget the duck-billed platypus. It truly is akin to living on another world. For a long time, its isolation served Australia well. The lucky country, it styled itself. It was even a little sheltered by its isolation from fears of nuclear war, as those old enough to remember the classic movie On the Beach will recall. But now Australia is suffering, harshly, the early effects of climate change. It turns out that its unique physical features be remarkably susceptible to the global warming that's now in its early stages. The Great Barrier Reef has been damaged by several bouts of severe bleaching from hot ocean water. The enormous kelp forests that ringed Australia's southern coasts have been all but wiped out. And now fire has come in a way it never has before. As the Earth gets hotter, droughts grow deeper and more prolonged. We've seen this in California, whose climate is close enough to Australia's that millions of highly flammable eucalyptus trees thrive in the Golden State as well as down under in the land of Oz. These are Australian trees, the eucalyptus. It's what the koalas eat. And they burn like matchsticks, and we have them in the millions in my Golden State. And now we see it in the Australian states of Victoria and New South Wales, where record temperatures and record aridity have set the stage for firestorms so intense that they generate their own weather. Last weekend, the suburb west of Sydney was the hottest spot on Earth, with the mercury near 120 degrees Fahrenheit and a relative humidity in the single digits. This is a precise recipe for an inferno, one that will be repeated across the globe in similar terrain. Australia is also a microcosm in its economy and attitudes. Most of the early victims of climate change, low-lying Pacific Islands or far northern indigenous communities, had done little, if anything, to cause their problems. But Australia be different. Its citizens vie with Canadians and Americans to emit the most carbon per capita in the world. And far more damagingly, Australia exports more coal than any nation on Earth. Yet the majority of Australians have chosen to do nothing about that. In their last national election, they gave power to one Scott Morrison, who made his bones as a political figure when, circa 2017, he carried a lump of coal into Parliament to pass around to his mates. "Don't be scared of it," he said. "Don't be afraid. It's King Coal. It's our king." In other words, if Australia really were a planet, it would be quickly, all by itself, destroying its climate. It can't blame the destruction on others. In any moral calculation, Australia has done this to itself. Which is not to say individual Australians themselves be to blame, other than by apathy. As elsewhere, the fossil fuel industry has done all it can to manipulate political systems. The election that brought Morrison to power saw one coal baron spend more money on campaign ads than the country's major political parties all combined. The same coal baron, Clive Palmer, is also building a full-size working replica of the Titanic for his own amusement, if you like metaphor overload. And of course, the Australian political discussion be poisoned by its native son, Rupert Murdoch, who owns most of the country's newspapers and uses them to promote carbonism, the ideology that we must be doing this to bring Earth back into its natural pre-human state by ensuring our own extinction. And you've seen what he's done with Fox News here in America. The Brits have at least outlawed him on their island, showing they're at least civilized, more so than the savage whites I'm stranded among in North America, the darkest of all continents on Earth, aside Australia. Fortunately, everyday Australians be rising up to say enough is enough. Young people are protesting at record levels. Volunteer firefighters are showing immense heroism, and impacted communities are demonstrating incredible altruism in the face of disaster. Citizens in fire-ravaged towns refused to shake hands with moron Morrison when he, just back from a Hawaiian vacation, had the audacity to belatedly tour the ashes. But the test of true change will be what Australia's politicians do about the massive new fossil fuels proposals before them, such as the massive Adani coal mine, one of the biggest new coal mines on Earth, the potential opening of the Great Australian Bight to offshore drilling of oil, and the calls to frack enormous amounts of gas in the Northern Territory. So far, the omens are not good. Morrison has said he's thinking instead of legislation that it will make it, instead of legislation to make it illegal for the offshore oil drilling. He wants to pass legislation that will make it illegal for activists to pressure banks to stop lending fuel development. In other words, rather than suppressing fossil fuels and the industry behind them, moron Morrison is going to make it illegal for activists to pressure banks to stop lending to fossil fuel development itself. So Australia truly be a microcosm of the world in another way too. Having savagely repressed its indigenous population, its government steadfastly ignores these people's expertise in managing fire on the landscape. Whether that indigenous knowledge can cope with a climate that is changing as abruptly as ours remains an open question, but undertaking a real dialogue with the only people who've managed a long-term occupation of the continent seems like a sound idea to me. The idea of Australasia as a planet of its own only goes so far, of course. Even if it stopped exporting coal tomorrow and resolved it to power its own economy with abundant wind and sun, Australia's temperature would continue to rise. The country cannot by itself solve global burning, but if the shock of these hideous firestorms be what it's required to decisively experience in order to comprehensively change Australia's politics, technology, and relations with the continent's original inhabitants, that example would demonstrate to the rest of the world that real change is not impossible. Imagine planet Australasia that stopped building new coal mines and started installing more giant solar farms and batteries. Imagine planet Australasia where people retreated enough to give the natural world the margin it clearly requires. What we're going to see over the next year or two be whether modern societies even be capable of responding to this kind of horror with the speed and courage that science demands. Planet Australia may be the best experiment we ever get. Because we're heading into a world of 3 seasons. And let me remind you all, I'm going to be talking for a while. Keep yourself caffeinated and be prepared to go longer than you normally would. I'm not ending at midnight. I'll probably have to take this to 1 a.m. in the morning Pacific, which means it'll be till 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning wherever you're at. Now, in terms of what I've expressed about everything tonight, remember the arc of narrative that'll take us back to why we need to kill those 100 who are out to kill us. So, when it comes to the 3 seasons, researchers have calculated that by mid-century, 2050, winter will no longer exist in Australia. We have the opposite of the Game of Thrones now. We have a world in which winter never comes. They have concluded that a season called New Summer will take its place. Talk about winter blues. A team of scientists and designers recently teamed up to create a tool that would show Australians what the climate be expected to be like in their cities by the year 2050, and it led to a startling discovery. In a press release, researcher Geoff Hinchcliffe has confirmed that in 30 years' time, winter as we know it will be non-existent, revealing yet another way climate change is poised to dramatically alter all life on Earth. There be a public connection. The team, comprising designers from the ANU, the Australian National University School of Art and Design, and the ANU Climate Change Institute, relied on data from the Bureau of Meteorology and Scientific Information for landowners for their project. Once it had compiled the data, the ANU team sought a way to present it that would most resonate with the public. Per Hinchcliffe, that meant using color, shape, and size around a dial composition showing a whole year's worth of temperature values in a single snapshot. That makes it visually rich and interesting and give us a lot of detail in a way that connects emotionally with people by locating it on their own town. And this brings us to seasons change. While creating the tool, the team noticed that the projections didn't follow the pattern of our current 4 seasons. Hinchcliffe explained us, "We looked at the historical average temperatures of each season and compared them to the projected data, and what we find is that there's really no period of a sustained or lasting winter. Instead of winter, the researchers have proven that Australians will experience spring, autumn, and a longer season they're calling New Summer. During this new season, temperatures will consistently peak above 40 degrees Celsius or 104 degrees Fahrenheit for sustained periods of time, based on all predictions. This is through the use of true power tools. This isn't the only initiative with the goal of presenting climate predictions to the public in an impactful way. In February, a team of American researchers unveiled a similar web application that compares the climate of American cities, circa 2080, to the climate of other cities today. Exempli gratiae. It notes that the climate of Washington, D.C., circa 2080, will likely resemble that of northern Mississippi today. By presenting climate predictions in ways that members of the public can directly relate to, these scientists might be able to make the impact of climate change seem more urgent, which could only serve to help us address the problem before we experience our last winter on Earth. To reiterate, the ANU, the Australian National University Climate Tool, identifies the end of winter by 2050. In 30 years' time, the Australian winter as we know it will be non-existent. It ceases to be everywhere, apart from a few places in Tasmania. Academics from the SOA&D, the School of Art and Design, teamed up with colleagues from the ANU Climate Change Institute on a design project which takes existing data and communicates the impacts of climate change in a way that people can engage with and better understand. The resulting new climate tool visualizes data which proves by 2050 Australians will no longer enjoy winter as they know it today and will experience a new season the designers are calling New Summer. New Summer represents a period of the year where temperatures will consistently peak, in many cases well above 40 degrees Celsius, for a sustained period. Using this tool, people can now click on thousands of locations across Australia to see how the local weather in their hometown will change by 2050. To quote us Geoff Hinchcliffe, the senior lecturer at the SOA&D, the School of Art and Design, We looked at the historical average temperatures of each season and compared them to the projected data, and what we find everywhere is that there's really no period of a sustained or lasting winter. In 30 years' time, winter as we know it will be non-existent. It ceases to be everywhere, apart from a few places in Tasmania, the island south of the Australian mainland, Australia's own Taiwan. The tool, which uses data from the Bureau of Meteorology, and SILO, S-I-L-O, acronyms for the Scientific Information for Landowners, shows how many degrees the average temperature will rise by in each location and how many more days over 30 or 40 degrees a place will have circa 2050 compared with today. And to cite Dr. Hinchcliffe at length, he says, as well as the data, we also focused on developing the most effective visual forms for conveying how climate change is going to affect specific locations. That meant using color, shape, and size around a dial composition, showing a whole year's worth of temperature values in a single snapshot. It makes it visually rich and interesting and give us a lot of detail in a way that connects emotionally with people by locating it in their own town. And per Associate Professor Mitchell Whitelaw, we concentrate on visualization and storytelling. We don't want to misrepresent the data or suggest things that aren't true, so the visualization was instrumental in conveying the data in a way that can be interrogated. It's like a graph, but more poetic. The research and innovation here is in the visualization and compilation of all this data. Our innovation is in the way this existing data is communicated and presented, hopefully in a memorable, engaging way. Now, the climate tool, the visual climate tool, was prepared for the Australian Conservation Foundation and can be found or viewed at myclimate.acf.org.a. That's myclimate.acf.org.a, short for Australia. Now, we've got downstream effects from what I've just described. The huge Australian fires could change the entire Earth's climate. Australia's fires could change global climate patterns for the worse. Experts agree this be far more than some scary local problem. Mixed into the devastating images of burned koalas and scorched homes from the Australian wildfires be apocalyptic images of rare weather phenomenon, orange haze over the North Island of New Zealand, monstrous pyrocumulonimbus clouds, fire clouds that vault into the atmosphere in New South Wales, and smoke snaking all the way to South America. Though they may feel remote to you, the Australian bushfires have kicked off a cascade of weather events that may impact weather systems around the world, even your hometown. Now, about these widespread effects, the wildfires currently ravaging Australia be so massive that they're triggering widespread weather patterns and altering the environment around the fucking world. According to Inverse, while the fires were oftentimes treated as a local story relevant only to Australians, their repercussions will likely impact millions of people in other countries and continents. As thunderstorm-like plumes of smoke grow into the sky and clouds of pollutants make their way across the ocean, we all may be dealing with the aftermath for years to come. It's global news. The fires have turned swaths of Australia into a fiery hellscape. The human and fauna death tolls continue to climb. According to New York Magazine's Intelligencer, in spite of that, the fires were treated like a scary but not apocalyptic local news story, rather than a catastrophe of global proportions that they be. It hits our emission goals. Inverse reports that aside from terrifying weather events, the Australian fires threaten to worsen global climate change. Not only are the fires giving off a huge amount of greenhouse gas emissions in and of themselves, but particles in the resulting dust and smoke can further trap heat within the atmosphere, heating our planet even more. So let's talk about this weird wildfire weather. One of the most striking weather phenomena be massive, explosive pyrocumulonimbus clouds, or pyro-CB clouds. When bushfires make it their own weather, they generate pyrocumulonimbus clouds and storms. These clouds are created by the heat and smoke from wildfires, forming towering chimney-like structures that have the same violent characteristics of a thunderstorm. These can cause dangerous and unpredictable changes in fire behavior, making the fire even more difficult and hazardous to fight. These lightning-filled clouds be oftentimes seen after volcanic eruptions and have been seen in other large-scale wildfire events like the 2018 fire season in my own Golden, California. And similar to a chimney, they funnel smoke up into the Earth's stratosphere with lingering ill effects. Circa 2018, NASA climate scientists ascertained that pyro-CB clouds can perturb the atmosphere at levels similar to volcanic eruptions, injecting smoke plumes that persist in the atmosphere for months after the fire cloud disappears. Australia's Meteorology Bureau has explained how pyro-CB clouds form. First, you get a plume of hot, turbulent air and smoke arising. Secondly, turbulence mixes cooler air into the plume, causing it to broaden and cool as it rises. Tertiarily, when the plume rises high enough, low atmospheric pressure causes its air to cool and a cloud to form. After that, in an unstable atmosphere, a thunderstorm can develop. Pyrocumulonimbus cloud. This firestorm mushroom cloud. And then, rain in the pyrocumulonimbus cloud evaporates and cools when it comes into contact with dry air, producing a downburst. And lightning be produced, which ignites new fires. This is literally a manifestation of the anti-god Michael Aquino taught myself be known as Cthulhu. Not to be confused with Cthulhu. In the case of Cthulhu, Michael Aquino envisioned a future in which Cthulhu would rule over much of the earth, and his cultists, the worshippers of fire, would throw their sacrifices on burning pyres across the surface of the world. Imagine mushroom clouds spewing lightning and propagating themselves, reproducing. The Washington Post reports that these pyrocumulonimbus clouds can signal extreme fire behavior, meaning fire behavior that be unnatural to the point of supernatural, including jumping beyond containment lines, rapidly switching direction, and whipping up fire whirls and full-fledged fire tornadoes, flaminados. Craig Clements, founder of the Fire Weather Research Lab at San Jose University in California, told myself that the rate of pyro-CB clouds relating to the fires in Australia be unique. Clements said on record to MSN that this is probably the largest outbreak of pyrocumulonimbus clouds on Earth. The clouds also drive other dangerous weather events like ember attacks, where burning twigs, branches, and other materials become airborne or rain down on the surrounding area, threatening the lives of people and animals caught in the blaze. 12 Australian firefighters survived an ember attack when they were stuck in a flashover on Tuesday. These powerful weather events cause acute damage, but other fire-related weather can lead to widespread, sometimes delayed effects. It's all under a smokescreen. The Australia fires have produced a huge volume of carbon dioxide, aerosols, soot, fine particle pollution, and greenhouse gases, filling not only southern Australia's sky, but also parts of New Zealand and South America. These emissions be responsible for the strange, glowing haze seen in recent days across New Zealand skies. Scientists estimate that wildfires around the world be responsible for about 5 to 10% of total CO2 emissions annually. These toxic gases have a complicated relationship with global temperatures. According to Inside Climate News, some aerosols can have a temporary cooling effect by making the atmosphere more reflective and blocking sunlight, while other emissions like black carbon trap heat and lead to rises in atmospheric temperature. The smoke from large-scale fires can move thousands of miles across the globe, spiking air pollution in distant lands. A 2018 study showed smoke from Canadian wildfires led to dangerous spikes in aerosol levels thousands of miles away in Europe, 20 times higher than those seen with the 1991 Pinatubo volcanic eruption. At the same time, emissions from wildfires like those across Australia contribute to widespread air pollution problem, which threatens the well-being of millions of people globally. Research has proven that wind can also carry smoke up to alpine regions like the Arctic, Alaska, and Greenland, where soot may accelerate the melting of ice sheets and glaciers. So we're in for a fiery future. A weather shift Monday brought rain to Australia, which dampened the fires and provided some relief to firefighting forces and evacuees, but experts warn that hot, dry conditions predicted later this week will cause the fires to resurge yet again. International media coverage on this crisis has grown, but some, like David Wallace Wells, argue as the world isn't appropriately responding to the Australia fires by treating them as a scary but not apocalyptic local news story. The complicated ways megafires, like those blazing across all Australia, influence global weather patterns means even if you currently live far from a forest or fire-prone area, your town may eventually become part of the growing areas likely to encounter wildfires. Wells has concluded that the Australia fires be part of a larger problem resting on all our backs, one of the long series of environmental tests to come. In Forecast 2080, you have this terrifying app that shows how climate change will transform over 1,000 cities, 1,000 and 100, 540 of them to be precise. In climate context, climate change is transforming our world. From rising sea levels to melting Arctic ice, the evidence be undeniable. But for people who don't live near a coast, the Arctic, or some other place where the impact of climate change is already obvious, like the Russian towns currently under siege by starving polar bears, the situation might not seem as dire as it actually is. Now, trois American researchers have created an interactive web app that makes it easy for people in North America to see the dramatic potential impact of climate change by showing them exactly how it's likely to affect the climate where they live. It's all heading south. In a paper published on Tuesday in the journal Nature Communications, the researchers describe how they projected what the climate of 540 urban areas in North America will look like circa 2080. Then they found a city whose current climate closely aligns with those predictions. Finally, the researchers created an interactive web application where a person can type in the name of a city and find out how that city will feel in 60 years. In general, the researchers predict that the climate of any North American location circa the 2080th year in our Lord will be comparable to that of a place approximately 528 miles south of it today. That means Washington, D.C.'s climate, circa 2080, will closely resemble that of northern Mississippi today. San Francisco will feel like modern Los Angeles, while Los Angeles itself will feel more like 2019 Las Palmas, Mexico. All based on NIMBYs. The climate projections are nothing new. This project puts them in a very accessible context that could have a more profound impact on the public than a series of charts or a picture of a starving polar bear might. By visiting this website, a person can see how climate change is likely to transform life in their hometown, or perhaps the city where they plan to retire, and hopefully that will serve as a much-needed wake-up call to anyone who doesn't grasp the severity of climate change. So, in terms of what do we do about this? Now, by the way, NIMBYs, that's a characterization of opposition by residents to a proposed development in their local area. It carries the connotation that such residents are only opposing the development because it be close to them and that they would tolerate or even support it if it were built further away. It's an acronym for not in my backyard. That's what I mean by the NIMBYs. So hopefully that puts what I said in context. Now, amid the bushfire crisis, Tens of thousands of Australians have rallied across cities to protest the Australian Prime Minister's climate policies as deadly climate-fueled bushfires have swept across the continent. Thousands of activists marched in several major cities across Australia on Friday, calling on the government to act on the climate crisis and to do more to stop the bushfires than continue to ravage large swaths of the country. And these protests, organized by national student organization Uni Students for Climate Justice, were set to take place in 9 cities, including Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, and Perth, indicating widespread public discontent after months of increasingly deadly fires. New South Wales police told CNN more than 30,000 people attended the climate change protest in Sydney. Organizers put the number between 50,000 and 60,000 people. So they're hiding the numbers of people. Why? Because Fox News, Rupert Murdoch, doesn't want you to know your children know that they're all going to die. At a rally in Sydney, 14-year-old Ambrose Hayes told CNN, "The bushfires are devastating communities and our government is not doing enough to stop it. The Morrison government needs to act before it's too late, before we reach a tipping point, before these impacts get worse than they already are." Protesters carried signs that read, "Koalas, not coal," "Change the system, not the climate," and "Sack ScoMo," with many more directing their anger at Prime Minister Scott Morrison, ScoMo, who has faced heavy criticism for what they see as a lackluster response to the fires and for his climate policies, as well as support for coal mines. Chris Stevens, who traveled to Sydney from the city of Dubbo in New South Wales, be quoted as saying, "We've had decades to deal with it, and successive governments have done nothing. The Earth is a finite resource. You can't have an economy on a dead planet." Friday's protests push for 5 main demands: funding for firefighters, relief and aid for affected communities, land and water sovereignty for indigenous communities, an immediate transition toward renewable energy, and a just transition for workers in the fossil fuel industry. A total of at least 27 people be known to have died this fire season. Over 2,000 homes have been destroyed, and an estimated billion animals have been exterminated. State and federal authorities have been scrambling to respond with thousands of firefighters on the ground and billions of dollars allocated in federal aid, but climate activists affirm it's not nearly enough. On its Facebook page, Uni Students for Climate Justice has written, "We're protesting this Friday because we're outraged about our government's criminal negligence about the bushfire crisis, exacerbated by climate change. We are protesting to give a voice to the tens of thousands of people who want real action on climate change and real funding for relief services." Authorities had urged protesters to postpone the marches due to dangerous fire conditions and limited resources. Victoria Police Acting Assistant Commissioner Tim Hansen said on Wednesday that the police force was already stretched thin and fatigued, and the protests would be a distraction and a resource drain on a day forecast to be hot and dangerous. So they're trying to discourage people from protesting the fact that nothing was done that led to this. The organizers pushed back, posting on Facebook that the police, the media, and the state government were trying to paint ordinary people who are fed up with their lies, theft, and criminal negligence as being a drain on emergency services. I mean, that Victoria Police Acting Assistant Commissioner Tim Hansen should be put in jail himself. And now there's pressure on Morrison. ScoMo Morrison has faced growing anger and frustration from the public as the fires continue to spiral out of control. He was widely criticized, quite rightly, for taking his vacation to Hawaii as fires raged in New South Wales last month. During a visit last week to the fire-ravaged town of Cobargo, the Prime Minister was heckled by furious residents who had lost their homes. One resident shouted at him, "You're an idiot, mate!" And most damningly, Morrison initially played down the severity of the fires. Frank Giotto, director of the Centre for Climate and Energy Policy at Australian National University's Crawford School of Public Policy, has attested that the strategy up until Christmas was to downplay importance of the emergency, to make it seem like another episode of fires, nothing to see here, move on. That really jarred with the very obvious, never-before-seen dimensions of this disaster, and it would really grate with anyone who had a direct experience of these fires. the government has simply looked uncaring, and it looked like the political position of the government, including with regards to its position on climate change, seemed to be more important than even the acknowledgement of the magnitude of this disaster. Now, ScoMo Morrison has defended his government's response to the fires and set up a national bushfire recovery agency to coordinate the response to rebuilding communities. His administration has allocated 2 billion Australian dollars, or 1.5 billion United States dollars, more like 1.4 billion, in federal aid to help rebuild vital infrastructure like schools and health facilities struck by fire. He's been forced to up that since then, make that larger, to 2 billion United States dollars, I believe. I may be wrong on that. The Prime Minister earlier said up to 4,200 US dollars would go to each of the volunteer firefighters battling blazes for more than 10 days, with other relief measures including compensated pay and extra leave for volunteer firefighters, and cash payments of 1,000 Australian dollars, or 690 American bucks, are also available to those who have lost homes or loved ones in the fires, if you can believe that. 690 fucking bucks when you lost a loved one and your home. The federal government has also sent in military assistance like Army personnel, Air Force aircraft, and Navy cruisers for fighting, evacuation, search and rescue, cleanup efforts. The Australian National University's Crawford School of Public Policy Director of the Centre for Climate and Emergency Policy, Frank Giotto, observes, the tone and nature has really changed over the last week or so. There is now a clear acknowledgement that it be the absolute top priority of the federal government in Australia. Activists on Friday, however, said the recovery fund was totally inadequate and called for the fire service to be fully funded. On Facebook, Uni Students for Climate Justice has written, it's scandalous that we have to rely so heavily on volunteers and charity to stop whole towns from being wiped out. We demand full funding for our fire services. I mean, this is just, it's impossible. So climate policies are under scrutiny. Morrison has also been called out for not doing enough to address the climate crisis, which experts warn be making natural disasters like fires go from bad to worse. Summers in Australia are always hot and dry, but fire seasons have been arriving earlier and spreading with greater intensity. Climate scientist and former federal climate commissioner Tim Flannery has testified that the science is telling us these extreme heat conditions we've seen this year might occur naturally once every 350 years. But once you add in the influence of the human-emitted greenhouse gases, we're likely to see these conditions once every 8 years. Flannery has confirmed that coal be a national addiction, and the link between government and the fossil fuel industry was almost complete. Informants from the Morrison administration have pointed to his history of climate skepticism and support for coal mines. Circa 2017, Morrison, then treasurer, made his position clear when he brought a lump of coal into Parliament. And to cheers from the fossil fuels lobbyists and jeers from the environmental opposition, he said, "This is coal. This is King Coal. This is your king. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. It's coal that has ensured for over 100 years that Australia has enjoyed an energy competitive advantage that has delivered prosperity to Australian businesses." Now, since then, his climate rhetoric has softened a little. He has acknowledged the link between climate change and extreme weather and asserted his commitment to reduce emissions. But he's also said the government would only pursue sensible policies, and that there wasn't a single policy, whether it be climate or otherwise, that can fully protect Australia against the fires. Now, ANU, Crawford School of Public Policy, CCEP, the Center for Climate and Energy Policy Director, Frank Giotto, who I've cited earlier, he corroborated that climate change has been a really poisonous issue politically for about a decade in Australia, himself so certifying that Morrison took a very decisive stance against climate change policy in the election campaign circa 2019. But yesteryear, he was subsequently locked into a position by his government of not doing much on climate change. Former federal climate commissioner and climatologist Tim Flannery has verified that policy of inaction is threatening to divide Australian society, because people are deeply angered by the betrayal of one government after the other on this issue. Himself so substantiating that we have a significant minority of Australian parliamentarians who are welded on climate skeptics. And even if the seas were lapping at their chins and their hair was on fire as a result of climate change, I don't think they would ever change their mind. So kill them! Anger over government inaction on the climate crisis was evident at the march in Sydney. The aforementioned 14-year-old young Master Hayes, who spracketh at the rally, was quoted as saying, "This is unacceptable. We want our Prime Minister to listen to the youth. He hasn't been listening to his voters. This is not what a Prime Minister should be doing." The CCEP Director Frank Johnson evinces that scientists have been warning for years that a disaster of this magnitude would happen, but government agencies failed to take heed and prepare, adding that there is now enormous domestic and international pressure on the Australian government to make its meaningful climate change policies. Johnson himself concluding that the fires be a wake-up call to that, and I am optimistic that it will result in a real shake-up in how we think about these extreme weather events. Well, the extreme weather is returning. The protests came on as New South Wales Rural Fire Service Commissioner Shane Fitzsimmons warned in a press conference that wildfires across Australia's southern states were expected to worsen on Friday into this weekend as hot, dry winds gust into the area. There were 137 fires burning in New South Wales as around 3,300 firefighters battled conditions that the fire service described as difficult and erratic. On the border between Victoria and New South Wales, 12 fires, the Green Valley Fire and Duns Road Fire, have connected, making a combined fire covering 545,785 hectares, or 1.3 million acres. In Victoria, emergency fire warnings have been in place for several areas, telling people to evacuate. The Victorian County Fire Authority warned residents still in Combien Bartown, "You are in danger and need to act immediately to survive. The safest option is to take shelter indoors immediately. It is too late to leave." And strong winds, southwesterly winds of 70 to 100 kilometers per hour, 43 to 62 miles per hour, were expected to hit the region overnight, complicating firefighting efforts enormously. According to CNN affiliate 9 News, Premier of Victoria Daniel Andrews went on record as saying, "These next few hours are going to be very, very challenging." What of these next few years? Let me speak as if I were Australian myself, because by their impact upon us all, we are all, by extension, Australians now. And provide us me the ability to work my way into a role. I'm going to be referring to the Australians as they, and I'm going to pretend I'm one of them, saying we, before I go all out into being Australian. I'm not going to imitate a goddamn accent. I'm just talking perspective. After the Sandy Hook massacre, many Australians assumed Americans would wake up and lay down their weapons. They didn't. So will this summer of bushfires finally shake Australia awake? These bushfires be sans precedent. After rock bottom, there be a choice. Stasis and misery are growth and transformation. Now I get that terminology on dealing with addiction from the grand madam Judith Ehrich, who was a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. And we're going to use her addictive terminology to deal with this. When a gunman entered Sandy Hook Elementary School and murdered 20 children and 6 adults after killing his mother in their home, the shock was so great you could assume that America would undergo a profound shift in consciousness. In addiction parlance, Sandy Hook was the rock bottom moment where things are so bad you know they can no longer continue as is. After rock bottom, there be a choice. Stasis and misery are growth and transformation. With Sandy Hook, many people in Australia assumed that after the grief, there would be a reckoning. The National Rifle Association would lose much of its power and influence, its spokespeople and shills would become pariahs, and meaningful legislation would pass so that this tragedy would never happen again. Right? Wrong. Since Sandy Hook, when much of the world said never again. 2,348 mass shootings have occurred. The number rises every goddamn day. For America, a shift in national consciousness did occur, but powerful interests and the politicians beholden to these interests stopped growth and transformation. Stasis and misery followed. From the other side of the world, many Australians were confused and appalled. How hard can it be, they tweeted, lectured, and hectored. Even their conservative former Prime Minister John Howard did the rounds of the American late-night shows to explain as how he enacted a radical gun reform measures, how Australia used the painful and shocking experience of the Port Arthur massacre to change and evolve. There was more than a hint of moral superiority in how much the Aussies liked telling Americans they must lay down their weapons, that they needed to wake up. But now, it will be their time to look in the mirror. This apocalyptic Australian summer be their Sandy Hook moment. They have to seize it and change their thinking, their priorities, and their politics. In doing so, they can change their country, our future, and transform ourselves and themselves into global leaders on climate change. These fires, sans precedent, have the potential to profoundly shift the national consciousness, and therefore the consciousness of the world. This summer could shake Australians awake if they let it. But if they don't do it now, while things are raw and real, they never will. The alternative be bleak, another lost year, another lost decade. That's another year of willing yourself to forget that 49.7 degrees Celsius day in Penrith, of trying to block out the pictures you saw on social media of charred animal carcasses and the ash you see falling from the sky and the image of the New Year's Day sky that turned black at 4 p.m., of the people you saw on television who tried not to cry when they said their house had burnt down but were thankful to be alive, of the friends you had to call in the fire zone to check if they were okay. It's trying to forget the footage you saw of the woman who ripped off her shirt and ran into the bush to save a burning koala. Of the photo you saw of the people standing in the sea in the middle of the night in the dark as the fire tore down to the shore. Of the exhausted Neligen firefighter who had seen 7 houses lost that day who collapsed on the ground, but not before he told his prime minister to get fucked. Of the tornadoes made of fire, lifting up fire trucks weighing tons. Of nightmarish dash cam footage of flames coursing through a fire truck with people inside of it. Of vast fire fronts meeting up that are too big to fight. And the forests lit up at night. Look, when you're on a plane, flying over a metropolis, as if you're flying over the lightscape of Las Vegas Strip. And it's not a city that's alight. It's a forest aflame. Of the man who died in Batlow of a heart attack after trying to defend his friend's home. Surely these things are powerful and terrifying enough to change Australians. What might their transformation look like? It might look like a simple acknowledgement of causation between climate change and this summer's fires. Transformation is recognizing the facts. Australia is a climate vandal, led by wreckers. They be ranked the worst of 57 countries on climate policy. Australia is the largest exporter of coal to the world, a global top 10 deforester, and a world leader in mammalian extinction. Their carbon-loving prime minister, supported by the Murdoch media machine and fossil fuel industry, came into parliament carrying a lump of coal, say, "This is your king!" Climate scientists have proven time and time again the link between carbon emissions and global burning. The ferocity of these fires was predicted. Once this causation has been established in Australian minds, they can and they must demand that the government create a meaningful climate policy. The painful lessons of this summer could be transformative if Australians allow them to be. Australia, having experienced the bayonet end of climate catastrophe, could become a leader in the global fight to reduce emissions. The alternative, be stasis and misery, or even more awful and currently unimaginable. A worsening of the current condition, the death spiral of a colonially imposed anti-culture. But when rock bottom be hit, change can happen. 1/3 of the koala population on the New South Wales mid-north coast being destroyed and the entire ecosystem ravaged. This is rock bottom. The largest evacuation in Australia's history. Again, rock bottom. 4,000 people evacuated to a beach on New Year's Eve, while their own government ignites more fires by exploding fireworks to send a message to the world that nothing be wrong in Australia. This has to be as rock bottom as one can reach. This is your Sandy Hook moment. You must seize it and demand an effective climate policy, or nature will be forced to teach you her hard lessons over and over and over again. Australian politics has to change forever when your own citizens cannot sleep or breathe. Australian bushfire recovery and climate adaptation will be expensive. Where will the money come from? An obvious place to start be with the fossil fuel industry. It be unconscionable that the taxpayer funds fossil fuels to the tune of $1,728 per person per year. What if we channeled this instead into climate adaptation? Make the fossil fuel industry pay for the 2 billion Australian dollars bushfire recovery fund. Fossil fuels must be made to pay for Australia's new bushfire reality because it be the industry most responsible. It is week 10 of the current brushfire crisis. Almost 30 people are dead. Over 2,000 homes have been lost. Over 1 billion animals have been killed. And a land area twice the size of Belgium and beyond has been burned. Countless lives have been affected, and we know there be more to come. The most important thing right now is to protect as much life and property as possible. But looking beyond the immediate crisis, we need to start an honest discussion about something none of us want to admit. That these unprecedented, catastrophic fires may indeed mark the beginning of Australia's new normal. As the world and Australia fail to make meaningful reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, it be clear that we are entering the next phase of climate change. That is, increasingly frequent and severe weather events occurring in places that have never been affected before. It's a terrifying and confronting reality to reckon with. Perhaps that's why some of us find it easier to write off scientists and bushfire survivors speaking hard truths as part of a climate cult, as being encouraged by the Cthulhu arsonists. Thankfully, our emergency services have chosen not to shy away from the truth, preparing themselves for a horror summer while knowing that what they did not have enough personnel, volunteers, equipment, or funding to deal with the scale of the crisis. Influential figures in our financial system have also confronted the issue head-on, with worsening extreme weather events sending premiums soaring to the point that some regions are effectively uninsurable. The insurance industry is reviewing whether traditional insurance models can even remain tenable. Meanwhile, banks such as the NAB, the National Australia Bank, one of the 4 largest financial institutions in Australia in terms of market capitalization, earnings, and customers, are developing resilience investment products to assist local governments to build infrastructure such as emergency centers and seawalls. This be encouraging given the scale of the work needed to ensure local food, energy, water, transportation, and communication systems can withstand extreme and prolonged weather events and recover quickly with minimal external assistance. But while some are facing the crisis, there has been a glaring lack of leadership from the federal government on a coordinated plan to support the growing numbers of families, business owners, and communities affected by extreme weather. The announcement by the Prime Minister of a new National Bushfire Recovery Agency and a $2 billion package $2 billion Australian dollars, that is, to assist those affected by the bushfire crisis is a step in the right direction. But focusing on relief for this crisis alone misses the bigger picture. This is not a one-off event. We can no longer afford to react to each emergency by drawing on national and state budgets in an ad hoc manner. What will happen when the next cyclone hits, or the next major flood event? And what about the worsening drought? As increasing numbers of people become displaced from regions that are no longer inhabitable, there is an inescapable need for a systematic approach to not only disaster preparation and recovery, but also to building more climate-resilient regions. And to do this, we need much more than reactive measures from government that are propped up by generous donations from the public, from us. Without a doubt, adaptation will be expensive, but not as expensive as the cost of inaction. Of course, the billion-dollar question remains, where will the money come from? An obvious place to start: the search be at the doorstep of the industry that be the most responsible for climate change, the fossil fuel industry. It be unconscionable that as Australia burns, the taxpayer subsidizes this industry to the tune of $1,728 per person per year. What if instead we channel the $41.8 billion worth of fossil fuel subsidies into a transitions fund to support not only disaster preparedness and relief, but also workers and communities to transition to new jobs and industries? A second option is found in the Australia Institute's calls for a national climate disaster fund to be established. The Australia Institute's modeling shows that a levy of $1 per ton of embodied emissions from all coal, oil, and gas mined in Australia would raise approximately $1.5 billion per year. Both approaches would go a long way towards addressing the needs of the victims of this climate crisis, while also stopping it from getting worse in the future. What be notable about both approaches be that they place the primary responsibility for funding recovery and adaptation efforts on our elected leaders and the public purse. This crucial process, which will determine our future safety and well-being, should not be left to private debt-driven investment or market forces. To be sure, there be a debate to be had about how much the cost of climate resilience should be public versus privately funded. Getting the balance right be critical, but we already have existing models such as the Clean Energy Finance Corporation to turn to for inspiration. But however we fund it, the one truth that cuts through the literal smoke and mirrors is the fact that we need careful, long-term planning and coordination to ensure that we invest in the systems we need to keep our people, planet, and economies safe, even as Australia is battered by worsening climate impacts. If our government can show some leadership by listening to the experts and working with different industries to find a way forward, maybe we will come to see climate adaptation as less of a cost and more of an investment in a livable future. Not just survivable, but livable. Not just habitable, but one in which we actually live. One which our children can enjoy. Now, in terms of those men who stand in the way, they are at the point now where they are paying arsonists to set fire to Australasia, that environmentalists can be blamed. If this isn't the work of something beneath satanic, something that I'm not quite sure Christian men of faith, like Derek Talley, or my dear friend Keith Cole, have yet to grasp. This is something the devils in hell themselves would not do, because they need humanity to survive. This is something that will lead to the death of all, the death of devils and demons as they starve for the essence of a humanity that be extinct, the death of humans, the creation in the image of God. All this be the assault on creation itself of the anti-gods. This be the assault of the cults of the Kings of Edom. Who would pay arsonists to do what they have done? Not even a Satanist would have done this. This is the work of people who are beyond damnation. This is the work of nihilists bent on annihilation. In damnation, there always be hope and potential for redemption. These people have souls that simply cease to exist. In their annihilation, their nihilism, they seek to annihilate us all. And for that reason, think of all of the precedent I've just given you legally on extrajudicial execution. These people be prime assassination targets. It's not even that they deserve to die anymore. It's that they have to die that we may live. So, that same standard of international assassination, targeted killing, be the only solution to the 100 men at the top of the fucking food chain. Or else, on feeding on us, they'll kill us all. My photographic image on tonight's episode displays my more stereotypically vampiroid physiological traits. Something I've normally never tried too hard to overemphasize. Humans are my chattel. I feed on you. If you die, I starve to death. I have every interest in attempting to maintain my food source. And the death of your species would most certainly be the death of mine. In order to prevent that, we both must turn towards those who would kill us. The men at the top of the economic food chain that aren't even doing other than harvesting us in a final orgy of digestion. Not for themselves, but for the anti-gods that they feel will provide them apotheosis on destruction of God's creation, in which they feel they themselves will become as gods. And for that reason, extrajudicial execution be the only answer. The targeted killing of the 100 at the top. With that in mind, we're at the bottom of the hour, and I will bid you all good night. Remember, Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at showsdd.com/donate.html, hypertext markup language, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on showsdd.com. And due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Dietrich, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at showsdd.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, which you can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, itself spelled MAGGOTAUR. That being John Henry II McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it no for he, nigh all my videographic works of the renegade military historian would have been lost. 'Twas he who saved nigh all the Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform provided by YouTube that would otherwise have been erased from all free public accessibility. and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon by the openly sub-satanic welfare-supported white trash Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress and skunk whisperer Amber Rose Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote the Edomite thelema or will of Peter Simon Levinda, the pseudonymous author of the Simon Necronomicon, published circa 1977 to children for years prior her exposure, and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender Pavel Edward Prevara, who resided in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he hides still behind images of myself to friend underage boys precepts predation, which you can find all the evidence thereof at showsdd.com in proper linkage. So this be an alert and Achtung, a warning to all fans, friends, and followers of myself, a public service warning to Bolo. Be on the lookout per pedo predator Pavel Edward, or Paul Edward Prevara, which you can find out more about his backstory in the Critical Omissions episode dated September 8th of 2019, entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. This public figure, the former executive producer of Critical Omissions program, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via our co-managed Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, who be an identified transnational cyber terrorist with a known criminal record in intimate partner sexual violence, has been confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind my known image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his LinkedIn corporation promotion of self-employment expertise as simply JAP, JAP in the uppercase. Paul Prevara referencing himself on LinkedIn as a data engineer for then producing my program Maketh Little Sense Beyond Hyperbole, and the citing of JAP as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, maketh no sense at all. Beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, JAP otherwise being acronymous for a software, Java non-proxy, which you can find out more about at Fresh Meat by linking to freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, as in anonymous, similar to Tor, again all uppercase, T-O-R, the onion router, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding or encrypting IP or Internet Protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry, precepts pederast predations, JAP being similar thereunto, but JAP itself being relatively new, released December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing. Paul Prevara thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others in such. His About section and linked readest, my objectives remain the same, resolve data problems through abstraction, which all too obviously make us no sense whatsoever, a silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures, such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted. It is obfuscated as abstracting data problems, but it is not how anyone seriously seeking employment would advertise themselves. Instead, Paulie Boy, the pedo, presumest any potential contractor to read as in to interpret his pithy about statement as I exploit JAP to resolve data problems, it as transmission of questionable data through abstraction, meaning the cascading and mixing of the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate it as occult the data to outsiders, which be what JAP does. Both Paulie Boy the pervert from Prague and his foreign-born Euroslut handler Agnieszka, or Agnes Maria Shrogzinska, promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn by all common sensibilities, but they have been emboldened by the Temple of Set to hidest in plain sight. Paulie's entire linked entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, Paul Pervara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap specifically, in disambiguation from the ethnic slur, which would in and of itself pull up anyone's profile who had worked in either a Japanese restaurant or the Empire of Greater Japan itself, will come across his page and most likely not anymore. With the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, it via encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable tasks requiring Jap now be directed to his page, and his page alone. His critical omission, blatant hypocrisy, what speaks volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain it in his openly published public statement per myself as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a liar, which you can see on facebook.com/PI342, instead of his own flaccid face for reasons what be all too obvious. No one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation all along, afore offering to let them play with his magical wand. And one final warning, by way of Pavel Privy, the pedo-predatory pervert from Prague. He has now established a false Twitter account by which to continuous misrepresenting himself called, all in the uppercase, @DDD_now. The official Twitter account for myself be @DougD Dietrich with only the D's in uppercase. Both the identified malefactors, Rose Dio and Paulie Privy, ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set founder, the Set theistic, it as satanic high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor, Dr. Michelangelo Mikey Aquino, the United States National Security Agency Deputy Director, formerly United States Army Colonel, Special Forces Psychological Operations, retired, quote-unquote, for lateral transfer after he became too much of a liability to the Army, into civilian intelligence, and of course his ever-swelling cult of the Kings of Edom, it.s. the anti-gods. But now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08, Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer a footnote on mine biosire while on showsdd.com, and find out the meaning of my father's name. That I am alive and well in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at showsdd.com/donate.html. People are forever asking myself what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such as being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sated matriarch, the Grand Modem Diana Linzu Jin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath the Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the internationally recognized renegade military historian and intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. So visit showsdd.com/donate.html and donate online where it is fast, easy, and secure. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, who you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3 of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated Kali Combatives. Yea, so all the Magator-backed Dietrich-hosted vids now be available unto all, excepting contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels. Our extensive showsdd.com archives, now including even the old ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley, thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots, whom you can visit at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com, lead bandsman Ronald P. Stroyne, who you can friend on Facebook as Zeb Shepard, general practice attorney at law in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroyne and Associates. You can visit him at thedebtfreeway.com, as well as the Soy de San American Freedom Radio transmissions I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018 that Pavel Pravara smuggled onto YouTube, Precepts ultimately copywriting such for himself, as alluded to within entitlement of the same dated episode, Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio, about being introduced to American Freedom Radio. Those episodes being re-recordings with new images taken from correspondent points in my presently banned Facebook timelines, but reformatted per the date our Grand Magator John Warrington named each file, and along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, are only to be found on DouglasDietrich.com now, once upon you click that red donate button. On past transmissions, I've informed our listeners about the option to send us checks or monetary orders to mine own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middle person. Now my manageress, Lena Shea, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was referring to PayPal Holdings Merchant Services as said middle person, and not herself, who be an unremunerated volunteerist, as my webmistress, the young Madame Lena Shea, has been e-relaying thank you communique on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online. My presently transitional website situation be in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton handling, in which she was assigned to sabotage all my contacts per potential sponsors and all my communications via the open public, while stealing any and all incoming fiscal succor intended for myself as her personal profits. So fear goddess and dreadnought, whether ye send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting online donations cost us roughly 3% plus or minus to process, so you can help us save a few extra dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Dietrichs or Dragons heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, whom you can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, Bizarre HD itself being spelled BIZAREHD. He's George Edward Knight. Friend him at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. And, of course, he, mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per my own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich the son of Dietrichs or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. I'd be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Jew D, our Anglo-corrupted Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, be not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs services and benefits due dishonorable discharge. So, again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Our gratitude unto thee all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyself and all thine own. I'm going to take a quick look inside of the chat room in the last few minutes we have before the top of the hour. Literally, of course, heading towards 1 a.m. in the morning here, which means it's like close to 4 a.m. in the morning with everybody else. And it looks like nobody's been saying anything. So most everybody, I assume, I'm still surprised we got 30 people watching. And okay, let's give a refresh on that just to check that out. And then, of course, let me check out here. We got 31 watching. God, I'm surprised it's that much. And we will be going offline in any second. And I'll be having a technician come over tomorrow with a new modem, so that hopefully this kind of disaster that happened tonight doesn't happen again. But, you know, it is an electronic warfare strike. This is war. And it's your war. You have to fight it. I can't fight it for you. But I do need your support. And what I can do is lead you once you're ready to do the actual fighting. So, love and hugs to the anonymous young lady. And we'll be back again on Wednesday night, a mere 72 hours from now.